Chapter 352, Demonic Possession. Chapter 352, Demonic Possession. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen had both lost their ability to continue fighting. One had completely exhausted his powers, while the other was severely injured. The coldness actually froze the wounds on Yi Wuchen's body, but it was extremely freezing. Even with his strong will, he still started to shiver. Chi-Ao. The other three members of Futian sword clan present were all swordmasters of their summits. Realizing that Chi-Ao was actually killed by the traitor Yi Wuchen, their faces darkened. However, two of them were intercepted by two cultivators from Sword Saint Mountain, while the other was battling with Yu Sheng. Let's end it quickly. Kill the two of them. The two people fighting with Sword Saint Mountain shouted at the cultivator battling with Yu Sheng. In the battlefield, Yu Sheng's level was the lowest. He was only at the peak of the Dharma plane and had yet to enter the Arcana plane. If he had not relied on the powers of the demonic tripod, the battle would have already ended. It was therefore unbearable for the swordmaster that he was actually stopped by Yu Sheng. "All right," the last person replied. At first, he still wanted to keep some of his strength. Although they all had to participate in the battle, the people from Futian Sword Clan actually did not want to kill Yi Futian themselves as they were still somewhat scared of the cottage. However, even Chi-Ao had been killed in the battle. The bloodthirsty looks in their eyes were intensifying and they were almost becoming irrational. The person launched various attacks wildly at Yu Sheng. His sword became even more violent, and his strikes turned into many dazzling beams of light which shot towards Yu Sheng. Scram! Yu Sheng roared. He hurled the demonic tripod out as if it was a mountain, crushing all attacks with mere strength. A demonic shadow appeared which suppressed everything and split the blades of light apart. However, his opponent also moved like a beam of light and changed the angles of his attack rapidly. A few traces of sword will actually charged out of Yu Sheng's defense and flew towards Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet. With red light flashing in its eyes, it blocked in front of the two and extended its wings, creating a few wind blades. Accompanied by a few soft sounds, the wings of the black-winged condor were penetrated by the attack and blood could be seen. Yu Sheng turned around to take a look and his eyes looked increasingly wild. Rumble. Terrifying dark light erupted from his body and a dark demonic shadow could vaguely be seen. Around him, dark golden air current flew and expanded continuously, followed by many crackling sounds. It was as if Yu Sheng's body was becoming larger. At the moment, he could not only be described as being burly, he was overbearing. Yu Sheng. Noticing the change, Yi Futian's expression changed. The swordmaster before Yu Sheng could feel his heart race as he stared at the person in front of him, stunned. With his overpowering body, Yu Sheng no longer looked like a human, but rather a devil, a demon. His eyes were blood red as if he was from hell, and anyone looking at them would be deeply attracted. Around Yu Sheng, the dark demonic light engulfed all the gold color. Demonic will filled the sky and converged to form an enormous pair of demonic wings, even larger in size than previously. The demonic armor on his body also looked more ferocious and monstrous, as if it was even more frightening than a noble ritual implement. The spiritual chi in the sky gushed towards him wildly and was absorbed into his body. His might increased steeply and he turned into an invincible demon. What monster is this? The other two swordmasters of Futian Sword Clan saw the situation and their expressions also changed. Was Yu Sheng still a human? He looked completely like a demon. Yu Sheng opened his mouth and roared. The heaven and earth thundered with him and even Sky Mountain itself seemed to be trembling. Everyone was wildly astonished and stared at him. They saw a demon appearing in the mortal world. With the dark demonic tripod in his hand, he walked forward. Demonic will in the tripod gushed rapidly towards Yu Sheng's body and the tripod soon turned into a small one which Yu Sheng held with his left hand. At the same time, an endless amount of demonic will converged at his right hand, forming a heavenly halberd surrounded by demonic powers. Dong! Yu Sheng stomped fiercely on the ground and even earth seemed to be cracking apart. Then, he walked towards the swordmaster of Futian Sword Clan. That swordmaster was in the middle Arcana plane, but at the moment when he faced Yu Sheng, he was actually somewhat scared. His heart raced and he only felt that the person before him was unbeatable. What kind of monsters did the cottage have? Yi Futian killed Qin Li and 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty. Now, Yu Sheng had also turned into such a horrifying state. What kind of people were they? Although the swordmaster was frightened, he still forced himself to calm down with his strong willpower and started to swing his sword. The blades of light turned into a brilliant curtain which appeared in front of his body. It was as if anyone who tried to enter the curtain would be torn into pieces. This was the defense sword technique of his summit, images of sword. Thousands of blades of light turned into countless after images. Each image seemed to contain an extremely strong attack power. Boom! The ground trembled and snow danced wildly in the air. Yu Sheng approached the cultivator and stabbed out the heavenly halberd. A wave of demonic might gushed out and crushed everything. When the halberd pierced into the sword curtain, it charged inside directly, like darkness engulfing lightness. Thud! The huge demonic heavenly halberd broke the sword curtain and pierced into the swordmaster's body directly. The swordmaster trembled violently and his face quickly turned pale and he spat blood continuously. Why did I come to Sky Mountain? Why did I choose Yu Sheng as my opponent? He asked himself. Buzz. Yu Sheng withdrew the heavenly halberd. The body of the swordmaster was thrown into the air along with the halberd, appearing to be so insignificant. A swordmaster of Fuyun sword clan died so miserably and could not fight back at all. Everyone in the battle could feel their hearts pounding fiercely as they were all bewildered by the scene, especially the death of 2 swordmasters of Fuyun sword clan. 4 geniuses of Fuyun sword clan had come here, but 2 of them already died. He has already been possessed by a demon, someone exclaimed, looking at Yu Sheng's eyes. His eyes looked too terrifying. Red light was flashing in his black eyes. It was as if he was only a killing machine now and completely out of control. There were many powerful evil thoughts here in the first place. The demonic will that Yu Sheng had released was similar in nature to the evil thoughts. All the other people had been suppressing the evilness with their strong willpower so that they would not be controlled by it. However, when Yu Sheng released his demonic powers and stopped resisting the evil thoughts, the 2 negative powers complemented each other and caused him to sink into madness. Dong! Yu Sheng raised his foot and continued to walk towards the battlefield. His body was already very big and burly in the first place. At the moment, he had turned into a demon. It was as if he would even be the leader among demons, superior and overbearing. Dark demonic light turned into a monstrous chain that swept out wildly towards a swordmaster who was fighting with a sword Saint Mountain disciple. The swordmaster wanted to retreat from the battlefield but he was stopped by the sword Saint Mountain cultivator. The chain arrived and blotted out the entire sky, sealing his escape path. Then, it flew towards him. The swordmaster struck out his sword and cut the dark chain into 2. Although Yu Sheng had turned into a demon and looked extremely powerful, his level was, after all, same as that of Yi Futian, which was too low. Therefore, his combat ability was actually not as strong as it seemed, at least weaker than Yi Futian when he burnt Emperor Will. A middle arcana plane cultivator could still destroy his attack. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng's appearance was too frightening at the moment. Even though his power was not as strong as everyone had imagined, he still caused an immense amount of pressure with his overpowering might. Even if a noble was here, he would probably not be as frightening as Yu Sheng. Buzz! Just when the Fuyun sword clan swordmaster was rejoicing, suddenly, Yu Sheng tossed out the heavenly halberd in his hand. The swordmaster did not have any time to dodge at all. With absolute power, the heavenly halberd pierced into his body and killed him in midair. Then, it brought the corpse along and nailed him onto the ground. Everyone was astonished. Junior. Qian Shanmu looked at Hua Qingqing. Yu Sheng was possessed by a demon at the moment and had turned into a killing machine. If this was to continue, he would kill every single one of them. Even if Yu Sheng could not do so alone, with the help of others, they would definitely lose badly. But he knew Hua Qingqing's ability. Only her music could affect Yu Sheng's demonic state right now. Hua Qingqing glanced at Yu Sheng. She stepped forward and a dazzling radiance was emitted from her body. She sat cross-legged in midair and a sacred light erupted from her. She released her dharma, which was actually a brilliant halo. An extremely pure figure appeared inside the halo, and she looked like a holy fairy. The sacred radiance shot towards Yusheng. Then, she started to play her guqin. Immediately, the demonic light around Yusheng seemed to be retreating, as if it was suppressed. Holy sound! Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Hua Qingqing. At the moment, the sacred her looked like a pure fairy. At the instant when she played the music, Yi Futian knew that Hua Qingqing was the person who was really suited to play holy sound. When the music was played by her, it contained a real, holy aura. The music and her will fit perfectly. In the sky, the melodious music spread. Many people looked at Hua Qingqing. Her fingers were slender, and her hands were beautiful, just like herself. When she played her guqin, she was like a goddess and nobody dared to have any evil thoughts about her. It was no wonder that Lu Nantian was obsessed with this junior of his. At this moment, everyone realized that Hua Qingqing had actually never participated in any battle. Her mind was pure and she did not want to be involved in this. But because of the situation, she had to fight. Many a time, a person could neither be considered as being good or being evil. His position could have already been determined at birth. Yi Futian did not kill Chu Yaoyao not only because she admitted that she liked him, but also because he could not find a reason to kill her, other than trying to hide his secrets. Chu Yaoyao had never wanted to kill him. She was different from Qin Li. Qin Li not only wanted him dead, but he was also really evil. Yusheng roared angrily at Hua Qingqing, after which he walked towards her. However, Hua Qingqing's music turned into a sacred radiance which kept suppressing the demonic will on Yusheng's body. The music entered Yusheng's ears continuously, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, Yusheng's level was far lower than Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing was in the middle arcana plane, and her music was able to fight against his demonic will as well. Qin Mengruo stared at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen and said, "Kill the two of them first." Yusheng turned around and glanced coldly at Qin Mengruo. He did not look at Hua Qingqing again. Instead, he stomped on the ground and charged towards Qin Mengruo directly. The demonic light glittering in his eyes became extremely dreadful. Chapter 353, Stubborn Conviction. Chapter 353, Stubborn Conviction. Seeing Yusheng charging towards her, Qin Mengruo's expression changed and she immediately started to back off. At the same time, Qian Shanmu appeared in front of Qin Mengruo. His zither spirit appeared and he started to play it. Yusheng's eyes were filled with red light at the moment. He raised his hand and the demonic will circling his hand turned into many sharp blades which pierced towards Qian Shanmu. Music erupted and the demonic blades also exploded with it. Following the loud bang, Yusheng arrived in front of Qian Shanmu. At this instant, Qian Shanmu felt an extremely terrifying pressure pressing onto him. Yusheng's might was way too fierce. Anyone close to him would feel incredibly pressured. Bang! Yusheng punched, and his fist flew through the air. Taking the hit, even Qian Shanmu's life spirit seemed to be on the edge of exploding. He gave a muffled humph and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua Qingqing's music finally arrived. Many dazzling illusory figures appeared around Yusheng and slowly converged into existence. They all looked like fairies. Bang! Yusheng, however, did not seem to have noticed them at all. He stomped on the ground and even snow cracked apart, leaving behind a deep footprint. His demonic wings flashed and cut across everything in its path as he continued to charge towards Qin Mengruo. Light was glittering in his demonic eyes, making Qin Mengruo feel as if she was being looked at by a demon from hell. Immediately, her heart was filled with fear. How can he be so strong? Hua Qingqing's expression changed and she shouted aloud, "Stop!" Even her eyes looked somewhat cold at the moment. Qin Li from Qin dynasty was killed, so were Qi Ao and two other swordmasters from Fuyun sword clan. Was Yusheng going to kill Qin Mengruo as well? Qin Mengruo was already married to Qian Shanmu and could be considered a member of Donghua clan. If she was to die here, in the holy sound, many sacred fairies appeared. Enveloped in auspicious light, they flew towards Yusheng. The demonic might around Yusheng was suppressed, but he was still staring at Qin Mengruo. Roaring out loud, the demonic will around his body charged towards Qin Mengruo's body directly. The traces of demonic will were extremely sharp and penetrated her body instantly. At this moment, her face turned very pale. Her body was being infiltrated with demonic will and engulfed by a demonic aura. No! Fear-filled Qin Mengruo's exquisite face, which was however highly distorted. Soon, she dropped onto the ground and lied in the snow. A beauty just died like this. So cruel. Everyone present was astounded. Yu Sheng was already immersed in killing and had turned into a true devil. He did not have any pity for a beautiful lady at all. Since Qin Mengruo wanted Yi Futian to die, he would kill her. Qian Shanmu's face turned pale, while Hua Qingqing played her music even more rapidly. Sacred radiance poured onto Yu Sheng, and her strong spiritual will tried to invade his body wildly. Yu Sheng was enveloped with a holy light and started struggling as if he was in great pain. Holy sound was an extremely strong offensive musical spell. Spiritual attacks would come from all directions. After all, Yu Sheng's level was too low and his spiritual energy was way weaker than that of Hua Qingqing. Therefore, even his demonic might seemed to be suppressed. Dong! Yu Sheng stomped on the ground, which trembled. He backed off and went beside Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Carrying the two of them in his hands, his demonic wings trembled and demonic will gushed into the sky. Then, his body similarly ascended into the air. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet and also followed them into the sky. Hua Qingqing and Qian Shanmu blinked and chased the group. Lulan Shui also moved and flew into the sky. The other people also wanted to follow them, but they were stopped by one another. Xiao Wuji from the college glanced the four leaving in the sky. In the ancient barren world, he had already met the four, namely Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui. During this battle on Sky Mountain, they had all released their brilliant radiance, especially Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Although they were only at the peak of the Dharma plane, they were way too powerful. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoshe arrived at the battlefield from the distance. He approached Beitang Xing'e and asked, "Xing'e, where is the little brother?" Pointing at the sky, Beitang Xing'e replied, "He lost the ability to fight, and Yu Sheng has brought him upwards." Hua Qingqing went to chase them. Yi Xiaoshe glanced at the battlefield. Noticing Qin Li, Qin Mengruo, and Qi Ao's corpses, he was also astonished. Did they and little brother do this? I'll go and find him. Moving his body, Yi Xiaoshe similarly flew into the sky and towards the higher part of Sky Mountain. In the sky, a pair of demonic wings was glittering and rising up steadily. Snow filled the sky and the temperament was extremely low, but Yu Sheng did not seem to have felt anything at all. He was carrying Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen with his hands. Demonic will surrounded the two, helping them to block the coldness outside. Yu Sheng, where are you bringing us? Yi Wuchen asked. Yu Sheng did not respond. His eyes were still very red. He is bringing us up the mountain, Yi Futian said, feeling somewhat speechless. Is it really appropriate for him to hug both of us like this? Did he even ask for our opinions? It was really awkward. Bang! Yu Sheng started to decelerate and eventually landed on a path on the mountain. Then, he continued to walk up the mountain. Behind them, the black-winged condor followed closely. Its eyes were filled with appalling red light and coldness was seeping into its blood and bones. If Yi Futian did not plant Emperor Will in its body, it would not be able to persist for so long. Glancing at the black-winged condor, Yi Futian said, "Little bird, hold on." The black-winged condor nodded and used its sharp claws to leave many marks on the ground. So tired. I'll sleep first. Yi Futian closed his eyes. He was too exhausted. After killing Qin Li, his spiritual energy and physical body were both extremely drained. The power in his body had all been consumed, so he really needed to lie down and rest. Yu Sheng was possessed by a demon at the moment and was affected by the evil thoughts. To the rest, he was a complete killing machine, but to Yi Futian, he would always be that stubborn boy. Nowhere would be safer than on Yu Sheng's body because Yi Futian knew that if someone wanted to kill him, the person definitely had to kill Yu Sheng first, even though Yu Sheng had been possessed. Yi Wuchen sighed. He actually had to sleep on a man's body, but he had no choice anyway. He also closed his eyes and wanted to take a good nap. At the moment, they could not be of any help even if they wanted to. Therefore, they could only let Yu Sheng withstand all the pressure. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were practically disabled at the moment. Having a slow reaction was not too different from not having cultivated at all. As long as Yu Sheng could block the coldness for them, they would be safe. Yu Sheng seemed to have lost all sense of feeling and only continued to walk forward step by step. His body was extremely burly and looked like a demon. Although he was carrying 2 people with his arms, he was doing so with ease. It was just that this scene looked too beautiful. Hua Qingqing was following behind them. She was similarly enduring a great amount of pressure, as the coldness and evilness were both becoming stronger. These 2 forces coexisted on Sky Mountain, but they also seemed to be balancing each other. She looked at the burly figure before her and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she knew that Yu Sheng had already stopped resisting the evilness and was allowing it to merge with his demonic will. At the moment, Yu Sheng was already totally different. However, she did not understand why Yu Sheng could still keep a bit of rationality at this stage. He protected Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen and even brought them up the mountain. She could not understand why. On Sky Mountain, she encountered many things which she could not understand. She could not understand why Yi Wuchen could kill Qin Li and the 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty, how Yi Wuchen killed Qiao, and how Yu Sheng could still maintain his stubborn conviction even though he had turned into such a terrifying being. It was like protecting Yi Futian was Yu Sheng's stubborn conviction which could not even be shaken by any evilness. Qian Shanmu and Lulan Shui were behind Hua Qingqing as their talents and levels were both weaker than Hua Qingqing. Intense hatred filled Qian Shanmu's heart, making it easier for him to be influenced by the evil thoughts. The red light glowing in his eyes was frightening and he was hesitating about whether he should continue walking. His wife was killed by Yu Sheng. Even if the cottage and Qin dynasty had already started their war, the person who died was his wife. Lulan Shui was in a similar state. She released her treasurable book to resist against the evilness on Sky Mountain and continued walking. The path on Sky Mountain seemed extremely long as if it was endless. Only the snow falling down from the sky would never stop. Over these few days, people had been climbing Sky Mountain one after another. However, as time passed, the number of people going up the mountain decreased gradually. The number of those coming down increased instead. Those people could only sigh in their hearts. Everyone in the world knew that it was as difficult to climb Sky Mountain as climbing the sky itself. This most famous mountain in the Eastern Barren Territory really deserved its name. Even though the bell had been sounded and rumors claimed that it was the call of the emperors, most people still could not make it to the top. Nobody knew whether anyone in the vast Eastern Barren Territory could really reach the peak of Sky Mountain. The people from various forces did not leave, including those from the top forces. They were all at the foot of Sky Mountain, waiting for their descendants or disciples to return in victory. If someone was really lucky enough to obtain the remains of the emperors, his fate would change forever. Qin Yu hoped that his son Qin Li could obtain these. He firmly believed that the bell from Sky Mountain was an auspicious one. Sky Mountain would witness the era of Qin dynasty. Fuyun Sword Clan, Royal Shen Temple, and the other forces from the Eastern Barren Territory also hoped that their disciples would encounter some rare opportunities that would change their fate so that they would not be controlled by the Qin dynasty and the cottage in the future. Once the 3 major forces started a war, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would be involved. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over in the air and arrived at the foot of Sky Mountain. They were from the Qin dynasty. With a serious expression on their faces, they walked towards Qin Yu. Seeing them, Qin Yu frowned and said, "What is it?" The people lowered their heads and did not dare to look into Qin Yu's eyes directly. Qin Yu frowned and said coldly, "Speak." The group of people knelt on the ground and someone said, "Your Highness." The spiritual imprints of Qin Li and Qin Mengruo were extinguished. Their words were like a bolt out of the blue which struck into Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu trembled and could not even stand properly. A monstrous wave of coldness erupted from him and swept towards the sky. "What did you say?" Qin Yu asked coldly, staring at the people kneeling on the ground. The few did not dare to say anything and only buried their heads on the ground. Qin Li was his son and his successor. On the other hand, Qin Mengruo was married to Qian Shanmu from Donghua clan, witnessing the alliance between the 2 top forces. Now, both of them had died. Chapter 354, Evil Eyes. Chapter 354, Evil Eyes. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the people from various forces were astonished by the news that Qin Li and Qin Mengruo died on the mountain. Qin Yu stood there and an extremely tense might spread out from his body. The snowflakes that fell onto him were crushed into ashes. Many people felt an imminent storm. Qin Li and Qin Mengruo died together. What did this mean? If they died because of the conditions on Sky Mountain, Qin dynasty could not do anything but admit their fate. However, what if they were killed? More importantly, it was very likely that they were indeed killed. In the Eastern Barren Territory, who dared to kill the people from Qin dynasty? Perhaps only those from the college and the cottage would dare to do so. The two forces were in a war right now. Therefore, it would be normal for the people from these two forces to end up in a fight even on Sky Mountain. Zhuge Hui and Jiu Dongliu were also at the foot of Sky Mountain. They also heard the news, but their emotions were not very much affected. Vaguely, they felt that Qin Li and Qin Mengruo must have been killed by Yi Futian and his friends. Qin Li brought many members of Qin dynasty onto Sky Mountain, and he certainly wanted to kill Yi Futian. If Yi Futian and his friends really killed Qin Li and Qin Mengruo, Zhuge Hui and Jiu Dongliu would neither be surprised nor be bothered. Since it was a war, one party would eventually die. Thus, it was, of course, better for the people from the Qin dynasty to die. They would not want anything bad to happen to their little brother. The person from the Qin dynasty continued his report. Hearing his words, everyone realized that apart from Qin Li and Qin Mengruo, two upper arcana plane cultivators in the royal bloodline were also killed. This bewildered many. What exactly did they experience on Sky Mountain? Was it really done by cottage disciples? Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had both sent people up Sky Mountain, as well as their allied forces Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple. If a life-and-death battle really broke out, it was clear that people who died would not just be those from the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu stood these for a long while as if he was slowly digesting the news. Lifting his head, he glanced at the sky. He clenched his fist and a cold murderous look filled his eyes. Son, if you were killed by someone, no matter who he is, I will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Yu's voice was cold and gloomy. At the moment, he was also unsure whether Qin Li's death was caused by those from the cottage. However, if there was really a battle, some people from the college or other forces would also have been killed. Surely, someone would come and deliver the news. Many people at the foot of the mountain could feel Qin Yu's determination. Qin Yu did not manage to see any messenger from the college, but the Fuyun Sword Clan received one. The news he brought was that Qi Ao and two other swordmasters from Fuyun Sword Clan died on the mountain. Immediately, might from Sword Qi enveloped the entire place. Qin dynasty and Fuyun Sword Clan suffered such a miserable loss. What did this mean? These two forces were allies. It seemed even more likely that there had been a fight. However, they did not understand why nobody from the college or Sword Saint Mountain died. Send someone up the mountain and investigate. Although the people from Qin dynasty and Fuyun Sword Clan could stay here and wait, they were not willing to do so. Therefore, they continued to send their members up the mountain. Whether the death of their disciples was caused by the people from the college and Sword Saint Mountain or not, they had to know what was happening. Many people were thinking about what would happen at the foot of Sky Mountain if the massacre was really caused by the people from the cottage. The most powerful cultivators from various forces were all gathered here. If a battle was to break out, it would certainly be a very terrifying one. On Sky Mountain, the intensity of the snow increased with altitude. On the mountain path, Yu Sheng was carrying two people in his arms. Beside him, there was a black-winged condor. The group looked somewhat lonely. They had already been walking for very long. Yu Sheng, who had entered a demonic state, seemed to have lost the sense of tiredness and kept advancing forward. In this world, Yu Sheng was undoubtedly the person who understood Yi Futian the best. They had grown up together, and Yu Sheng also knew all of Yi Futian's secrets, including what he inherited from Emperor Yi Qing. According to rumors, the two emperors had left something on the peak of Sky Mountain. The bell from the mountain was the call of the two emperors. Yu Sheng firmly believed that if the rumors were true, the bell from Sky Mountain must be summoning Yi Futian. He had to bring Yi Futian up the summit. This was his stubborn conviction. The black-winged condor was beside Yu Sheng. At the moment, its eyes were not just glowing with red light, but they also seemed somewhat demonic. As it walked up step by step, evilness seeped into its body continuously. In these few days, its mind had been occupied with a figure, a frightening, enormous demon whose body covered the entire sky. The demon's body was enveloped with a dark golden light. The glittering darkness caused the condor to be frightened, while the golden light seemed extremely sharp. The demon's huge eyes looked very demonic, as if it had shed much blood in the world. It was a demon bird, the dark demon bird. Its original form was a mutated roc, so its wings were extremely sharp. It seemed to be disdaining all lives with its unruly look. The black-winged condor felt that the will of the demon bird filled every corner of the mountain walls, and its image kept showing up in its mind. If Yi Futian did not plant a trace of emperor will in its mind, it would not be able to tolerate this. On the mountain path, they met warlock Jiyu Jiqiu from which clan. Jiyu Jiqiu was walking very slowly, and his eyes were also filled with red light. He glanced at Yu Sheng, who walked past him, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then, Hua Qingqing also came and walked past him. Jiyu Jiqiu raised his head and glanced at the endless path helplessly. Could he really just not reach the peak of the mountain? Yu Sheng continued to walk up as if he would never be exhausted. Hua Qingqing had been following them closely. She stared at the figure in front of her. Yu Sheng, who had entered a demonic state, was burning his powers. How could he persist for so many few days? Over these few days, the shock Yu Sheng had given her was very intense, despite the fact that he killed many people, including Qin Mengruo. On a huge rock along the mountain path, someone was sitting. It was the Arhat from Qianqiu Temple. The powers of Buddhism were mysterious and could fight against all kinds of evilness. Qianqiu Temple was the force closed to Sky Mountain. Its members would frequently use the pressure on Sky Mountain to train their willpower. Therefore, the Arhat had always been taking the lead on Sky Mountain. However, he was also sitting down and resting at the moment. Suddenly, the Arhat opened his eyes and looked at Yu Sheng, who was walking towards him in the snow. He obviously saw the eyes of Yu Sheng and the black-winged condor. They seemed to have turned into devils. Then, he noticed Hua Qingqing, who was behind them. Yu Sheng slowly walked towards him at a steady pace. The Arhat frowned and said coldly, "Sinner." Yu Sheng ignored him, while the black-winged condor glanced at him with its demonic eyes. "I have said in the past that you would definitely turn into a demon and bring harm to the world. It seems like this is indeed the case," the Arhat continued coldly. "Sinner, stop." Yu Sheng and the black-winged condor still continued to advance and showed no signs of stopping. "Since this is the case, I can only kill the demon in you." After the Arhat finished speaking, golden light filled the place. In the sky, many swastikas appeared and started to rotate wildly. Then, they flew down and whizzed towards Yu Sheng and the black-winged condor. This Buddhism spell was extremely powerful and could suppress everything. Yu Sheng suddenly stopped and gave an angry, demonic roar. Many demonic images charged out from his body and collided with the ancient characters, eventually neutralizing each other. The Arhat stood up and looked at Yu Sheng from above. His eyes were filled with compassion. "Yu Sheng, put us down," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng put Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen on the ground. The two were already awake, but because Yi Futian had exhausted much of his powers and Yi Wuchen was also severely injured, in addition to the bad condition on Sky Mountain, they had not regained the ability to battle. Yi Futian glanced at the Arhat coldly. He did not expect the Arhat to block their path here. "We have no problems with each other, right?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. The only time when he had met the Arhat was in the Yin family tripod tower in Chaoga. Although they disliked each other, there had been no real conflicts between them. Buddhism stands on the opposite side of demons. Since he is a demon, I must kill him. However, if you are willing to go down the mountain yourselves, I will give you a chance, the Arhat said emotionlessly. Dazzling Buddhism light was coming out from his body and he looked solemn and majestic. Yi Futian turned his head and glanced at Hua Qingqing behind them. The Arhat must be doing this on purpose. A terrifying demonic current started to flow around Yusheng. Many illusory demonic figures appeared around him and merged with his body. Flapping his demonic wings, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and charged towards the Arhat. The demonic current circling around his body turned into the heavenly halberd which pierced towards the Arhat. The Arhat put his hands together and mysterious sounds came from his mouth. A brilliant light was emitted from the beads around his neck and a golden body appeared. Then, a huge palm print appeared and crushed towards Yusheng. Although Yusheng had been climbing the mountain continuously, he was obviously also tired and his might was weaker than it had originally been. In addition, the Arhat cultivated Buddhism techniques and was a genius from Qianqiu Temple. Clearly, he was not afraid of Yusheng's attacks. The two opposing powers collided and were annihilated together. The Arhat stood firmly at his place. A bright light was emitted from his body and he seemed unshakable. He also did not attack actively, as if his aim was not to really kill Yusheng. Behind them, Hua Qingqing approached the group. Her Guqin spirit had already appeared in front of her. Yi Futian walked towards Hua Qingqing. Although he had not regained much of his strength, he could not watch Yusheng fight against Hua Qingqing and the Arhat alone. He knew well that Yusheng would not be able to hold for much longer. Holy sound was being played again. However, suddenly, the black-winged condor appeared before Yi Futian. It flapped its wings and stared at Hua Qingqing with its demonic eyes. The black-winged condor seemed to have given up any resistance and allowed the evil thoughts to corrode its mind. It closed its eyes and the enormous demon bird appeared in its mind again. At this instant, it could feel the evilness in every corner of Sky Mountain gushing into its mind, trying to occupy its head. Yi Futian obviously knew what the black-winged condor was trying to do. He stared firmly at the condor which started to tremble as if it was suffering from a great amount of pain. Darkness filled its mind. At this instant, an evil current formed in the sky and charged wildly into the head of the black-winged condor. Then, spiritual qi in the sky also gushed towards its body. Yi Futian wanted to control it again, but he quickly realized that he could no longer do so. When the black-winged condor opened its eyes again, everyone could only see a pair of evil eyes looking down on them. It was as if it was no longer its previous self, but rather the ruler of fate, the king of the sky. Chapter 355, Gazing at the Mountain Top. Chapter 355, Gazing at the mountain top. Hua Qingqing gazed at the black-winged eagle. Its eyes were filled with terrifying bloodthirsty light. Faint evil thoughts rushed into her mind. The evil current flowed around the black-winged eagle. It seemed to be evolving. The shadow of a demon bird seemed to rise above him. The melody wrapped around, protecting her will. Hua Qingqing's robes fluttered. She looked as pure as an angel. The fairies around her were like shadows. They uttered sacred chants as light loomed over the black-winged eagle, trying to purify it. Wham! The black-winged eagle, slightly transforming into a demon bird, flapped its wings. They covered the sun as evilness snaked around it. Darkness flashed through the wings as it filled the sky. It pounced towards Hua Qingqing. It clawed at her, wanting to rip everything. Hua Qingqing hurriedly strummed her instrument. The angelic illusions pushed their palms forward in a sacred mudra to restrain the demon. The sacred mudra clashed with the evil claws. The blackness broke through. The claws continued tearing towards Hua Qingqing. Under the might of the demon bird, Hua Qingqing looked especially small and fragile. She was like a weak girl who was about to be destroyed by the demon. However, Hua Qingqing's expression didn't change. Her delicate pale fingers continued playing the instrument. Sacred light enveloped her and continuously expanded. Sacred music wrapped around her, transforming into a divine halo. It flowed towards the black-winged eagle, enveloping the shadow of the demon bird. The black-winged eagle cried out. Its evilness was about to be purified by the sacred light. Hua Qingqing lowered her head. Her slender fingers danced over the instrument strings. She was fully immersed in the music, unaffected by anything else. The glow about her dazzled even brighter. She was like a saint that could not be tainted. The demon bird's light dimmed and brightened erratically. The black wind eagle's light crashed around. It screamed and continued crashing towards Hua Qingqing without caring about anything. Its sharp wings cut through the curtain of light. Its claws crashed towards Hua Qingqing, but they seemed unable to touch the sacred light around her. With a scream, the black wind eagle soared into the air and then swooped down. It covered the sky, filling the air with evilness. It continued attacking but couldn't breach Hua Qingqing's defenses. After that, the air filled with countless afterimages. The black wind eagle attacked wildly. Sacred light wrapped around, covering Hua Qingqing in dazzling brilliance. She couldn't be tainted. Right now, she was pure and flawless like a saint. The black wind eagle soared again. With a scream, it gulped the evilness of Sky Mountain. Its eyes grew more demonic. Spiritual chi snaked around it and the demon bird's shadow swelled. When it lowered its head, it looked down on everything arrogantly. The last shred of reason in its mind was about to be extinguished. The demon bird's will would take over entirely. The black wind eagle turned to Yi Futian, taking one last look at him. Then its eyes started burning. It gazed at Hua Qingqing and the large body rushed down again. It transformed into a true demon bird, the king of darkness in the sky. It was like a bolt of black lightning that could destroy everything. Hua Qingqing looked up. Before her, endless sacred light converged, transforming into a sacred and sharp sword. It could behead all evil. It stabbed towards the incoming the darkness. That moment, darkness and light collided. There was a horrible sound as the sacred light pierced the dark body. Dark power was driven back, but those evil eyes were still coming. It looked extremely determined. Its claws came tearing down onto Hua Qingqing's body. With a ripping sound, the untainted clothes were torn apart. Blood seeped out and Hua Qingqing flew backward, crashing against a boulder. Her face paled. The demon bird transformed by the black wind eagle instantly turned around and rushed up. It pounced towards the Ahut who was battling with Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had long become exhausted. He forced himself to continue with his will, burning up his potential energy. The Ahut kept pushing him back. He was hit by the Buddhist light but he continued on. Just as the Ahut was about to end the battle, he saw the King of Darkness descend. The Ahut's expression changed slightly. Buddhist light burned and the 1,000 hands of the Buddha appeared. They covered the sky and restrained the demon. Rumbles kept sounding. The demon bird tore through all the hands, letting them fall on it without being affected. It just kept swooping down at the Ahut, the sharp claws coming down. The Ahut chanted and the Buddhist light dazzled, covering him. The sharp claws came down through the light. It hit the Ahut and sent him flying downward. He spat out blood. He was badly wounded. The black wind eagle was covered in blood. It screamed. Darkness covered its body to completely transform it. Its reason was disappearing. Bloodthirsty light filled its eyes. It cried out and soared up, going straight to the peak of Sky Mountain. If it remained there, it would kill everything, including Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. Little eagle. Yi Futian looked up at the departing figure. He felt the spiritual mark the black wind eagle had left get buried. Yi Futian could still sense its existence but he couldn't control it anymore. He knew that the black wind eagle had transformed into the demon bird to fight for him. Boom. At this time, Yu Sheng fell too. He was at his limit and couldn't keep going. The demonic will around him gradually faded. He was back to normal and lay quietly in the snow. Yi Futian walked over to him. He helped Yu Sheng up and put the other on his back. Turning, he looked at Yi Wuchen. The youth smiled at him. Take Yu Sheng up. I can't do it anymore, Yi Wuchen said. Be careful. Yi Futian nodded at Yi Wuchen. Then he continued up the path. You're so heavy, Yi Futian muttered. The two figures had a tragic feeling. Yi Wuchen watched them continue up. He turned and started walking down. He couldn't keep going anymore. Even if he recovered, he still couldn't go to the top. Yi Futian had to take care of Yu Sheng. He had to give up. When he was close to Hua Qingqing, he saw that she had stood up. They exchanged glances. Yi Wuchen asked, "Did Qin Li and the people of the Qin dynasty not deserve to die?" With that, he continued downward. Hua Qingqing stared at his back. She obviously knew Yi Wuchen's hatred of the Qin dynasty. She could tell that the Qin dynasty had arranged things to destroy the Liu kingdom and take over the eastern barren territory. The royalty of the Liu kingdom had been killed. Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian obviously had a reason to want to avenge Liu Chenyu. Did the people of the Qin dynasty deserve to die? Her heart trembled, but she was from the Donghua clan. She was the daughter of the clan leader. Yu Sheng had killed Qin Mengruo, wife of her senior brother, Qian Shanmu. She and Qian Shanmu were both good at rhythmic sorcery. They often learned with her mother as children. Thinking of this, she smoothed her thoughts and started walking up again. Her clothing was messy and bloodstained, but it was still pure. The Arhat walked back with difficulty. He sat down and meditated with Buddhist light glowing around him. Hua Qingqing glanced at him and then to Yi Futian. She was confused. What was just? What was evil? The Arhat tried to stop Yi Futian and kill the evil. But Yu Sheng, the evil in his eyes, risked everything to protect Yi Futian, even if it meant dying. Even a beast sacrificed itself to be controlled by a demon to protect its master from getting injured. How did one determine what was evil or just? How could the handsome figure carrying Yu Sheng be so attractive? He could risk everything for his friends, Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu, and kill Qin Li. From Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu's perspective, this was a friend for life. Because of that, they would live and die together. Hua Qingqing liked rhythmic sorcery since childhood and had pure thoughts. She didn't like conspiracies and didn't care about the rivalries of the world. But this time, her will wavered. It was quite traumatic. Perhaps her mother was right. It was too hard to preserve a pure heart in the world of cultivation. She was able to keep her innocence because of her high status and protection from her parents. 3 figures on the mountain path seemed to never be exhausted. They were so tired but still kept going. The snow was still coming down, filling the air. Snow kept falling onto their bodies. Yi Futian often used fire spells to chase away the coldness around Yu Sheng. Hua Qingqing kept following behind him. They continued climbing. After who knew how long, Yi Futian looked back at Hua Qingqing. The icy wind blew against his face. His eyes were tired but his smile was still like the sun. "I have a girlfriend. You can't keep chasing me," Yi Futian said. Hua Qingqing froze. He blinked and then started walking again. "Ah, it's so annoying to be handsome." Yi Futian was frustrated. He continued walking, he was so tired. Time passed. The 2 figures on the snowy paths seemed especially tiny and lonely. They climbed higher and higher. Gradually, they could see the sky when they looked up. The mountaintop was getting close. The evil intent was extremely terrifying now. The invisible pressure weighed down on them. It felt that they were carrying the entire sky mountain. Yi Futian paused and then continued. Each step left a footprint in the white snow. Each step looked extremely heavy. But he kept going without stop. Behind him, Hua Qingqing left behind footprints as well. She was slow, very slow. She'd heard that only those with hearts pure enough could climb onto Sky Mountain. Then what about Yi Futian? She looked up at the figure up ahead, carrying Yu Sheng through the heavy snow. What kind of person was he? Chapter 356, Writing the World. Chapter 356, Writing the World. Carrying Yu Sheng, Yi Futian walked up the mountain, stepping through the snow. He smiled bitterly and walked with difficulty. Compared to the pressure, the evil thoughts actually didn't affect him as much. He hadn't recovered completely but the Emperor's will was still there. It was unwavering. The evilness wouldn't corrode him so easily. Yu Sheng was sleeping like a slab of rock. He'd led Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian for so many days in his demonic state and then fought with the Arhat. He'd completely sapped his energy and was now unconscious. This was good too though. He wouldn't feel the evilness and could make it on Yi Futian's back. We're almost there. Yi Futian looked up. The peak of Sky Mountain seemed to be right before him. The closeness was almost as if he could get there with one step. However, this was Sky Mountain. He took another step, leaving a deep footprint in the snow. Snow continued falling, but he couldn't feel any coldness. He let them fall on his body and head. He continued walking. It was difficult and slow, but he didn't give up. This was also Yu Sheng's determination. Earlier, he'd brought Yi Futian up the mountain even in his demonic state. Hua Qingqing was still following behind them. Seeing this, she was quite impressed. She knew the pressure she was shouldering. How could Yi Futian continue with someone on his back? What was his will like? The two continued one after another. Like snails, they crawled up, forgetting about the time and their fatigue. Yi Futian felt numb. He didn't know how long he'd walked for. When he made his last step and walked to the peak, he felt dazed. Raising his head, he looked at the sky. It was still high up. White snow fell down from the atrium. He reached up and a snowflake fell onto his palm. A bright smile appeared as if all his worries were gone. The invisible pressure disappeared. Now, he felt so light. He was now at the border of the mountaintop. Looking back, he could see the entire world under him. The adrenaline from getting to the top rushed through him. It was rumored that there was an invisible force field around the peak. No one could get in directly. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian exhaled. Then he turned and gazed at the scenery here. Snow covered the peak. Carrying Yu Sheng, he walked forward. There seemed to be two snowmen there. They sat with gukins in their laps. They seemed focused on playing the instruments. Though they were only snowmen and Yi Futian couldn't see their faces, he still felt an extraordinary aura. The one on the left had long hair made of snow falling down his shoulder. His movements were filled with grace. Yi Futian could imagine the amazing feature, playing the instrument here. Yi Futian could recognize the other person at a glance. It was Emperor Yi Qing. Since this was Emperor Yi Qing, then the other person's identity was obvious too. It was Donghuang the Great, the Master of the East. The legends were true. It had been rumored that the two emperors had come and left their mark here. Presently, all statues of Emperor Yi Qing had been destroyed. It was valuable for his features to be preserved here. Centuries ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had played their gukins here. They drank and sang, forcing back the demon bird together. But later, Donghuang the Great ruled the world while Emperor Yi Qing disappeared. What had happened after the two ruled the world? Setting Yu Sheng down, Yi Futian bowed to Emperor Yi Qing's snow statue. He didn't know what their relationship was, but there was obviously something. When he bowed, his eyes fell somewhere. He walked up and brushed the snow away. He saw a gourd. It hadn't been buried deep in the snow. Had someone come here to drink while they were climbing the mountain? Yi Futian felt shaken. He looked around, but there was only endless snow in the vast space. No one was here. Then who had drunk wine here? If someone had been here, what plane was he at? There didn't seem to be any bells on Sky Mountain either. Then where did the ringing come from? Yi Futian looked to the two snow statues, feeling something. He activated freedom meditation. At that moment, he could make out two lively figures. Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had come to life and entered his perception. Senior, Yi Futian called to Emperor Yi Qing's statue. Centuries ago, Emperor Yi Qing hadn't become emperor yet. He was younger than when Yi Futian had seen him on Mount Tianyao. He was unrestrained and free. Donghuang the Great had very lively eyes. Black hair fell down his shoulders and he was very handsome. He had an aura that stood out. Yi Futian knew that he wasn't really looking at them. This was just a projection of their wills. They didn't exist anymore. Music streamed into his mind. The gukins in their laps pulsed. Each music note imprinted in Yi Futian's mind and transformed into a musical piece. Right now, he had a hallucination. He seemed to have teleported and was listening to the two emperors play. Yi Futian closed his eyes and the scene became clearer. He seemed to have time traveled to centuries ago. The two emperors were young and played this piece together at the mountaintop. They were united and vowed to live and die together. These two had been absolute geniuses and reached the pinnacle of the divine prefecture. What was the reason for what had happened? Was it because of power? Yi Futian felt depressed. He opened his eyes and looked up at the snow-filled sky. Then he sat down. His Guqin spirit appeared and he started to play. Music notes pulsed as a graceful music streamed out. It was beautiful and unrestrained. The song traveled the world, taking care of rivalries and gratitude as needed. From the music, one could vaguely sense how the player had traveled the world with a sword in his youth. He lived freely but followed his own heart. He wanted to take revenge without being disturbed by the world. As Yi Futian played, music notes actually emerged from the snow statues of Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great. In the other direction, a beautiful figure reached the peak. Hua Qingqing had finally come. She looked over at Yi Futian and found him playing the Guqin. Hua Qingqing loved music and was obsessed with the Guqin. She naturally understood the mystery of the music. It was so beautiful and without any flaws. The artistic conception showed was pure and heavenly. She walked over towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, leaving footprints in the white snow. A moment later, she was before the two. She looked hard at Yi Futian but didn't do anything. She didn't want to interrupt the music. Yi Futian knew she was here, but he also didn't want to finish. The music notes kept appearing in his mind. His fingers strummed and sensed the thoughts of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing at that time. The beautiful music gradually changed, becoming darker with a tinge of sadness. A shadow fell over the unrestrained feeling. One could sense some struggles of one's heart. The pure heart was disturbed and unable to maintain its innocence. They struggled to break free. They were in pain, sadness, and anger. It snowed harder as if it could feel the sadness in the music too. The image of the two emperors playing the Guqin also appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. As it streamed into her ears, her soul was shocked and completely dragged into the artistic conception. She had struggled and thought hard while climbing the mountain too. The music changed again. After the struggles and pain, everything returned back to normal. Their hearts were as calm as water and retained the purity. Snow danced in the air. Hua Qingqing looked up. She obviously was familiar with Guqins but had never heard such a perfect musical piece. Seeing the music notes jumping before her, she also sat down and released her Guqin spirit. Her slender and beautiful fingers strummed the strings, playing with Yi Futian. There were harmony and resonance. The two emperors had played this song. With these two playing, the artistic conception grew stronger. At the peak of Sky Mountain, the music that had crossed through time sounded amongst the snow. It was so beautiful. From the calm music, they could feel the hearts of the two emperors rise. They were as pure as before, keeping to their hearts. However, the music gradually sharpened and rose up. It wanted to sing loudly to the sky. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing unconsciously put all their spiritual energy into the music. Snow danced in the air as spiritual qi flowed wildly. That moment, the two could feel that the Sky Mountain had changed. Endless radiance shone down. Every snowflake was an artistic conception. They could almost see the emperors playing music in the snow. Boundless radiance shone down from the sky, covering the entire mountain. Even more frightening than the artistic conception was the determination to reach the top. The sonorous music contained the emperor's determination. The emperor's light glowed faintly around Yi Futian. He was completely immersed in the artistic conception. At that moment, Yi Futian understood that, centuries ago, the two emperors had hardened their resolve to reach the top. They'd decided at the peak of Sky Mountain with this musical piece to rule the world. Chapter 357, 10 Musical Masterpieces. Chapter 357, 10 Musical Masterpieces. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing both immersed themselves in the music. They faintly felt that they were playing the same song but in different artistic conceptions or different stages of growth. This song could be divided into two parts which could be played both separately and coherently as a whole. Snowflakes floated down from the sky. Each piece of them was a share of the mood. With some golden light spreading, it seemed that spiritual qi was raining on the Sky Mountains. The spiritual qi enveloped the whole mountain and fluctuated with the music's rhythm. The music played by Yi Futian sounded fervid, full of exuberance. Sitting there, Yi Futian's body emitted blazing light. His noble intent was triggered unconsciously. On the towering sky mountain, that handsome figure activated boundless spiritual chi with his music like a king, sitting there as if he was the only one in the world. Ding! With a flip, Hua Qingqing stopped playing her music. Staring at the guqin before, she just couldn't continue any longer. She couldn't play this song. As the guqin spirit disappeared, Hua Qingqing stood up. She took a deep breath and became drunk with the endless implicit spiritual chi mixed in the snow. She suddenly figured out the whole mountain was covered with endless spiritual chi. She lowered her head and saw Yi Futian still immersed in his music as if nothing in the world could disturb him. The mood contained in his music gave her an illusion that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were playing the music in front of her. The world was such a wonderful picture, but who was the controller? It seemed that only Yi Futian existed in the world. The handsome youth, the music, and the snow were everything. It was said that Donghuang the Great was the composer of this masterpiece, a portrayal of his life. After he unified the world, the song was listed as one of the world's top 10 musical masterpieces, named Yukio. There were many tales about Donghuang the Great among, so this song was not very noticeable. However, it was a loud name to every music lover. The life of Donghuang the Great could be captured in the music. But after unifying the world, it was said that Donghuang the Great never played the song in the public again. Of course, it was impossible for people in the Eastern Barren Territory to know the truth. They heard all these hisses from the distant. But as one of the Divine Prefecture's top songs, Yukio indeed existed. The name of the song just naturally dawned on Hua Qingqing when she heard what Yi Futian was playing. Especially when standing on the mountain covered with the two emperors' moods, she was sure that this was definitely Yukio. She could feel the straightforwardness mixed with sadness and struggling as well as the soaring aspiration in the end. What was a man's vocation in the world? No one knew the answer. But Donghuang the Great knew that he was going to unify the world. If Donghuang the Great's life was recorded, it must be an epic story. Suddenly, Yi Futian stopped his playing. The artistic conception disappeared, but it was still snowing on the sky mountain. Seeing the floating snowflakes, Yi Futian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was going to play it from the start again. He could feel the uniqueness of this song, far more marvelous than any other he had ever played before. The first part was the accumulation of mood and the second part was sublimation. The former part was easier to play, but the quintessence lay in the latter. He once played the world and a chaotic nation. Neither could hold a candle to Yukio. Yi Futian's present Dharma plane was not low and he'd even triggered his emperor's will. But only 1/10 of the artistic conception was played out by him. He couldn't even complete the song and had to start over. The melodious music was heard again. Yi Futian felt like he traveled to the world of centuries ago, the age of the two emperors and the era of chivalry. What a fantastic world. This time, Yi Futian played it more fluidly. The artistic conception grew stronger. Hearing the music, both Yi Futian the player and Hua Qingqing the listener reached a sublimation of their spirit as they experienced those stories again and again. The unordinary emperors were effused from Yi Futian's body. On the top of the sky mountain, there seemed to be only him. All snowflakes floated down on his body. He melted his spirit into the spiritual chi in the snow. The spiritual chi danced with the music's rhythm. The music governed the movement of the spiritual chi. During the playing, Yi Futian felt like his will and the snow combined as one and floated down from the sky. With his senses extending through the snowflakes, Yi Futian could vaguely see the scene on the road. He saw those monks of Chenqiu Temple trudging on the path. Though protected by the Buddha light, they struggled to move even a step. Their features twisted slightly, their eyes showed a wisp of evil intent. When the snowflakes fell on them, the Arhat seemingly perceived something. He yelled toward the mountaintop, "Who is it?" He faintly felt that somebody was watching them. As the snowflakes continued floated down, Yi Futian saw Lulan Shui and Chu Yaoyao. They were also struggling on the trek. He also saw Yi Xiaoshe and sixth sister Beitang Xing'e. They had joined Yi Wuchen, Liu Chunyu, and Liu Feiyang. When meeting Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaoshe was afraid that Yi Wuchen would get more hurt, so he decided to take him back. On the way back, they encountered Liu Chenyu and Liu Feiyang. Through the snow, Yi Futian saw a lot of people on the road. He could see everything clearly. Gradually, he could make use of every tiny snowflake to sense every artistic conception and everything on Sky Mountain. However, while his senses extended, he stopped playing again. It was too strong and too tough for him to continue even with the help of the two emperors' will. Hearing the music stop and seeing that handsome figure in the snow, Hua Qingqing's heart brimmed with assorted feelings. Yi Futian looked up at her. Hua Qingqing stared back at Yi Futian's eyes with her own beautiful eyes. Finally, she turned around slowly and walked to the edge of the cliff on the Sky Mountain. Then she closed her eyes. Endless snowflakes were still falling. A drop of tears was dropped from her eyes and rolled down on her face. She leaped off Sky Mountain. The piercing cold wind beat on her delicate face. The most difficult thing in the world was no more than to deceive one's own heart. Why had she heard this music? Why was the player her rivalry? She just couldn't kill him. Seeing Hua Qingqing jump down, Yi Futian was stunned and confused. Obviously, he had never thought that Hua Qingqing would choose such a way. He was even prepared to fight with her. Now, only he and Yu Sheng were left on the Sky Mountain. Where was the little eagle? He put his hands on the guqin and continued to play it. The splendid music was heard again. At the foot of the mountain, those top forces finally saw someone come down from the Sky Mountain with shocking news. Yi Futian murdered Qin Li and many other strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty. Yu Sheng, who had become a demon because of the Sky Mountain's devil spirit, took Qin Mengruo's life and killed two strong disciples of the Fuyun sword clan. Yi Wuchen, once refused by the Fuyun sword clan, killed Qi Ao. The news set everyone's nerves on edge. Countless eyes fell upon Qin Yu and the head of the Fuyun sword clan. They knew that Qin Yu had been waiting for the news to come. As everyone had expected, Qin Li was killed by the disciple of the cottage. Qin Mengruo was killed too. How exactly did Yi Futian and Yu Sheng do this? People of the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan began to act. They moved toward the strong cultivators of the cottage and surrounded. People of other clans retreated from this circle. They were not strong enough to meddle in this dispute. Even other top forces were reluctant to get involved. Everyone on the Sky Mountain was all under the noble plane and they already created such a sensation. If a similar battle erupted at the foot of the mountain, the result could be more disastrous. The whole eastern barren territory would be affected. Qin Yu's face was livid. His eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent. Glaring at Zhuge Hui and Jiyu Dongliu, he said, "What are you going to do with this?" Before Qin Li went up to the mountain, Qin Yu had reminded him to kill Yi Futian as soon as possible. In the end, Yi Futian wasn't killed, but Qin Li lost his life. Even his sister was also killed. What are we going to do? Jiyu Dongliu glanced at Qin Yu disdainfully as if he was looked at an idiot. The war had been issued and he asked what they were going to do. Why didn't they ask themselves this question when they killed the disciple of the college in the ancient barren world or when they fought against the Liu kingdom? Stay away from me, Zhuge Hui glanced at Qin Yu indifferently. Were they asking the cottage to hand over Yi Futian? Zhuge Hui and Jiyu Dongliu had guessed that Qin Li was killed by their people, but they didn't expect it was Yi Futian. How could he be so strong? This made sense though. The disciples of the cottage would never lose. If somebody had to die, it must be the enemy. Ah! Many people were stunned by Zhuge Hui's words. Was the second disciple of the cottage provoking the Qin dynasty? Chapter 358, Bloody. Chapter 358, Bloody. The Qin dynasty and college had already declared war, but the battlefield remained in the ancient barren world. The top figures hadn't really clashed yet. But now, Qin Yu stood before Zhuge Hui. Their exchange made everyone think that a big war was about to start. Qin Yu's aura grew more frightening after hearing Zhuge Hui's words. The entire icy space became more repressive. Boom! Qin Yu grasped his dragon spear. It radiated with frightening light and dragons seemed to converge, exhaling in the iciness. Is this the saintly ritual implement that Qin Yu used in the battle at Turtle Mountain? Many hearts trembled when seeing that dragon spear. It spun and a horrible aura radiated from Qin Yu's body. He wanted the cottage to explain, but Zhuge Hui just told him to go away. Qin Yu's son, Qin Li, and Princess Qin Mengruo had all died. Zhuge Hui's words were destined to start a war. Jiyu Dongliu stepped forward. However, Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan also stepped out. A powerful aura descended onto Jiyu Dongliu. Though he'd lost in the Dongqin College, it didn't mean that he was weak. Qin Mengruo had married Qian Shanmu, so she was part of the Donghua clan. However, Yu Sheng killed her. Jiyu Dongliu turned to look at Lu Nantian. His eyes were so sharp. Lady Yu Xiao of the Donghua clan, the leader of the Futian sword clan, and strong cultivators from various forces all walked forward. Power filled the air. The strong cultivators of the college and Sword Saint Mountain weren't too far away from Zhuge Hui. They also released powerful auras. Anyone under the upper noble plane, leave, Zhuge Hui said to the other side. Those below that plane didn't even qualify to join this type of battle. It was for those at the pinnacle of the noble plane or even higher. Leave just because you said so, the Futian sword clan's leader uttered coldly. Endless sword intent wrapped around him. Zhuge Hui smiled. She placed her slender hand on her waist. Everyone was watching her, so they obviously saw her movements. She wore a long white dress and was like a fairy in the snow. There was a belt around her waist. It seemed to just be an accessory, but now, everyone realized that it was hollow. Then Zhuge Hui pulled a thin whip out of it. It dazzled with purple light. It was very beautiful. Boom. Zhuge Hui's hand shook. This simple belt contained a very long whip that curled up into the sky with Zhuge Hui's movement. Boom, crack. Under the thick snow, there was a sudden crack. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked up. At that moment, the sky seemed to have changed color. Endless thunder and lightning flashed as dragons and snakes danced. Boom, crack. Thunder was about to destroy the world. The purple whip shone in the air like a spiritual snake. Every bolt of lightning that came out of it could shatter one's soul. If you wish the Futian sword clan to disappear, I have no objections, Zhuge Hui said coldly as she gazed at the clan leader. His face grew uncomfortable as he stared at the whip and horrible thunder. If Zhuge Hui released the thunder and lightning, no one from the Futian sword clan would survive except him. A saintly ritual implement. Qin Yu stared at the long whip. Endless thunder power in the world was sucked towards the whip, covering the entire sky. The second disciple of the cottage actually had a ritual implement in the Saint Plane. Retreat, Qin Yu also said. He clearly agreed with Zhuge Hui's words and told those of lower planes to retreat. He knew that if they started fighting, just the power in that whip could kill anyone below the upper noble plane, let alone actual fighting. Actually, the differences between the higher planes were bigger than the last. Those in lower planes couldn't cross it at all. People from both sides started retreating to somewhere far away. The others watched from even further places. No one dared to approach them. Soon, only the top figures remained in the icy place. Even Shui Yi and Luo Fan retreated. Junior sister, what's wrong? A voice traveled over from somewhere far away. The crowd could only hear the whistling of the wind. Then they felt an extremely sharp aura. An ordinary-looking yet mighty figure stood in the air. It was the Sword Saint. Senior brother, some people are getting cocky. I'm going to take care of them, Zhuge Hui said, smiling at the Sword Saint. Her tone was casual, as if Qin Yu, crown prince of the Qin dynasty, was nothing. Okay, I'll help you. The Sword Saint nodded. Broadsword intent filled the air. The strong cultivators released their might. With them as the heart in this vast space, even the snow couldn't seem to get in. Qin Yu's expression was uncomfortable. Zhuge Hui's words were too arrogant, but he wasn't as confident after seeing the ritual implement. He was equal to Jiyu Dongliu and Lu Nantian, but Jiyu Dongliu was the third disciple of the cottage. Zhuge Hui was second. Before, the second disciple wasn't as famous. However, she made her powerful debut at Chaoga City and her reputation grew. Many guessed that since she was ranked higher than Jiyu Dongliu, she couldn't be weaker, especially judging from her confidence. If this was the case and both sides had saintly ritual implements, Qin Yu really didn't have much of a chance. Zhuge Hui smiled at Qin Yu. Endless thunder grouped at the tip of the whip. Then she waved her whip elegantly. It curled up and slapped towards Qin Yu. The world darkened instantly as if the thunder of Armageddon was coming. Qin Yu looked up. A dragon roared and rushed out of his body. It soared into the air. He stabbed his dragon spear forward and countless dragons appeared. They gnashed at Zhuge Hui. Dragons could destroy everything. With this one action, the battlefield made everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. They were so powerful. They were the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. They could change the skies. The whip swept forward, beating down on a dragon. It actually pierced straight through. It seemed to contain shocking thunder spell and frightening lightning. It blinded everyone and destroyed that dragon. A purple shadow burst from Zhuge Hui's whip. There was also a faint shocking white glow. It cut a beautiful arc in the sky. Everyone saw various dragons dissipate, destroyed by the thunder. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhuge Hui shook her arm. The whip danced and spiraled in the air. Destructive bolts of lightning burst towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu stood in place and roared. He sounded like a dragon. The light of a true dragon enveloped him and one appeared before him. The horrible lightning fell down on the golden dragon but couldn't break past the defense. Boom! A fairy-like figure walked in the air. Zhuge Hui walked in the void like a goddess. She was bathed in electric light. A strange power flowed towards her whip as it danced again. It swept down the void. It looked soft and gentle but was actually like the sharpest weapon in the world. Qin Yu's body flashed and flew out like lightning. He went straight for Zhuge Hui's body. The Qin dynasty focused on martial arts. If he could get close to Zhuge Hui, his possibility for winning would increase. Zhuge Hui smirked at that. Her whip spiraled and enveloped the entire space. Qin Yu's expression changed when he saw the whip descend like a spinning top. He transformed into a nosediving dragon, becoming one with the spear. He was so sharp that he could tear through anything. He shot into the sky. "Idiot," Zhuge Hui uttered. The vortex-like whip curled in the air like a terrifying tornado. However, it was a storm of lightning and thunder. It folded the air in. Qin Yu was inside that storm and still shooting up. Zhuge Hui pulled her arm back. The thunderstorm gathered and instantly, endless lightning tore out from it. It destroyed everything and sealed the space shut. Qin Yu seemed to have given himself up to it. His spear danced wildly and various frightening dragons burst out. However, they were destroyed by the closed storm. When the storm swept past, Qin Yu fell down through the air. His body had no more sharp light. His elegant clothes were torn apart, revealing brilliant armor. It dazzled like a powerful ritual implement. Even his head was enveloped by the light of the armor. Everyone was shocked at this. What exactly did they find from the Qin dynasty's ancestral grave? While they thought, the beautiful figure in the sky didn't stop. Her whip went flying towards Qin Yu again. It was like a dancing snake, impossible to capture. Boom! Qin Yu didn't face it head first. He dodged this time, trying to escape it. His attack was under Zhuge Hui's whip. He couldn't use it. Even though he was fast, the whip was faster. It caught up to him and cracked crisply in the air. Various beams of lightning exploded on Qin Yu's body. He felt his nerves go numb and he was thrown back, his face pale. Ever since the Qin dynasty reopened their ancestral grave, they'd wanted to recover their past glory. Qin Yu was now standing at the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. He'd destroyed the Liu Kingdom with one battle and was so proud. He ruled over the Eastern Barren Territory, but in today's battle against the cottage's second disciple, he couldn't defend himself at all. It was so humiliating. Chapter 359, Mystery of Sky Mountain. Chapter 359, Mystery of Sky Mountain. Countless figures stood below Sky Mountain, looking up at the figure in white. At that moment, Many people realized that the second disciple of the cottage was also one of the most brilliant women of the Eastern Barren Territory. In fact, one of might not even be needed. Even Lady Yuxiao of the Donghua clan couldn't compare with her shocking beauty, coldly arrogant personality, and absolute talent and ability. Zhuge Hui won in all aspects. The first 3 disciples of the cottage were all standing at the tip of the Eastern Barren Territory. This was also why the Qin dynasty viewed the cottage as the biggest threat even though they only had 8 disciples. They were just too powerful. In this battle, even Qin Yu couldn't defend himself before Zhuge Hui. How could anyone else from the Qin dynasty fight against her? Probably a bunch of them would die from just one crack of the whip. Zhuge Hui's pretty face still had a faint smile, but her smile gave people a cold feeling. She waved her arm and the whip curled up again. It danced in the air, crackling explosively. The rumbling thunder resounded in the air. Zhuge Hui was bathed in the thunder's glory like a goddess. Bolts of lightning flowed down the whip. The tip connected with the thunder in the air. Lightning exploded there. It was powerful enough to destroy everything. Boom! Zhuge Hui waved her arm. That moment, the thunder gods seemed to move with her. Her whip seemed to drag endless thunder down from the sky, hurling toward Qin Yu. Feeling the mightiness, many people were terrified. If they stood there, they would definitely be destroyed. Before the whip arrived, endless thunder and lightning already flew toward Qin Yu. A saint could cast a spell with a thought. Zhuge Hui was also someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane who had a saint's will and a saintly ritual implement. One could imagine how powerful the whip spell was. The snowy ground exploded. Qin Yu's body was shrouded in lightning. His dragon soared into the air. His armor was extremely brilliant and resisted the deadly thunder. At that moment, he was like Zhuge Hui, bathing in the divine thunder. Seeing the whip come, Qin Yu's expression was terrifying. He stabbed his dragon spear again, riding a dragon's roar. With boundless electric brilliance, the whip was like a divine snake. It snaked upward, curling around the dragon. Beams of lightning cut through everything and killed the dragon. The whip snaked up the dragon's spear and transformed into a sharp blade. It hit Qin Yu squarely. Beams of thunder stabbed through. The whip was now like an undefeatable blade, about to pierce Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu instantly drowned in the lightning. If not for the powerful armor ritual implement, he would be stabbed through by the whip. Even so, his body still trembled under the light and was thrown back. However, Zhuge Hui didn't show any sign of stopping. Her whip curled around Qin Yu and tossed him in the air. Then it slapped down, crackling continuously. Everyone saw how Qin Yu's body was ravaged cruelly in the air. With a huge boom, Qin Yu was slapped onto the ground. His entire body was numb. Both his physical body and mind were traumatized. Even with the saintly ritual implement, he was still in a pathetic state. Enough, a voice said. Figures flashed before Qin Yu. They were from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. Do you still want an explanation? Zhuge Hui asked coldly, gazing at them. Qin Yu stood up and spat out blood. His body twisted but he looked up, staring at the figure in the air. He was so humiliated. As the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, he had never been humiliated like this. His son, Qin Li, and his sister, Qin Mengruo, had both been killed. Now, not only did the cottage not compensate him, they defeated him so cruelly before everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory. One could imagine how Qin Yu was feeling now. His eyes were bloody and filled with bloodthirstiness. Lady Yuxiao, the clan leader of the Donghua clan, and others all stared up at Zhuge Hui. She had a saintly ritual implement and such powerful combat ability. She was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Paired with the Sword Saint, it would need the leaders of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to defeat them. If they fought here, they wouldn't gain anything. It might result in people of lower planes on both sides getting killed. Those of higher planes might not win either. At least, no one could defeat Zhuge Hui and the Sword Saint. It seemed that they had to swallow this humiliation. Let's go, Qin Yu gritted out. He clenched his fists tightly and murderous intent filled the air. But he couldn't kill Zhuge Hui. Not only that, He had to be defeated so humiliatingly. The group turned and walked away. In the air, Zhuge Hui collected her aura and put her whip away, casually tying it around her waist. Her delicate waist looked so thin and soft. She was such a beauty but had such shocking combat ability. Practically no one could defeat her. A battle that could have erupted ended just like this. It seemed that both sides had some scruples. After all, no one could bear the consequences if a battle of this level really erupted at full force. Before, the Qin dynasty was sure they could make the Liu kingdom disappear, so they destroyed it. However, the cottage, college, and sword saint were on a completely different level. If Qin Yu had defeated Zhuge Hui in this battle, they would try to kill everyone here. But since Qin Yu was defeated, they had no way of winning. The cottage had these worries too. Even though the sword saint and Zhuge Hui were powerful, the strongest enemies hadn't acted yet. It was enough to just force them back. If a full-out war really happened, the disciples of the college and Sword Saint Mountain would also be wiped out. The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan hadn't actually left yet. They were waiting for the rest of the people to come down from the mountain. Time passed bit by bit. Because of that battle, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Gradually, people came down. At this time, a beautiful figure walked over the white snow towards the crowd. Qingqing. Lady Yuxiao and Lu Nantian walked up. Hua Qingqing walked towards the Donghua clan and looked at the two with complex feelings. "You didn't go up Sky Mountain?" Lady Yuxiao asked. Few outsiders knew about her daughter Hua Qingqing's talent, but she was clear. Hua Qingqing didn't like fighting and rarely displayed her talent. But actually, Qian Shanmu was far behind her. She was also pure and could fend off the evil intent. It was highly possible for her to climb Sky Mountain. Hua Qingqing shook her head and whispered, "I climbed up." Lady Yuxiao's eyes flashed, her heart trembled. Hua Qingqing had reached the top. "What is there?" she asked. It was rumored that the mountaintop had marks of the two emperors. They had ruled the world. What could they have left behind? Why did a bell ring on Sky Mountain? The two emperors once played a song at the peak of Sky Mountain, Hua Qingqing said. Their intents created an image. They left behind Yukio, one of the 10 musical masterpieces of the Divine Prefecture. Lady Yuxiao's heart jumped. She had taught Hua Qingqing and Qian Shanmu musical sorcery. She became famous in her youth and had even been higher than the present top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. No one dared to say they were better at musical sorcery than her in the Eastern Barren Territory. She obviously was more familiar with the top 10 musical pieces. Those were the ultimate dreams of anyone who cultivated in musical sorcery. "You heard it." Lady Yuxiao's voice changed. "Yes." Hua Qingqing nodded and smiled. "It is beautiful but sad. I memorized the first half but I was unable to play the second half." "Unable to play?" Lady Yuxiao was a bit disappointed but quickly recovered. Hua Qingqing was insanely talented, but it was understandable if she couldn't play one of the top 10 pieces. The artistic conception must be so powerful. What a pity. Lady Yuxiao sighed. It is rumored that Yukio is out of the world. Even you cannot play it. It seems that the Eastern Barren Territory is not destined to be able to witness the top 10 pieces. Apparently, Donghuang the Great will no longer play Yukio in the world. Will this piece just die away like this? Die away? Hua Qingqing sighed inwardly. Perhaps Yukio would appear in the Eastern Barren Territory soon. She didn't say anything else. She didn't tell Lady Yuxiao that Yi Futian was also at the mountaintop and was able to play Yukio. Her heart still hadn't recovered. If her mother and senior brother knew what had transpired at the mountaintop, she wouldn't know how to face Qian Shanmu. At the mountaintop, snow flew as the music streamed gracefully. Yi Futian played Yukio again and again. As he tried again and again, he felt his will enter the white snow, floating with it. He felt endless spiritual qi flow through. If his spiritual intent was strong enough, he might be able to control all the spiritual qi in Sky Mountain. Sitting cross-legged, light flashed around Yi Futian. The snow that filled the air fell onto him, covering his body. His eyes were closed tightly. As his senses expanded, He felt that the intent of the two emperors was everywhere. It seemed to have melded with the snow. Gradually, a miraculous scene appeared in his senses. He was standing at the mountaintop and feeling the boundless spiritual chi that fell down. It was like a ritual bell. It was shapeless and invisible, falling with the snow. It covered Sky Mountain and pressed down on it. Perhaps, this was the pressure that they all felt. As his will melded into the flying snow, the sense grew clearer. Not only was there a ritual bell that weighed down on Sky Mountain, he also sensed an extremely dark demon bird. It was also in Sky Mountain. Chapter 360, Magical Bell and the Demon Bird. Chapter 360, Magical Bell and the Demon Bird. In the music, Futian melted his spirit in the floating snow and the whole Sky Mountain. His spirit existed everywhere now. At this time, he had a wonderful feeling that his senses toward the world were getting more and more acute. He stopped playing the song. Closing his eyes, Futian was drunk with this artistic conception. He could feel his mental power melting into nature. As long as he wanted, his mental power could resonate with the endless spiritual chi as a unity, as if his mental power belonged to nature. Its arcana plane. Futian opened his eyes and smiled. While playing the music, his spiritual power naturally broke levels which made him rise up to the arcana plane. Everything happened so naturally. He didn't break his level on purpose. It was totally an accident. Cultivators also described the arcana plane as the unity between man and nature. People of the arcana plane could extend their senses through nature. If one cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, a breakthrough in sorcery could also help them make a breakthrough in martial arts. Thinking of this, Futian stopped playing the song temporarily. Having reached this stage, he naturally wanted to improve his strength in all aspects so he could totally enter into the arcana plane. He began to practice fist forms. Every move he made contained great momentum that shook the surrounding space. Snowflakes near him were all shattered. Very soon, an invisible force field formed around him. Under the endless flying snowflakes, a dragon's roar and ape's growl could be heard constantly from his fists. His fists were like a dragon's, his strength like an ape's, and his speed like a rock's. He acted like a young emperor. Every time he practiced fists forms, he would activate imperial tactics to help him improve. Gradually, he immersed himself completely in his practice, which made his every punch stronger and stronger. That invisible force field resonated with the world, and then a faint light screen loomed. The space around him turned into a vacuum with snowflakes flying around. Finally, with a dragon's roar, Futian threw out a fist. The air trembled and a horrible ape's shape appeared together with a flying golden rock. This random fist was thrown out toward the distant, penetrating the space and shaking the air. Futian stopped his practice and took a deep breath. His body commanded a powerful presence. Spiritual chi of all attributes spun around him like a curtain of bright light, flowing like waves, and dispersed gradually. Wow! Futian breathed out a mouthful turbid breath. Both his sorcery and martial arts broke into the arcana plane. When playing the song on the Sky Mountain, his mental power reached the extreme unconsciously, by virtue of which he managed to rise up into the arcana plane. What a wonderful experience! He looked down at Yu Sheng, not knowing when he would wake up. The artistic conception on the Sky Mountain was perfect for mental cultivation. Especially when he was playing the music, the whole Sky Mountain was covered with endless spiritual chi. Sitting beside Yu Sheng, he began to play the song again. The Guqin spirit appeared, the music was heard again. That wonderful feeling hit him again. His senses became clearer, seemingly because of his breakthrough in playing. He felt that his will melted into endless spiritual chi with the music and combined with it as one. His mental power existed everywhere, floating down with the endless snowflakes. At the top of the mountain, that Arhat was still trudging on the path. His eyes were half evil intent and half Buddha-light, as if he was struggling with the devilish power. He couldn't hear the music. Every step he made was exhausting to him, but he didn't give up. Suddenly, the Arhat frowned and a blazing Buddha light flashed in his eyes as if his eyes were consecrated. He saw endless spiritual chi flicker in the air. Those snowflakes falling from the top were transformed from spiritual chi. He even perceived an invisible mental power. "Who is it?" the Arhat cried out. There was only silence in the air. The Arhat hesitated, thinking that it must be an illusion because of his tiredness on the road. At this time, the spiritual chi above his head gathered in frenzy. In an instant, endless snowflakes condensed into an iceberg. The Arhat's face changed. At the next moment, rumbling sound was heard. The iceberg fell down toward him with tremendous pressure. The Arhat was worn out by the deterrent force from the sky mountain when climbing. Now, another formidable pressure came down to him, setting him into an extremely dangerous situation. He yelled and began to recite scripture. Buddhist symbols appeared together with blazing Buddha light. He was about to attack, but suddenly, an invisible artistic conception descended. All spiritual chi froze, moving at an extremely slow speed. The attack couldn't be formed. How can that be? The Arhat's face changed. His consecrated eyes saw the endless spiritual chi get controlled by an invisible power and flow very slowly. His mental power didn't work and that dreadful iceberg was to come. He yelled angrily and his physical strength broke out with dazzling Buddha light. He raised his hand and sent out a violent Buddha handprint. Bang! The Arhat's body was crushed and he rolled down the mountain. He groaned and spat a mouthful blood. He was irked. Who is the enemy? Only 3 people surpassed him. They were Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Hua Qingqing. Who could it be? If it was them, how could they use the Sky Mountain's spiritual chi? While he was thinking, the piercing cold wind storm rolled toward him. He trembled and stood up, scurrying down the mountain. He didn't even figure out his enemy. In such a case, he could only escape. While he was running, the snowflakes around him thawed and chased behind him. At this time, countless sharp golden knives rushed toward him. He was going to be killed. The Arhat leaped and rose into the air. He didn't rise up high. Instead, he nosedived to escape. The pressure on the Sky Mountain went from top to bottom. Therefore, it was a wise choice of the Arhat to escape downward, because he could even be faster in that direction. The knives pierced toward him. The Arhat stepped firmly in the air and left an immense golden footprint. With a loud explosion, those sharp knives and golden footprint were all shattered. The Arhat used that force to continue escaping. He dared not to stop until he felt the snowflakes around him return to normal. He turned around and gazed at the mountain top. Not knowing who wanted to kill him, he was vexed. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual chi seemed to flow again. His face changed. He turned into a flash of golden lights and escaped with no more hesitation. On the Sky Mountain, Yi Futian was playing the song. His face looked cold. Of course, he was the one that attacked the Arhat. He'd just made use of the spiritual chi through the music. However, his senses hadn't extended everywhere of the Sky Mountain yet. It still needed a while. But he found that, by means of the music, he could communicate with the 2 emperors' remaining will to control the whole Sky Mountain. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Yi Futian's sensory range also became wider and wider. Gradually, he could see that magical bell clearly. That transparent golden bell enveloped the whole mountain as if it was part of the mountain, safeguarding the Sky Mountain invisibly. However, Yi Futian also perceived a dreadful evil air. He saw the demon bird. An enormous demon bird's illusion overshadowed the whole mountain from bottom to top. It felt like the enormous demon bird was buried by the Sky Mountain and oppressed by the magical bell. Yi Futian knew that it was not the real demon bird but something transformed from the demon bird's will after it died and melted into the mountain. What surprised Yi Futian most was the enormous demon bird's head was right below his feet. Little eagle. When Yi Futian finally figured out the Sky Mountain's secret, he saw that his little eagle was under the demon bird's head. It was entangled with a horrible demonic will as if it was going to become evil and transform into a demon bird. He saw a narrow pass linking the mountaintop to the inside. The black-winged eagle seemed to enter the mountain through that way. At this moment, that narrow pass was blocked by snow. An invisible storm penetrated that pass and made it full of spiritual chi. Yi Futian's will also entered the mountain, and then he perceived an extremely demonic intent. The further inside he went, the stronger it grew. Finally, Yi Futian's will came to the demon bird. Yi Futian felt that demonic intent was going to devour his will. "Little eagle," Yi Futian called. Endless devil intent enveloped the black-winged eagle. It had grown horrible demonic wings. The black-winged eagle was going to become a demonic roc. Its eyes had become extremely evil. They were not the black-winged eagle's original eyes anymore. That pair of cold, vicious eyes looked directly to the front as if it could perceive Yi Futian's presence. Whoosh! A terrifying dark wind swept past everything and devoured Yi Futian's will immediately. On the mountaintop, the music suddenly stopped. Yi Futian groaned and his face paled. He stood up and moved to a corner on the mountaintop. He stomped on the snow and the pass appeared. Yi Futian glanced at the pass from above and began to play the music again. His music resonated with the world. Endless spiritual chi fell down toward that pass. Then Yi Futian stepped forward and jumped down. The music could still be heard. Yi Futian carried the guqin in his arms and moved straight toward the black eagle. Soon, he arrived. The exceedingly frightening demonic intent enveloped him immediately. Before him was the illusion of that enormous demon bird. Chapter 361. Continuous ringing. Chapter 361. Continuous ringing. At the instant when Yi Futian arrived, a monstrous evil aura spread out from the illusory demon bird and charged towards him. Very soon, darkness engulfed him. Many intense evil thoughts broke into Yi Futian's mind. His body trembled and a strong emperor will erupted, protecting his mind. At the same time, his fingers stroked wildly on the strings of his guqin as he attempted to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain. Emperor-like golden radiance ascended into the sky, and the snow on Sky Mountain started to flow towards his location. His senses spread out wildly, while his emperor will merged with the willpower on Sky Mountain, defending the corrosion from the evilness. Bang! In Yi Futian's mind, a real demon bird seemed to have appeared. It blotted out the sky as if it could even devour the heaven and the earth. It stared at Yi Futian with an unruly look and opened its black demonic wings. It was as if the end of the world was approaching. Although the demon bird was already dead, its will did not dissipate. Therefore, the two emperors left behind an everlasting willpower to suppress the evilness from the demon bird. Despite so, however, the evil will on Sky Mountain could still affect the surrounding region thousands of miles in radius, resulting in a very low number of cultivators in Shu City. It was then obvious how terrifying the demon bird was when it was still alive. At the moment, Yi Futian was at the center of the will of the demon bird. If he did not have emperor will to protect his mind, he would probably be engulfed and destroyed in an instant. A dark current enveloped Yi Futian's body. Even though the demon bird's will was frightening, Yi Futian guessed that it should still be at the sage level when it battled the two emperors and was suppressed. At that time, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had yet to unify the world, as the battle occurred even more than 300 years ago. Hence, emperor will was at a higher level than the demon bird's will. Yi Futian only had traces of it, but it still managed to protect his will from being devoured. In Yi Futian's mind, there was emperor's light protecting him from the environment. With much determination, he stared at the black-winged condor in the darkness before him. Its entire body was enveloped in black light. Yi Futian did not want to see it get engulfed and become a substitute for the demon bird, turning into another bloodthirsty demon king. The only way was to communicate with the will on Sky Mountain to suppress the demon bird's will. At the same time, Yi Futian would plant a stronger emperor will into the black-winged condor's mind so that it could resist against the demon bird. Yi Futian was enduring a terrifying amount of pressure. The enormous demon bird was charging wildly into his mind, along with a frightful will. It had already engulfed Yi Futian's spiritual will totally. On his body, many dark currents appeared. Yi Futian felt that he could hardly withstand this for much longer. Activating the imperial tactics, his blood started to burn, and dazzling radiance ascended into the air and charged towards Sky Mountain. This was the second time on Sky Mountain that he exceeded his limit. Moreover, This was even riskier than the last time. Previously, he was confident that he could kill Qin Li, but this time he was not sure whether he could win the demon bird's will. Sky Mountain was so compatible with him. It was as if it existed only for him so that he could come here to inherit the music and the willpower. He still believed that he could win against the demon bird's will. During that time, the two emperors could suppress the demon bird at this place. Now, he had emperor will and could communicate with the willpower the two emperors had left behind on Sky Mountain. Why would he fail? Furthermore, when he fought with Qin Li, he was still in the Dharma plane. Now, he was in the Arcana plane. Yi Futian's willpower merged with the sky and the earth. Many traces of Golden Emperor's light rose into the sky. Emperor Will flew towards Sky Mountain along with the music, attempting to merge with the will on the mountain. The willpower of the two emperors during that time had already merged with Sky Mountain as if it had become part of the mountain. Yi Futian believed that he would be able to do so as well. The melodious music spread out on Sky Mountain continuously. Even the snow that filled the sky seemed to be listening to the music. The snowflakes danced with the music, forming a resonance. What's that? At the moment, there were still people on Sky Mountain. They suddenly seemed to have heard a piece of music and stopped at their spots, feeling the music quietly. The music seemed to be everywhere. It had merged with the snow falling from the sky, entering their senses. It's wonderful. Many exclaimed. They stopped one after another and raised their head to look at the falling snow. Music was hidden in the snow. Who was playing it? Could it be that the will left behind by the two emperors had revived? This music. Many people were fully absorbed and influenced by the music. They stood motionlessly and felt the rhythm in silence. The music continued and spread on Sky Mountain steadily. At the moment, Yi Futian was fully focused on playing. His senses seemed to be merging with Sky Mountain slowly, turning into part of the mountain. The area that he could sense became wider and wider. Time passed by slowly. Yi Futian had been enduring a massive amount of pressure, but as the music played, the will on Sky Mountain seemed to be merging with him, helping him to resist against the evil will and reducing the pressure he was experiencing. After a long while, Yi Futian's mind suddenly trembled. He could see the entire Sky Mountain. He could feel that his willpower had become extremely strong. The Golden Emperor will had merged with Sky Mountain completely. Yi Futian felt as if he was standing on Sky Mountain. It was a mysterious and amazing feeling. It was as if Sky Mountain had become part of him. His will was now the will of Sky Mountain. Moving his will, the snow on Sky Mountain similarly moved. An endless amount of spiritual chi roared and the magical bell slowly formed. Clang. Just as Yi Futian thought about it, the magical bell rang. An extremely powerful force was released and charged into Sky Mountain, pressing down on the demon bird. Following a loud bang, the enormous demon bird was almost blown into pieces. The evil will in Yi Futian's mind was removed immediately. The black-winged condor trembled fiercely and the evil aura surrounded it was weakened significantly, but it spat out a mouthful of blood. It suddenly opened its eyes and stared coldly at Yi Futian. That was not the look of the black-winged condor, but rather the demon bird. On Sky Mountain, at the instant when the bell rang, many people gave a muffled humph and their faces turned pale. Although their levels were not very high, the pressure they were experiencing rose significantly with the ring, shaking their minds. After so many days, another ringing of the bell came from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a powerful, invisible sound wave swept across. Immediately, the shirts of many started to wave fiercely in the air and countless people closed their eyes. They only felt a storm running right through them, especially those whose levels were high. They felt that even their will was going to be crushed. The bell rang again. Many people were astonished. Nobody knew why the bell on Sky Mountain sounded off in the first place. Clang. This time, the ringing did not only occur once but twice. Many nobles spat much blood and their faces all turned pale. The more powerful people among the nobles received an even stronger hit. Which bastard did this? At the place where the cottage disciples were, Zhuge Hui's mouth was covered with blood. She cursed at Sky Mountain and looked extremely unhappy. She seemed to have felt a large magical bell being merged with Sky Mountain. It was exactly the magical bell that was ringing. Beside Hua Qingqing, the faces of Lady Yuxiao and Lu Nantian were also pale. Hua Qingqing lifted her head and stared at the peak of Sky Mountain. The bell was ringing continuously. What did this mean? She knew that Yi Futian was at the summit of Sky Mountain at the moment, playing the music left by the two emperors. Clang! Another bell ring sounded. Many people turned totally speechless. Zhuge Hui glanced at Sky Mountain in resentment, after which she turned around and left. "Let's get out of this place," someone said. Then, many cultivators left the foot of the mountain directly. The cultivators from the cottage, the college, and Qin dynasty all left one after another. If they chose to remain here, they might be killed by the ringing eventually. The continuous ringing spread into the distance. It reached Shu City and spread towards places even further away. In the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, countless people looked at the Sky Mountain. Was this the sound of the two emperors? Nobody knew that the person ringing the bell was not an emperor but actually Yi Futian. If Zhuge Hui found out about this, she would probably take out the whip on her waist. After the 3 continuous rings, much of the evil aura had dissipated and even the illusory demon bird looked unstable. However, the black-winged condor was similarly in a state of misery. It coughed out blood continuously and its eyes were filled with evilness. "Little bird, are you still in there?" Yi Futian shouted. He stopped ringing the bell, for otherwise the black-winged condor would also be killed. His life spirit appeared and an appalling spiritual storm bloomed. The will on Sky Mountain merged wildly with the spiritual storm, along with the music. Then, the storm charged towards the black-winged condor. Yi Futian wanted to see if the condor was still its previous self. The spiritual storm entered the black-winged condor's mind. Yi Futian saw an endless darkness, but he did not give up. His brilliant will charged into the dark vortex. Then, he finally felt the existence of his emperor will. It was buried in the darkness but not destroyed. The demon bird could not eliminate Emperor Will. "Little bird," Yi Futian's will shouted. In the Emperor Will, an extremely weak willpower appeared. Yi Futian felt the existence of the black-winged condor. Tweet. Yi Futian heard a voice and was delightfully surprised. The black-winged condor was still alive. "I will merge Emperor Will into your will to help you fight against the power." Yi Futian communicated with the black-winged condor with his will. Then, he released his life spirit and dazzling Emperor Will was planted into the black-winged condor's mind continuously, along with the will on Sky Mountain. Together, they protected and merged with the black-winged condor's will. At this point, Yi Futian exited the black-winged condor's mind. His life spirit vanished and the evil aura engulfed the black-winged condor again. Yi Futian stared at the black-winged condor, paying close attention to its movements. Suddenly, a message from the black-winged condor appeared in his mind, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "All right. Be careful then," Yi Futian responded. Then, he turned around and charged out of the tunnel. Very quickly, he was back on Sky Mountain again. The snow was still dancing in the air. Yi Futian heaved out a long sigh and looked at Yu Sheng who was lying on the ground. A smile finally appeared on his face, as if he felt extremely relieved. He lied on the ground again. In Sky Mountain, the black-winged condor was still standing there. The dark light engulfed its body once again and the powerful evil will tried to invade its mind. Its body was enveloped in darkness, but this time, the black-winged condor's look was extremely sharp. It closed its eyes and endured everything went silent. Chapter 362, The King of Qin. Chapter 362, The King of Qin. The cultivators from various top forces retreated from Sky Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were still countless figures, but they were all below the noble plane. Only a minority of them was from top forces. People on Sky Mountain made their descent one after another. Slowly, those at the foot of the mountain also started to leave. After trying, they knew that even if the bell ring from the mountain was really the call of the emperors, they would not be able to get anything in the end. Of course, there were still many who were unwilling to leave, especially those from the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory. This towering sky mountain was a sacred land of the western region. Time passed by slowly. Many rumors spread at the foot of Sky Mountain. According to those who had just climbed down the mountain, they could hear an extremely elegant music coming from the snow dancing in the sky. That was due to the artistic conception that had fused with Sky Mountain when the two emperors played the piece in the past. There were also people who claimed that the bell ring from Sky Mountain, as well as the music, was formed because Donghuang the Great missed his best friend Emperor Yi Qing with whom he explored the world. Therefore, his will crossed over an endless amount of space and time and reached this place, affecting Sky Mountain and producing the ringing. Legends about the two emperors started to spread around again. Even today, many people still did not understand why Emperor Yi Qing died all of a sudden, and why Donghuang the Great ordered everyone to destroy Emperor Yi Qing's statues around the world. Was it because of his position? Sigh. The two intimate friends who had once roamed around the world together eventually stood opposite each other because of power, and it all ended with the death of one of them. However, even though Emperor Yi Qing had failed and died, Donghuang the Great would probably still miss him sometimes. People at the foot of Sky Mountain were chatting. I wonder what kind of people they are exactly. Too bad I was not born during that era to witness their legends, a young man said, smiling. The two emperors unified the world and must have experienced many difficulties. Suddenly, someone said, obviously they are people who care about the world. The few who were chatting turned their heads and saw an old man in ragged clothes walk beside them. He had a wine pot hanging on his shirt. The old man walked towards the foot of Sky Mountain and stood there with his hands behind his back. Staring at the summit of Sky Mountain, he actually seemed to possess an extraordinary temperament. Elder, why do you say so? The young man asked, smiling. If they do not care about the world, how can they become the masters of the world? The old man said emotionlessly. I don't believe that. A young man in blue shirt shook the folding fan in his hand and said, the rules of the world are set by strong cultivators. They can unify that world obviously because they have the absolute power to do so. The so-called care about the world is too hypocritical. Moreover, if you are speaking the truth, why did Emperor Yi Qing become a taboo? The old man smiled and shook his head but did not argue with the young man. Elder, so here you are. I have spent so long looking for you. Suddenly, a girl in a green dress walked over from the distance. She was delighted upon seeing the old man. Seeing the girl, the old man shook his head and smiling, he said, Girl, the fate between the two of us has ended. You don't have to look for me anymore in the future. What fate are you talking about? I don't believe in that. Elder, I'll follow you in the future. Don't leave me behind, the girl said affectionately. Don't worry. In the future, I will cook nice food for you every day. The elder shook his head. My fifth son can cook very well. I have not tasted it for too long. I'm going back. The girl froze and seemed very upset. Elder, so you're going back home? The old man was lazy and had been wandering outside. She always thought that he did not have a home. Yep. The old man smiled and nodded. Then allow me to go to your place. I can massage you, the girl said, grinning. Smiling, the old man replied, My sixth daughter has also grown up by now and she is very obedient. My second daughter is very mischievous, but she will massage me as well. The girl stared at him with her eyes widened. Sixth daughter? He has so many children. Based on your appearance, I am definitely better looking than your second and sixth daughters, the girl said with her eyes widened. My second daughter is really beautiful. I'm sure nobody in the Eastern Barren Territory will object to this after seeing her. My sixth daughter is also prettier than you. Thinking about those two girls, the old man smiled. Then why are you here instead of at home? The girl pouted and was somewhat unhappy. The old man looked at Sky Mountain and said, I am waiting for someone whom I may be waiting for. This sentence sounded very awkward. The girl did not know what he meant and also looked up at Sky Mountain. Waiting for someone whom he may be waiting for? Who is that? The young man beside them had been listening to their conversation all along. He looked at the old man in bemusement and said uncontrollably, He's mad. The girl blinked and found his words very reasonable. This old man had been speaking ridiculous words every day. He must be mad. I. The old man stared at the young man, stunned. Then, he shook his head, feeling speechless. Am I mad? The young people nowadays. The year 10003 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was slowly coming to an end. In this year, many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the start of the year, Qin dynasty and Donghua clan allied through marriage and established Dongqin College, while Jiyu Donglu won Lu Nantian in the challenge. Then, Yi Futian encountered an assassination and Qin dynasty officially started on their path to revive their kingdom. In this year, much blood had been shed in the Eastern Barren Territory. An ultimate battle almost broke out at the foot of Sky Mountain. The second disciple of the cottage was dominant enough and actively fought against Qinyu, shocking all the forces including Qin dynasty itself. Otherwise, many people in the Eastern Barren Territory would have been killed. Nevertheless, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory could feel that it was destined to be a rough year. The storm would sooner or later sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Li's death was certainly a cause of this. Qin Yu returned to Qin dynasty and reported to the king of Qin. At that moment, the king of Qin was sitting in front of the pool in his pavilion and fishing. Listening quietly to Qin Yu's report, his expression did not change much. In fact, he knew about Qin Li's death even before Qin Yu did. He was, after all, in the Qin imperial palace. On Sky Mountain, one of his daughters and one of his grandsons died. Qin Mangruo and Qin Li were different from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was the son of his concubine and his talent was actually bewitchment, which was really embarrassing. In addition, he even wanted to inherit the throne, which was ridiculous. However, because that particular concubine was really good at a certain area, he had always been pretending to love Qin Yuan. Cultivators had to enjoy themselves sometimes, after all, but in reality, among all his children Qin Yuan was the one most disliked, or even hated, by him. On the other hand, Qin Mangruo was his youngest daughter and also one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had always loved her. She was married to someone in Donghua clan for a purpose, and because of this he always thought that he owed her much. Qin Li was his favorite grandchild. Qin Ji was also very outstanding among his offspring. They all died because of the cottage. We have been doing many things to the cottage, but it seems that we're always the one that loses ultimately. Now, Mangruo and Leah have both died, the king of Qin said. His tone was very calm, but there was some coldness hidden in the calmness. Qin dynasty had indeed shocked the other forces in the Eastern Barren Territory by destroying the Liu kingdom. However, they seemed to have lost in all their encounters with the cottage. Although the power of the second disciple of the cottage is beyond our expectations, it is actually normal that she can defeat you. After all, she is ranked above Jiyu Donglu. If she similarly has a sage ritual implement, she can obviously defeat you. It is only that I did not expect you to lose so badly, the king continued. Of course, you should understand that we have never really been afraid of the second disciple, or sword saint. Qin Yu stood beside the king, listening quietly to his words. His father had conferred him as the crown prince and he had been managing Qin dynasty from then on, while his father stopped managing all the issues. However, he knew clearly that his father was the real backbone of the Qin dynasty. Many people in the world claim that Mr. Du does not know how to cultivate. But how can someone who does not know this teach such a group of disciples? Furthermore, these disciples are so obedient. Do you believe in that? The king of Qin glanced at Qin Yu. Smiling, he shook his head, as if he was mocking something. Moreover, he is a person who does not seem to have existed at all. Over these years, we have tried many times and failed. I think that Mr. Du from the cottage is not only very strong, but also very skilled in hiding himself, or maybe camouflage. Perhaps, even if he stands right in front of you, you will not be able to recognize him. The king of Qin sighed. We have such an opponent who has been watching in darkness. If he does not show up, how can I make my move? However, until today, many of my children and grandchildren have died. We have not even seen Mr. Du for once, not to mention about finding out how strong he is. Just the cottage disciples alone have brought us much trouble. The king gave a self-mocking smile and shook his head. Nevertheless, we finally have a piece of good news. What news? Qin Yu asked. He did not see any good news at all. Every time, the cottage displays its overpowering dominance and shocks everyone else. The appearance of Sword Saint, Qin Ji's death, and the counterattack from the second disciple. Every time, the cottage is telling us not to move easily. But this is also precisely telling us that the cottage has its own concerns. It seems like Mr. Du is not invincible after all. The king of Qin smiled. His eyes were filled with intelligence and insight. He indeed seemed to be circumspect and far-sighted. Then, he ordered coldly, "Go and invite the leader of Donghua clan here. Then, go to Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple. Since they have stepped onto our ship, they can stop thinking about muddling through." His eyes were filled with coldness. Sometimes, when one declared one's position, many things would be destined. Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple already had no other choice. All right. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with sharpness. It seemed that his father was really going to make a move this time. Even the king of Qin could not tolerate the death of Qin Mengruo and Qin Li. Yi Futian is from the 100 Lands. According to Qin Li that time, he has some seniors and friends there. Should we? Qin Yu's eyes were flashing with coldness. That's an ungentlemanly trick. The king shook his head. Destroying the Liu kingdom can prove the power of our dynasty. On the other hand, what can killing those people do apart from making us feel better? Since Qin Li was killed by Yi Futian in a battle, we'll kill Yi Futian. You need to remember that in the future, you will be the king of Qin, the king of the Eastern Barren Territory. Some things will bring disgrace to your position. Do not let the others have a chance to laugh at you. Yes, I get it. Qin Yu nodded. Then, he turned around and left the place. Chapter 363, Swordsman. Chapter 363, Swordsman. While the disturbance at Sky Mountain had yet to calm down, the leader of Donghua clan arrived at Qin dynasty personally. It was said that he was invited by the king of Qin. This was the meeting between the leaders of two of the three top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, so clearly it had an extraordinary significance. In particular, it occurred during such a sensitive period. The people in the Eastern Barren Territory could not help thinking about what it meant. There was probably only one topic that would require these two leaders to meet up and discuss: unifying the Eastern Barren Territory. Soon, Qin dynasty also invited the cultivators from Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple. A big piece of news spread: Qin dynasty opened the tomb of their ancestors and allowed the strongest members of these top forces to enter. When people received the news, many realized that a real storm would sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory at any time. A few months ago, Qin dynasty had invited many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to a grand meeting, when Sword Saint appeared and shocked everyone present. However, at the moment it seemed likely that they would no longer be deterred. But this was normal as well. Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple had already declared their position a few months ago. Therefore, they could only follow the Qin dynasty as they had crossed the point of no return. In the Qin Imperial Palace, many people were in front of Qin Yu making a report. Has he descended from the mountain? Qin Yu asked coldly. No. A person in front of Qin Yu shook his head. Although the people from various top forces had retreated from Sky Mountain, Qin Yu could obviously not tolerate Qin Li's death. He had still sent some cultivators below the noble plain to patrol at the foot of Sky Mountain and wait for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had actually not climbed down the mountain yet. It was also possible that he had descended from the mountain but in another direction so as to avoid any trouble. Sky Mountain was too huge and it was impossible for Qin Yu's men to surround the entire mountain. Did the people from Donghua clan confirm that Chu Yarrow indeed had the chance to kill Yi Futian at that time? Qin Yu asked with a freezing look. The person before him replied, yes. According to them, Yi Futian had already lost the ability to battle and Chu Yarrow was right there at that moment. Qin Yu clenched his fist and his expression was extremely icy. Chu Yarrow was after all Qin Li's girlfriend. She was right there and certainly had the chance to kill Yi Futian, But she actually did not do so. Did she just watch Qin Li get killed? Has Chu Yarou come down from the mountain? Qin Yu questioned. Yes, she has returned to Moon Clan with the others. Qin Yu nodded and coldness was flashing in his eyes. He would wait and see if Chu Yarou and Moon Clan would behave sensibly. If not, he would not mind destroying one more force. His son Qin Li would not have died for nothing. The 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was approaching its end. The leader of Futian Sword Clan, Han Ruoshire, had returned to the first summit of the clan. At the moment, he was holding a sword which was emitting a wave of coldness into the surrounding. He stared at the sword, where he could see his reflection as well as the sharp look in his eyes. This was a famous sword named the Alcade. It was used by the best swordsman in the Eastern Barren Territory a few hundreds ago. Nobody expected it to actually be kept in Qin Dynasty's tomb. Now, it belonged to him. Qin Dynasty wanted to revive itself in the Eastern Barren Territory. He had already made some promises to Qin Dynasty. In fact, he had to make those promises. He did not have a choice. Senior. Many people whizzed over in the air and landed on the summit, looking at Han Ruoshire. Is he not here? Han Ruoshire asked. There were 7 summits on Futian Sword Clan but only 6 people present. The person who was absent was obviously the lord of the 7th summit, Jiyu Cheng. The few people present remained silent. For a long time the leader, Han Ruoshire, and the lord of the 7th summit, Jiyu Cheng, had been the strongest cultivators in Futian Sword Clan. However, Jiyu Cheng was more withdrawn and also more focused on cultivation. After the things regarding Yi Wuchen happened, the relationship between the 2 summits became more subtle, especially after Han Ruoshire expelled Yi Wuchen from Futian Sword Clan and commanded the rest to kill him should they encounter him outside. Jiyu Cheng was extremely dissatisfied with this decision. It seems like his heart no longer belongs to the clan, Han Ruoshire remarked emotionlessly. Just as he was talking, suddenly, an extremely sharp sword will erupted from the 7th summit. The sword will ascended into the sky and crushed everything in its path. Countless people in Futian Sword Clan stared at that location. Then, they saw a figure walk in the air and step into the blade of light. It's the 7th Lord. The disciples of Futian Sword Clan were all astonished. What was the 7th Lord doing? Han Ruoshire and the rest turned their heads and looked in that direction. He frowned slightly and was somewhat unhappy. In that direction, the person standing in the air swung his hand. Immediately, a beam of light charged towards the first summit. What's that? It's a sword post, someone exclaimed in shock. The beam of light penetrated across space and reached the first summit, continuing to fly towards the leader Han Ruoshire. Han Ruoshire extended his arm and grabbed the post with his fingers. He stared at Jiyu Cheng emotionlessly. Jiyu Cheng, lord of the 7th summit of Futian Sword Clan, would like to challenge the leader Han Ruoshire. A loud voice spread across the whole Futian Sword Clan. At this instant, everyone in the clan was astounded. They knew that the 7th Lord was unhappy with the leader but did not expect such a thing to happen. It's part of the rules of our clan for disciples to send sword posts in order to challenge one another. On the other hand, you are offending me by challenging me, Han Ruoshire said coldly. Give me a reason. Swordsmen do not bow and scrape. As the leader of Futian Sword Clan, you received benefits from Qin Dynasty and want to listen to their orders. You are no longer suited to be a swordsman, and even more so to be our leader, Jiyu Cheng said from afar. His voice echoed within the 7 summits. Han Ruoshire sneered and said, as the leader of Futian Sword Clan, my responsibility is to ensure that our clan is safe from danger. Under this general trend, a straight sword would break too easily. I would rather break than bend. Jiyu Cheng said emotionlessly, my disciple Yi Wuchen killed Qin Yuan because he deserved to die. Futian Sword Clan is weaker than the Qin Dynasty. It is all right for you to expel Yi Wuchen from the clan to protect us. It is also all right for you to send someone to bring him back. But now, you have deviated further and further from the right path. Instead of becoming a lackey for others and living a petty life, we might as well dismiss Futian Sword Clan. A swordsman who has a sword in his heart has a sword in his hand. A Fuyun Sword Clan disciple who has the summit in his heart is in the clan. I have already dismissed the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan. You're not in the position to make that decision. Han Ruoshire stepped forward and sword will whizzed in the air. We who have different principles cannot work together. If I win, I will dismiss Fuyun Sword Clan. If you win, I die. Ji Cheng similarly walked forward. 2 beams of light charged towards each other. Countless members of Fuyun Sword Clan stared at the battle and could not keep calm. Today, the 2 most powerful cultivators in the clan were having a life-and-death battle because of differing values. An extremely appalling sword storm erupted in the sky above Fuyun Sword Clan. The 2 stood opposite each other but did not attack directly. They merely stood in the air. However, even though they were not doing anything, an earth-shattering sword will was born and pressed down from the sky. Enduring the sword will, many people felt as if their bodies were going to be torn apart. The 2 stood motionlessly in the air, but it was as if they had already fought countless times. They stared attentively at each other and were both very solemn. Although the 2 did not move, their eyes seemed to be filled with the reflection of swords. Finally, 2 afterimages appeared in the sky, charging towards one another. The 2 afterimages flashed and vanished immediately. In the sky above Fuyun Sword Clan, it seemed like the 2 had not moved at all. Suddenly, however, a terrifying beam of sword will formed in the sky and turned into a beam of light, shooting towards one of the mountains. Immediately, the summit of the mountain glowed with a dazzling radiance. A crack appeared at the center of the summit and the beam of light cut the mountain into 2 pieces directly. The people from various summits looked at that particular mountain. The blade of light at its center was not dissipating, as if it was going to exist forever. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the 2 people standing opposite each other. Some people noticed that the sword-yielding arm of the leader Han Ruoshire trembled. Blood flew down from his arm and onto the famous sword, the Alcade, which was glittering with light. You lost, Han Ruoshire said. Ji Cheng glanced at the sword in Han Ruoshire's hand and sighed. I did not lose. You indeed do not deserve to be the leader of our clan. After he finished speaking, many beams of sword will erupted from every part of his body. Then, everyone saw Ji Cheng's body being crushed directly. A beam of light ascended into the sky and charged towards the distance like a bolt of lightning. He's dead. Everyone sighed. What was the beam of light that left? Han Ruoshire glanced at the distance and did not chase the beam of light. Turning around, he walked towards a palace on the 1st summit, remaining silent along the way. Blood flew down his arm continuously and dripped down from the sky. At the mountainside of Sky Mountain, a few people were cultivating in the snow. Yi Wuchen was sitting down cross-legged and sword will was circling his body. Liu Chenyu and Liu Feiyang were also beside him. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Feeling Yi Wuchen's abnormal breathing, Liu Chenyu looked at him and asked softly, "What is it?" "I cannot remain calm. It's as if something is summoning and nearing me. I have a bad feeling," Yi Wuchen replied. "Stop thinking too much," Liu Chenyu urged. Yi Wuchen looked at her. Stroking Liu Chenyu's beautiful hair with his right hand, he replied, "All right." "Why has he not returned yet?" Yi Xiaoshe went up to find him and is also missing now. "I wonder if he has found him," Liu Feiyang said. Yi Wuchen looked at the top of Sky Mountain. Vaguely, he felt that Yi Futian had reached the peak of the mountain. "Stop worrying. Let's just wait." Yi Wuchen stood up and walked on the snow. He went in front of a cliff and stared at the distance, feeling uneasy. That feeling was also becoming more and more intense gradually. In the distance, a brilliant beam of light penetrated across endless space and charged into Sky Mountain with an astonishing speed. Yi Wuchen, who was standing there, suddenly felt his heart tremble. Then, he saw a blade of light charging right towards him. "Be careful," Liu Chenyu shouted. However, Yi Wuchen did not dodge. The beam of light charged into his mind directly. Immediately, a frightening wave of sword will erupted from his body. "Wuchen." Liu Chenyu's face turned pale as she ran towards Yi Wuchen. Liu Feiyang was also shocked. However, suddenly, a voice spread out from Yi Wuchen's body. Wuchen, remember, a swordsman is neither arrogant nor impatient. A swordsman is brave and fearless. A swordsman never changes his original intention and always strikes forward. This was what Yi Wuchen's master, the seventh lord of Fuyun Sword Clan, had said to him on the first day he became a disciple. Today, the same words sounded off again on Sky Mountain. Hearing this voice, a drop of tear flew down from Yi Wuchen's eye and dripped onto the snow. Chapter 364, Setup. Chapter 364, Setup. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu both stood beside Yi Wuchen. They heard the voice and were filled with deep respect. A swordsman should indeed be like that. Liu Chenyu saw the tears at the corners of Yi Wuchen's eyes and felt pain for him. Immediately, she correctly guessed what had happened. A man would not shed tears easily. It was obvious to her why Yi Wuchen would cry at the moment. An extremely powerful sword was circling around Yi Wuchen, so Liu Chenyu could not go near him even though she wanted to. This sword should be the last gift from his master. The sword flew on Yi Wuchen's body and turned into a strong sword aura. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes and the snow falling down was crushed by the sword near his body. He was like a sword standing in the snowstorm. After a long while, the sword on Yi Wuchen finally dissipated. Liu Feiyang discovered that Yi Wuchen's temperament changed again. Yi Wuchen no longer felt as sharp, as if he was totally natural and had merged with the sky and the earth. This was because he had made a breakthrough. The Arcana plane was where cultivators would coordinate with heaven and earth continuously in order to create a resonance between their powers and the natural forces in the world. Yi Wuchen lifted an head and allowed snow to fall onto his face. He did not mourn and did not even feel any sadness. On the contrary, he would only remember what his master had said. He would become the swordsman that his master hoped to see, one that would only advance forward. On the peak of Sky Mountain, Yi Futian was playing a piece of music, while Yu Sheng was sitting before him, cultivating. The music entered Yu Sheng's ears continuously. The snow that filled the sky turned into an endless amount of spiritual qi which poured down and enveloped Yu Sheng. However, a violent dark golden current was spreading out from Yu Sheng and resonating with the sky. A dark golden demonic power had buried him. Boom! Suddenly, a frightening current erupted and demonic filled the region. Yu Sheng opened his eyes and the darkness in his eyes slowly faded. The might from his body felt even stronger at the moment. Just like Yi Futian, both his martial arts and sorcery had broken through into the Arcana plane. Although he did not main spells, he had never stopped cultivating his spiritual energy. You're awake. Yi Futian stopped playing the music and smiled. Finally, they had settled everything on Sky Mountain. Yap. Yu Sheng nodded and stood up. He looked around Sky Mountain and asked, "What happened here? And what is this music? It has such a strong artistic conception." "Yukio. It was left behind by the two emperors," Yi Futian replied. "We have already been on Sky Mountain for very long. I wonder what the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory is like now. We should go back." "All right. Where is the condor?" Yu Sheng asked. "It's staying on Sky Mountain to cultivate. The environment is very beneficial for it," Yi Futian responded. Yu Sheng asked no more. Snow turned into a wind elemental spell which enveloped the two. Then, they flew down from the mountain along with the snow. They could clearly see every corner of Sky Mountain and so could find their friends easily. At the foot of Sky Mountain, there were still many people who had chosen to stay despite the fact that countless had left. From the mountain path, a group of people was walking down in the snow. They each had an outstanding temperament and were all very young, therefore attracting the attention of many. As the people below chatted, they all noticed the handsome young man at the center of the group. Yi Futian had come down from the mountain. The cottage disciple Yi Wuchen had killed Qin Li and a few others from Qin dynasty on Sky Mountain. Yu Sheng, who was beside him, had also killed Qin Mengruo, causing a great battle between Qin Yu and Zhuge Hui. At the moment, this group of people was walking down from Sky Mountain just like this. "It seems like all our seniors have left." Yi Futian looked at the massive crowd before him. They had stayed on Sky Mountain for very long. In addition, He had created the bell rings previously. It was obvious that his second sister and third brother were also injured by the ringing. Should he keep this a secret? Among the crowd, an old man who was sitting in the snow stared at the group of people walking down the mountain. He squinted slightly and smiled. It was his first time seeing that guy. The girl in the green dress was still beside him. She also looked at those people and said, "So they are the legendary cottage disciples." Cottage disciples were absolute legends to many in the Eastern Barren Territory, especially the first 3 disciples. They were already among the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren Territory. The old man stood up and said to the girl, "Look at them. Do you think they have my temperament?" "You." The eyes of the girl in green dress were filled with disdain as she said, "Elder, you are certainly a powerful cultivator, but don't try to boast." The old man pointed at Futian and his team and said, "You don't believe me? Look at the pretty girl there. That's my 6th disciple. The fat guy beside her is my 7th disciple. The one in the middle who is the most looking should be the 8th. Elder, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. From what you have said, the second daughter you were talking about is the 2nd disciple of the cottage. So you're Mr. Do from the cottage," the girl in a green dress said with much contempt. Cough, cough. The old man patted his shirt to remove the snow and said in a serious tone, "Let's stay low." The girl blinked her eyes, after which she burst into laughter. Seeing her reaction, the old man widened his eyes. Did she not believe him? All of a sudden, a group of people walked out from the crowd and towards Futian's team, blocking their way. "Elder, look. I think they are from Qin dynasty." The girl in the green dress looked nervous. If Qin dynasty did leave anyone behind, their task would definitely be to kill Futian. The people who appeared before Futian were indeed from Qin dynasty. Seeing them, the disciples from Sword Saint Mountain similarly walked up. Clearly, Sword Saint Mountain had also left quite many people behind at the foot of Sky Mountain. This was the western region after all, and Sword Saint Mountain was the closest force. If you attack them, you will not be able to leave the western region alive, a cultivator from Sword Saint Mountain warned. The eyes of those from Qin dynasty sparkled and their looks turned cold. Behind them, 2 people stepped forward and released an appalling aura. They were both nobles. "Kill him." The 2 people charged towards Futian in the air. A terrifying might swept out and engulfed Futian. Futian raised his head and glanced at them with some sharpness in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful current started to flow on Sky Mountain. Clang. The bell rang again and its sound turned into a gigantic wave, sweeping across the foot of the mountain. The 2 nobles lifted their heads and looked at Sky Mountain. They could feel an invisible magical bell crushing towards their bodies along with the ringing. Bang! The horrifying sound wave passed through their bodies. The 2 nobles gave a muffled humph each and fell from the sky immediately. Their faces turned pale as they spat out much blood. Clang! Clang! The bell on Sky Mountain rang continuously. Even the vast earth seemed to be shaking along with it. Countless people closed their eyes and put their hands in front of them as they tried to stand still. However, even so, they still felt a strong impact and their hearts raced. The shirt of the old man standing in the snow danced in the air. At the moment, there seemed to be a beam of light flowing on his body, protecting him from the sound. At the same time, he looked up at Sky Mountain. Was it a coincidence that the bell on Sky Mountain rang now? He would not believe so. The 2 nobles were impacted by the sound waves continuously and spat much blood. They both felt somewhat numb from the impact and could not stand properly. Just now when the bell on Sky Mountain rang, all the nobles left. However, in order to kill Futian, Qin Yu had sent them back again. Little did they expect the bell on Sky Mountain to ring again when they were about to make their attack. Just when they were feeling dazed, they suddenly felt an imminent danger approaching them from the front. Lifting their heads, they saw a blade of light striking towards them. Clang! The ringing came again. The 2 nobles could not stand still and felt as if their minds were going to explode. The blade of light flashed and blood bloomed out. The 2 nobles extended their arms and held their throats with their hands. They widened their eyes, not resigned to their fate. How could they die like this? The ringing finally stopped. The crowd slowly recovered from the shock. When they saw the two nobles lying on the ground, they were all astonished. Was this fate? The two nobles actually died in such a ridiculous way. Moreover, after they died, the ringing stopped immediately. If this was not fate, someone on Sky Mountain must be helping Yi Futian. But that was clearly even more impossible. The people from the Qin dynasty walked up to the two corpses. Their faces were as dark as they could possibly get. Let's go. Yi Futian and his team were also not bothered to fight the rest, and they simply ignored the people from Qin dynasty. The members of Qin dynasty also did not dare to stop them anymore. The two nobles were all they had to kill Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked, suddenly, another person blocked in their way. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. The person before him was an old man in ragged clothes. He put his hands at his back and stared at Yi Futian with an interested look. Beitang Xing'e wanted to walk forward, but Yi Xiaoshe pulled her back and hinted at her. Seeing Yi Xiaoshe's evil grin, Beitang Xing'e widened her eyes at him. Yi Xiaoshe was trying to set Yi Futian up. "Elder, what is it?" Yi Futian asked with a weird look. The old man did not speak and continued to look at him. His eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. Yi Futian was totally speechless. Then, he tried to bypass the old man. However, the old man moved and continued to block his way, after which he asked, "Where are you from?" "A far, insignificant place," Yi Futian replied. "Elder, are you looking for me?" "Your age?" the old man asked again. Yi Futian's face darkened, but he still replied, "About 20. 20. The old man seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he smiled at Yi Futian. "Call me master." Yi Futian did not know how to react. Was this old man crazy? "Sorry, my old man is mad." The girl in green shirt beside them ran up and wanted to pull the old man to the side. The old man's face immediately darkened. Cough, cough. The old man cleared his throat and looked at Beitang Xing'e and Yi Xiaoshe. He stood there with his head held high and acted like he was a famous person. "Take care of him properly. Don't let him come out like this again." Yi Futian smiled at the girl in the green dress. The old man was too funny. Suddenly, Beitang Xing'e pulled Yi Futian's sleeve. "Sister Xing'e, what's up?" Yi Futian asked. Beitang Xing'e signaled at Yi Futian with her eyes. Then, she walked up and said to the old man, "Master, why are you here?" Yi Xiaoshe also ran up and said in a charming tone, "Master, how are you recently? I miss you so much." Yi Futian blinked his eyes only to realize that the old man was smiling and staring at him. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Now it was really awkward for him. "Yi Xiaoshe, this bastard. Now I'm done for." Chapter 365, Gossip in the Cottage. Chapter 365, Gossip in the Cottage in the Divine Capital. Book Mountain was particularly lively at the moment. Mr. Du from the cottage had returned. Although college disciples did not know much about Mr. Du, it did not affect the image of Mr. Du, the old man who was said not to know how to cultivate, in their minds. Since the first 3 disciples of the cottage were all so powerful, it further displayed how extraordinary their master must be. Perhaps some people would think that Mr. Du was lucky and all his disciples happened to be extremely talented. This was a fact, but why would he get these disciples in the first place? And why did the cottage disciples follow him willingly? This alone was enough for the rest to ponder. That time when Sword Saint became famous, countless people yearned for a place in the cottage. Later, Jiyu Dongliu also became famous and the name of the cottage shook the entire Eastern Barren territory, attracting the attention of everyone. Now, after the battle between the second disciple and Qin Yu on Sky Mountain, this particular summit on Book Mountain had already become a legend. Even the members of the college were curious about what kind of mysterious place the cottage was. There was obviously nothing special about the place itself. Yi Futian and his team walked up the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hui, Jiyu Dongliu and the rest who had received the news came out to welcome them. "Second sister, third brother," Yi Futian shouted, smiling. The two nodded in return. However, the second sister only looked at Mr. Du. Her usually happy eyes looked somewhat wronged at the moment as she said softly, "Master, you have left us for so long. Now you finally returned." The old man smiled and said, "Girl, I returned because I know that you will miss me." Although Yi Futian already knew on their way that Mr. Du would address his second sister like this, he still felt somewhat weird when Mr. Du really called so before her. "You know that I miss you. Even though you are here now, will you slip away again someday?" The second sister looked at her master with her eyes filled with suspicion. "Even if I leave, I will leave properly." "What slip away?" The old man then looked at Jiyu Dongliu and said, "3. What do you say?" "Master, whatever you say is obviously correct." Jiyu Dongliu nodded seriously. "Yup, I think that you are better to me, unlike some girl. Sigh, she is not even as obedient as some other girls outside." The old man shook his head and sighed, after which he walked forward with his head held high. "Master, I'm just afraid that you will leave us here again." Zhuge Hui walked up to Mr. Du and grabbed his arm. "That's better," the old man nodded in satisfaction. The second sister raised her head and realized that Shui Yi and Luo Fan were staring at her. Smiling, she put her hand on her belt and said, "What are you looking at? Go and cook some good food for the master." The two immediately shivered. After they returned from Sky Mountain, the second sister had always been doing a little action, touching her belt. This action was indeed frightening. "Master, sister, wait for a short while. I will go and cook now," Luo Fan said without hesitation. Then, he quickly fled from the place. Yi Futian rolled his eyes. The second sister was grabbing the master's arm like a little girl, while the arrogant third brother was standing beside the master quietly. From the scene, it was obvious what position the master had in the cottage. It seemed like whether he could have a happy life in the future would depend very much on the master. Thinking about this, he widened his eyes at Yi Xiaoshe who was beside him. Because of him, the master had such a bad first impression. Yi Futian hoped that the master would not mind that incident. Yi Xiaoshe, however, did not seem to have noticed anything as he continued to walk forward in silence. The group arrived at the hut, where Luo Fan and Shui Yi were busy cooking. The master sat down, and the second sister also sat down beside him. The third brother remained standing, so Yi Futian and the rest clearly did not dare to sit down. "Why are you all looking at me? Sit down." The old man widened his eyes at everyone. "Yes, master." The third brother nodded and sat down. Only then did the rest follow. "Master, when you were not here, I took a disciple privately, Futian. You have also met with him. Yu Sheng is Futian's good friend and is helping to cut wood in the cottage. Luolan Shui is Futian's servant and takes care of his accommodation," Jiyu Dongliu said. "Okay." The old man nodded. Smiling, he looked at Yi Futian and Luolan Shui and said, "Kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself." "Master, that time I actually did not want to agree to Luolan Shui becoming my servant. However, the brothers and sisters told me that you may return to the cottage any time. Therefore, I asked her to stay here so that if you have anything, you can ask her for help," Yi Futian said, smiling. "You started thinking for me before even seeing me. How filial." The old man smiled and looked at Yi Futian. "That's what I should do. The second sister and third brother have told me that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master. They often remind me to show filial respect to you when I see you," Yi Futian continued, grinning. Although Mr. Du had been smiling and looked very friendly, Yi Futian felt that Mr. Du was able to see through him, causing him to feel somewhat stressed. "Terrific." Luo Fan, who was cooking, looked at Yi Futian in admirable. When Yi Futian said this, he also complimented the second sister and third brother. Yi Xiaoshe also sighed in his heart. He had yet to learn Yi Futian's skills. Little brother is right. In the cottage, apart from Xing, a little brother has always been the most obedient one, the second sister said, smiling. "Second sister, you're the best." Yi Futian was somewhat touched. The old man nodded and said, "Recently the Eastern Barren Territory is not peaceful. Girl, didn't I warn you against fighting easily outside?" "Master, I also did not want to, but someone really needed a good beating, so I had to fight." Furthermore, if we did not do that, they would probably send an army here directly. Since you don't care about this, what else can I do? The second sister said, feeling wronged. Perhaps we will only be able to see this side of second sister in front of the master, Yi Futian thought. The old man sighed and said, try not to fight anymore. I know. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Master, now the Eastern Barren territory is in a mess. Qin dynasty is wildly ambitious and has opened the tomb of their ancestors. Now, they even invited Donghua clan, Fuyun sword clan, and Royal Shen temple to enter the tomb and cultivate. If Qin dynasty really leads various forces in the Eastern Barren territory and come here, what should we do? Jiyu Dongliu asked. In the past, the master was absent, so he and Zhuge Hui managed everything in the cottage and made decisions themselves. Now the master was back, so he obviously had to ask the master for his opinions. I don't even understand why they are fighting for a place like the Eastern Barren territory. The old man shook his head. While I was outside, I heard that the Liu kingdom was destroyed. Futian, a few descendants of Liu kingdom are good friends with you, right? Are they the two people just now? Yup, Feiyang and Chenyu are my friends. I knew them before entering the cottage. Yi Futian nodded. How miserable. The old man shook his head and said, power and desire always blind people. In the past, I have warned you that because of your strength, you will naturally want to kill and have more desires. In the future, you must always remind yourself that the stronger you become, the more you should try keeping to your original self. Yes, everyone nodded. When they entered the cottage, the master had already reminded them about this. This time he was probably telling it to Yi Futian. Dongliu, it's especially for you. You're too incisive and penetrating, the old man said to Jiyu Dongliu. You should learn from your big brother. Over the years, I have been going to Sword Saint Mountain regularly to learn from him, Jiyu Dongliu nodded. However, I still feel that if we encounter a force like Qin dynasty, one that would kill others easily to satisfy their own desires, we need to stop them by destroying them. If you are slightly stronger, I think you would have gone to Qin dynasty directly, right? The old man asked, looking at Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu remained silent. There were too many unfairness in the world and it was impossible for him to intervene with everything. The Liu kingdom did not have much of a relationship with the cottage, and what happened to it was quite irrelevant to them. However, their destruction happened right before everyone, and in particular, it affected the cottage disciples negatively. Hence, murderous thoughts began to develop in Jiyu Dongliu's mind. Thus, when Qin Ji, a prince of Qin dynasty, came to Book Mountain for Yi Wuchen, Jiyu Dongliu killed all the people from Qin dynasty. This was his sharpness. It is reasonable to stop their killing by killing them. I can't say that you're wrong. However, the people who have decided to eliminate the Liu kingdom are still the higher-ups in Qin dynasty. In every force, there are people of different kinds. For example, every member of the Qin dynasty has his own family and children. If we destroy the whole dynasty, how many innocent people will die? How will it be any different from the destruction of Liu kingdom? The old man seemed to have turned more solemn. He continued in a serious tone, if one day, you can kill anyone with the sword in your hand, and you stop any unfairness you come across by killing the wrong party, how much blood will stain your hands? Moreover, even if you destroy the Qin dynasty, there will be a second Qin dynasty in the future. The world of cultivation is always like this. He who gains power gains desires. Stopping their killing by killing them will never change anything. Master, therefore you always teach us that humans are unpredictable. The only person who can change all these is the one who sets the rules, Jiyu Dongliu said. I have just returned. Let's not talk about such a serious topic. 5. Is the food ready? The old man shouted, smiling. Yes. Master, you should eat first. Luo Fan and Shui Yi started to serve the dishes. Master, eat more. Zhuge Hui helped the master to fill his bowl, while Beitang Xing'e also served the master. Hearing the conversation between the master and third brother, Yi Futian had many thoughts in his mind. Qin dynasty was like this because the people who set the rules within the Qin dynasty were like this. According to ancient books, 300 years ago the divine prefectures of the East were in a total mess. Peace returned only after Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the world. Many schools and academies were built. That was why his hometown Qingju had Qingju Academy. However, even so, both Qingju Academy and Donghai Academy were filled with people with various selfish desires. Jiyu Mu from Qingju Academy and School of the Emperor Star in Donghai Academy were all like this. In any case, real emperors were still the people who could influence the world. Now, the master had established the cottage in the eastern barren territory which only had a few disciples. Perhaps, he was trying to build a different kind of place. Chapter 366, Arriving in Moon Clan. Chapter 366, Arriving in Moon Clan. Luo Fan and Shui Yi finished cooking. Everyone ate while chatting. "Girl, you've comprehended a bit of saintly will," the old man said. "Yes." Zhuge Hui nodded. "Yes, but I don't seem able to make the step. It's not easy. As the ancient books say, a saint knows the world and all creatures. He has an open heart. That is why I tell you all that you should cultivate your heart as well. Your heart has nothing to do with your plane, but it can determine your level. Some do not have great talents but have an extraordinary heart. Thus, they can still reach extremely high planes. In contrast, if your heart is not enough, your limit is already determined, no matter how talented you are." The elder spoke while eating. Yi Futian and the others listened carefully. No wonder his senior brothers and sisters respected their teacher so much. He wasn't very attractive, he looked careless and even a bit trashy, but when he spoke seriously, he was like a true master. Teacher said before that a saint isn't only a saint in their cultivation plane, Zhuge Hui said seriously. In that case, why can evil people reach this level too? Yi Futian had never seen his second senior sister ask for advice so seriously. This was the first time. An evil person doesn't necessarily have a closed heart, the elder said. Everyone holds on to their own views and has their own desires based on that. You may think he is evil, but in his eyes, his actions are just. For example, many people think that there are too many cultivators in the world. They think the resources are limited and should belong to the strong cultivators. Those who aren't ambitious are like ants who shouldn't be pitied. The weak should become slaves. Do you agree? Everyone started pondering about the teacher's words. They seemed simple but were actually quite deep. Of course not, Zhuge Hui said. There are many forces in the divine prefecture. For example, the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory take up different types of cultivation resources. A regular person isn't even able to find a simple battle technique. If they aren't lucky, they will be ordinary for their entire life. Not everyone in the world can find a good teacher. Everyone nodded, agreeing with their second senior sister. Her words resonated with Yi Futian deeply. He'd started in Qingju City of the 100 Lands. The people of Qingju didn't even know what the outside world was like. How could they compare in worldview and resources? I won't find it strange if other people think like this, but I'm surprised you think this way. The elder smiled at Zhuge Hui. Then, let me ask you, would you like for everyone in the world to have equal resources or for only you all to be part of the cottage? Zhuge Hui obviously understood what he was saying. She also knew that equality didn't exist in the world. All forces would only choose the most talented. Oftentimes, one's birth decided their starting point. Emperors and saints are only human. No one can think all this through. Many times, people will treat something differently if they look from a different angle. Thus, I hope that none of you will go to the extreme. Only someone with an open heart can see the world clearly. I cannot teach everyone in the world, so I chose you all. In the future, each of you will influence more people. For example, your first senior brother established the Sword Saint Mountain. That is heritage too. Those who are talented and work hard will naturally receive more. However, those with ordinary talents should be treated equally as well. At least, no one has the right to rob them of their efforts to change their fates. The elder continued, back then, the divine prefecture was in chaos. The weak were treated like ants. The two emperors ruled the world and taught them the way, establishing academies. This gave everyone an equal chance. Everyone had the chance to change their fate. Futian seemed to understand. It was too complicated. The elder chuckled. I'm off topic again. In the future, you'll have more thoughts after leaving the Eastern Barren Territory. My third, fourth, and fifth disciples, tell me about your cultivation. Did you slack off while I wasn't here? Teacher, I am untalented and only entered the grade 1 noble plane, Jiyu Dongliu said. Futian looked at him speechlessly. Was he seriously calling himself untalented while in grade 1 noble plane? When Jiyu Dongliu fought with Lu Nantian at the beginning of the year, he was still in grade 2. It seemed that the battle had helped him improve a lot. I am in grade 4, Shui said. Teacher, I'm in the middle tier, though only grade 6, Luofan said with a smile. Teacher, I'm still in the lower arcana plane, Beitang Xinga mumbled. I'm in upper arcana plane. Yi Xiaoshe scratched his head. Yu Sheng and I broke into the arcana plane on Sky Mountain, Yi Futian said, smiling. Would the teacher praise him for entering the arcana plane before he turned 20? You're almost 20 years old and only just entered the arcana plane? The elder stared at Yi Futian with an exaggerated expression. Yi Futian blinked. Teacher, I'm only turning 20 next year. That doesn't matter. Xinga is younger than you, but her plane is higher. I don't know how you're cultivating, the man said mercilessly. But thankfully, you're lucky. You aren't as talented, but I'm your teacher. You still have a chance. Yi Futian wanted to argue, but he saw that Zhuge Hui was smiling at him and Jiyu Dongliu looked serious. His temper died out. They'd told him before to respect the teacher, but his talent had been looked down on. Teacher, what plane are you in? Yi Futian asked curiously. I don't cultivate. The elder shook his head. Teacher, do you think I'll believe that? Yi Futian asked. Didn't you see at Sky Mountain? Did the bell have any effect on me? The man continued. Yi Futian froze. He hadn't thought of this, but it seemed to make sense now. Maybe it's because your plane is too high? Yi Futian asked, blinking. You think so? The man ate with his head down. He didn't look like it. Yi Futian was confused. So was he wrong and the teacher really didn't know how to cultivate? Yi Xiaoshe tried not to laugh. Ever since Yi Futian came, his status had been dropping. Now, the teacher was back and this guy would finally get a taste of things. Even though your cultivation is low and you aren't talented, don't give up. I'm done eating, so you can come with me. I'll teach you well. I treat all my students equally. The man stood up and dusted himself. Yi Futian was perplexed. You aren't coming, the man said, walking away with his hands behind his back. Yi Futian scratched his head. He glanced at his seniors and saw them all looking at him, so he stood up. Yi Xiaoshe finally couldn't keep his laughter in. The day had finally come. But then everyone turned to look at him and Yi Xiaoshe felt that the mood was strange. Seeing all their strange eyes, he froze and looked to Yi Futian. Wait for no, Yi Xiaoshe mumbled. Teacher just came back and he's going to help Junior. Since when was the teacher so diligent? You finally realized? Beitang Xinga asked. Yi Xiaoshe went completely blank. What was happening? Xiaoshe, you can't figure out the teacher, Zhuge Hui said, chuckling. She obviously knew Yi Xiaoshe had been gloating. In the Moon Clan, it was the annual banquet for testing the accomplishments of the disciples for this year. Right now, it was very lively. Many beauties were together, all looking to the beautiful battle before them. Both sides of the battle were gorgeous. One was Chu Yarou, the virgin of the Moon Clan. The one fighting her was equal in both looks and talent. It was Hua Jiyu who had been cultivating at the Xiaoye house. After returning from the 100 Lands, Hua Jiyu had been working hard. She'd improved greatly and was now in the Arcana plane. Yarou hadn't improved a lot this year. What happened? Someone asked. Chu Yarou was at this level last year and was still here now. Many people nodded. Maybe it was because of her relationship with Qin Li that caused her to slack in cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how talented Hua Jiyu was, she couldn't catch up in 1 year. Right now, a muffled grunt came from the battlefield. A spell hit Chu Yao Yao. Just as she was about to escape, endless vines restrained her, anchoring her to the ground. Before her, Hua Jiyu stood with a crown. She was as brilliant as a queen. That was her life spirit. Powerful spiritual strength radiated from her, influencing her every attack. Defeated. Chu Yao Yao looked depressed. She'd lost to the beautiful girl before her. Hua Jiyu retracted her spell and gazed at Chu Yao Yao. Not wanting to compete, she'd only wanted to cultivate quietly before. But she couldn't forget how Yi Futian had been treated when he came last time. She didn't want Yi Futian to go through that if he came to find her again. Thus, she had to compete. The surrounding people fell quiet. They knew what it meant if Chu Yao Yao lost. Many people looked over to the leader of the Moon Clan. She had witnessed this herself. Hua Jiyu will replace Chu Yao Yao as the Virgin, she said. The crowd was in an uproar. How long had Hua Jiyu been here? She'd already replaced Chu Yao Yao. At this time, people from the distance were hurrying over. Goddess Wang Yu looked over and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as she spoke, she looked to the distance. There was a powerful aura coming from there. Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty has come for a visit, a voice said. A short while later, Qin Yu arrived with a dragon. He looked down at Goddess Wang Yu and smiled. "I'm sorry for the disturbance. Please forgive me." Chapter 367, Mockery. Chapter 367, Mockery. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked up at the incoming figure. Their expressions changed slightly. Qin Yu came with a dragon without any prior notification. Standing arrogantly in the air, he was being very impolite. He wasn't the only one here either. There were also various dragons and strong cultivators. The people of the Moon Clan instantly felt pressure. The Qin dynasty wanted to ally with the entire Eastern Barren territory against the cottage. They wanted to become the king. If not for the Sword Saint's arrival months ago at the banquet, the alliance would have been formed already. Now, the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple were apparently fully allied with the Qin dynasty. In this situation, the Moon Clan naturally wished to remain neutral, but it seemed difficult now. "Since the Crown Prince is here, please take a seat." Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle and her eyes were calm. No one could guess what she was thinking, but actually, she was sighing inwardly too. The three top forces of the center were already at the peak. Now, two were allied and the Qin dynasty had excavated their ancestral tomb. There would be no suspense if they attacked the Moon Clan. The Liu Kingdom had set the example. "No need. I came today to say something," Qin Yu said nonchalantly. He made a direct rejection and remained in the air, looking down at Goddess Wang Yu. Many Moon Clan disciples were upset at this. Their pretty eyes turned cold, but no one dared to do anything. The Qin dynasty wouldn't dare to do this to the cottage. When Qin Ji had brought his men to the cottage, Jiyu Dongliu had killed them all outside Book Mountain. That had been so powerful. Sometimes, people envied how free and chivalrous the cottage could be. Even their enemies probably both feared and respected them. "Crown Prince, please speak," Goddess Wang Yu said calmly. "Chu Yao Yao." Qin Yu's cold gaze fell to Chu Yao Yao, who was still on the battle platform. "Yi Futian killed my son Qin Li on Sky Mountain. You are his fiancé. Why did you just stand there?" Chu Yaoiro's face paled instantly. What must come would always come. Many people had seen Qin Li die before her. She couldn't refute Qin Yu's accusations. Everyone in the Moon Clan looked to her. All the pressure in the world fell onto her at this moment. "Why aren't you speaking?" Invisible might came from Qin Yu's body. "I cannot explain," Chu Yao Yao said, looking up. Qin Yu's expression turned frigid. Did she think that was enough? The Moon Clan did not wish to see the death of the royal grandson, Goddess Wang Yu said. "I can understand your feelings too. However, Yi Futian is responsible. You should go to him, rather than take your anger out on a woman." "I naturally won't take my anger out on an unrelated person," Qin Yu said. "However, she is my son's fiancée, but she didn't do anything. She didn't kill Yi Futian even after he lost the ability to fight. I have to suspect her. My son is dead but the marriage still stands. Chu Yaro Yaro is still the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty. Goddess, you won't mind if I take her to the Qin dynasty, right? Everyone in the Moon Clan was aghast. Since Qin Li was dead, the marriage naturally should be cancelled. But Qin Yu still wanted to take Chu Yaro Yaro away? He clearly didn't want to forgive her. They didn't know how she would be treated if she really went to the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu would do whatever he wished. Crown Prince, don't you think your words are a bit bizarre? Goddess Wang Yu said. He is dead but the marriage still stands. So are you saying that if my son is dead, there's no need to search for the reason? There is no need to investigate what his fiancée did either. The dragon under Qin Yu huffed. He stood on the dragon's head and his voice grew colder. Invisible might radiated from him. It seemed that if the Moon Clan dissatisfied him today, he would attack directly. The Moon Clan all looked uncomfortable. Chu Yaro Yaro looked around. She knew that they couldn't save her. Since Qin Yu had brought his men here, the result was already decided. Who in the Eastern Barren Territory could counter the Qin dynasty other than the cottage? I'll go, Chu Yaro Yaro suddenly said. Her pretty eyes were determined. When she spoke, she looked relieved. She had chosen this path. Since it was the wrong path, she would pay for it. She naturally had her own motives when she'd accepted Qin Li's pursuit. Now, she had to bear the consequences. Hearing Chu Yaroiro's words, many people went to look at her. She smiled faintly as if she didn't really care. Looking up at Qin Yu, she said, I am willing to go to the Qin dynasty with you. Qin Li's death has nothing to do with me and I couldn't kill Yi Futian, but all of this is meaningless. I'll go with you. With that, she rose into the air. She looked down at Hua Jiyu with some envy. A dragon moved forward to take her. However, Qin Yu didn't show any sign of leaving. Goddess Wang Yu gazed at him. Anything else we can help you with? There is indeed. It is my main reason for coming, Qin Yu said. Goddess, I've heard of you and look up to you. I didn't come here today just for myself. I also bring the wishes of my father and the leaders of the Donghua clan and Futian clan to invite you to join us in ruling the Eastern Barren Territory. Since he came, he must take care of Chu Yaroiro's matter. However, he wouldn't do all this just for her. The one he wanted to kill was Yi Futian. He wanted to destroy the cottage. I do not have that ambition. Crown Prince, please tell Emperor Qin and the other clan leaders that I must disappoint them. Goddess Wang Yue's voice was gentle. The cottage is unjust and murders the innocent. Many royal lives of the Qin dynasty were lost in their hands. The Eastern Barren Territory will attack them together. Goddess, you are one of the leaders of a top force. How can you sit without doing anything? Qin Yu continued, Goddess, do not worry. To show our sincerity, we wish to have a marriage alliance. My son is dead, but there are still many excellent juniors. Coincidentally, the Moon Clan chose a new virgin today. She can marry into the Qin dynasty. What do you think? The disciples of the Moon Clan stared. This was Qin Yu's true motive today. He wanted to force the Moon Clan to choose. As for the marriage, it was even more of a joke. They were sure that Qin Yu knew who the new virgin was. The only reason he wanted to take Hua Jiyu away was to provoke Yi Futian. Relatives shouldn't be involved in these things. Hua Jiyu was only a girlfriend and was also a disciple of a top force. Qin Yu's words were extremely impolite, even a bit insulting. He was clearly pressuring the Moon Clan, wanting to take over them. Further, it wasn't just the Qin dynasty pressuring the Moon Clan now. It was the alliance of 4 top forces. If they agreed, they would live. If they refused, they would die. The Moon Clan was facing what the Liu Kingdom had faced. Last time, the Qin dynasty found an excuse to attack. This time, they were even more direct. The Qin dynasty was stronger now too. They wanted to destroy 2 top forces in a row. They were so cruel. Hua Jiyu gazed at Goddess Wang Yu. Obviously, she wouldn't go with Qin Yu. Goddess Wang Yu fell silent. Then she looked to Qin Yu and said, The Moon Clan doesn't wish to be involved in the rivalry between the Qin dynasty and cottage. Hua Jiyu is our virgin. I will ask of her opinion on the marriage. If you have nothing else to say, please return. She rejected him. All Moon Clan disciples present held their breaths. An invisible force enveloped them. They knew what Goddess Wangyue's rejection meant. It was highly possible they couldn't bear the consequences. Goddess, do you not care about justice? Qin Yu asked coldly. He scanned the others and said, I believe that not everyone in the Moon Clan is as confused as Goddess Wangyu. Does anyone wish to accomplish something great with the Qin dynasty? Many hearts trembled. Before the Qin dynasty destroyed the Liu kingdom, they'd separated many lords and officials of the Liu kingdom. Apparently, those traitors were in charge of the current Liu kingdom. Now, Qin Yu clearly wanted to attack the Moon Clan. He asked who wished to follow them to divide them. Junior sister, the crown prince's words aren't completely illogical, someone suddenly said. It was Yang Feihong, leader of the Qianyu Pavilion, master of Chu Yaoyao. Her status was very high. She was Goddess Wangyue's senior sister. Goddess Wangyu gazed at Yang Feihong, her eyes turning cold. Yang Feihong's eyes flitted away. She didn't dare meet Goddess Wangyue's eyes. Though she was older, her junior sister was more excellent and had a very decisive personality. However, faced with the Qin dynasty's pressure, the Moon Clan had no other choices. She had to think for herself. Senior Yang knows how valuable justice is. People like you should be the leader of the Moon Clan, Qin Yu said. Anyone else? Shut up, Goddess Wangyu said coldly to Qin Yu. As soon as she spoke, the air turned chillier. Qin Yu's smile froze. He stared down at Goddess Wangyu. He grasped the dragon spear and a dragon's image wrapped around the tip. Goddess Wangyu stood up. Her robes fluttered without any wind. She wasn't young, but she only looked around 30 years old. Her aura was cold and cool. She had once been the beauty of the Eastern Barren Territory, but she was still single now. Qin Yu, how did you feel to be whipped like a dog by the cottage's second disciple at the foot of Sky Mountain? Goddess Wangyu mocked. The one who killed your son is Yi Futian of the cottage. You don't dare go to him, so you come to flaunt your power here. Don't you think it is embarrassing for someone so cowardly to become the king of the Eastern Barren Territory? Since they would fight, there was no need to be polite. As the goddess Wangyu, she was as pure as jade. But this didn't mean that she was soft. Chapter 368, Sister-in-law. Chapter 368, Sister-in-law. In the silence, only Goddess Wangyue's voice could be heard. Qin Yu froze, but then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. People of the Moon Clan were also stunned. They didn't expect that their gentle and beautiful fairy would scold Qin Yu in such a tone, but her emotional outburst was understandable. The Qin dynasty was really rude and unreasonable. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory all knew the dispute between the Qin dynasty and the cottage. But the Qin dynasty had been balking at confronting with the cottage. They knocked down the Liu kingdom only to show their strength. Now they planned to get the Moon Clan involved in this dispute. The air grew oppressive. Qin Yu and Goddess Wangyu gazed at each other coldly. Some people came from the Moon Tower and descended beside the fairy. Though the head of the Moon Clan, Goddess Wangyue's seniority in the clan was not very high. Among those comers, many were her seniors. It is surprising to know that Goddess Wangyu is so resolute. Qin Yu suddenly laughed scornfully. What a shame. You have so many disciples here. Let me ask again. Whoever follows the Qin dynasty can be exempted. Qin Yu glanced at the crowd. Many wavered. Yang Feihong stepped forward and spoke up. I would like to follow the Qin dynasty. Would anyone like to join me? Hearing her words, many people rose up, including a few talented disciples. Master Yang. Chu Yaoyao looked at Yang Feihong in disappointment. Yang Feihong, does the Moon Clan not treat you well? An old lady questioned her coldly. Senior, this is the only way out. Going against the trend is no good for the Moon Clan. Can you persuade them? I don't want to see them die, Yang Feihong responded. Good. At least I know what kind of people you are now. When the clan is in danger, You cower and even betray the clan. There is no need for such kind of people to stay anymore. Goddess Wang Yu didn't care about the betrayal. She looked at her people and sighed. As the head of the Moon Clan, I always choose to stay away from the chaotic of the Eastern Barren Territory. But there are always some people who just want to provoke me. You know this is inevitable. Why do you still choose this way? In the air, Qin Yu held his threatening long spear in hand. The long spear spun and dragon's roar was heard. Qin Yu, you think you are the smartest in the Eastern Barren Territory? No. Others just won't do it in your ways. You want us to get involved in this war? Okay, I'll satisfy you, Goddess Wang Yu said apathetically. Qin Yu didn't say anything else. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, and the royal Shen temple had allied. The cottage was their only concern. The Moon clan was so rebellious. In that case, he would exterminate this rebellious clan. The long spear emitted blazing golden light in the air. Numerous mighty dragons surrounded Qin Yu. Suddenly, some soaring sharp sword will appeared beside him. Obviously, the Qin dynasty was not the only comer. It seems that both the Futian sword clan and royal Shen temple chose to be loyal dogs. How pathetic it is. Goddess Wang Yu scorned. She distinguished the 3 lords of the Futian sword clan as well as the 3 heads of the royal Shen temple. With them, Qin Yu was definitely a far more powerful force than what the Liu kingdom had confronted with before. It was obvious that the Qin dynasty had learned a lesson from the fight with the Liu kingdom. At that time, if Emperor Liu was not absent, Qin Yu's group might not have defeated the Liu kingdom so easily. All the disciples of the Moon clan could feel the predicament they were in. At this time, Goddess Wang Yu rose into the sky. An enormous Kuanping appeared behind her, overshadowing the sky. When the Kuanping appeared, an extremely icy breath rolled over. All the steam in the air liquefied into a substantial rain. A rainstorm suddenly came to the Moon clan. The Kuanping was Goddess Wang Yu's life spirit. With her level, her life spirit had grown very mighty and condensed into substantial giant Kuanping. Since Kunpengs evolved from fish, they had both strong spells of wind and water. Goddess Wang Yu was at the top of the noble plane, almost becoming a sage. Controlling the forces of nature like rain and wind was very easy to her. A crescent moon loomed behind the fairy at this time, reflecting the vast space like an ancient mirror. This was her second life spirit. It's the moon mirror. Qin Yu looked at that dharma that included the Moon clan's heirloom. The moon mirror was the origin of the Moon clan's name. The moon mirror was a sage-level ritual implement. Every top force's creation had a story. The thriving of the Liu kingdom was because of the Saint Turtle, whereas the Moon clan became a top force because of this ritual implement. Be careful. Let me fight with her, Qin Yu said seriously. Goddess Wang Yu with the moon mirror was a great threat to him. Though not having been in a battle for a long while, Goddess Wang Yu was known to be best at a one versus many fight. Right now, Goddess Wang Yu looked more beautiful and extraordinary like a snow goddess. Her beautiful cold eyes peered at the sky and then beams of moonlight swept through behind her. Raindrops in the air were all frozen into ice. In an instant, extremely cold air covered this place. The world turned snow-white. The dragons around Qin Yu growled. Their enormous bodies gradually froze. The strong cultivators on dragons also felt their mentality froze. Soon, their bodies were turned into ice sculptures. This was Ice Sorrow, a spell mixing cold ice spell with spiritual energy. Qin Yu's body emitted the sharp aura of the gold attribute. He rode his dragon and rushed downward. He slashed the spear down. Those dragons around him were covered with snow but still moved on. Qin Yu rushed toward the fairy-like gold lightning. Among the people here, only he was at the same level as Goddess Wang Yu. The masters from the Futian sword clan and the royal Shen temple were all weaker. Without the help of a sage-level ritual implement, others couldn't be Goddess Wang Yu's match at all. Qin Yu had to deal with this himself. Though they had the advantage in number, Goddess Wang Yu could still very possibly win with the ritual implement. Qin Yu was good at martial arts while Goddess Wang Yu only cultivated sorcery. To get closer to her would definitely be best for Qin Yu. The Kuanping rushed toward the dragon. Goddess Wang Yu gazed at Qin Yu. The moon behind her melted with the ritual implement and sent blazing lights toward Qin Yu. Trembling, Qin Yu held his mentality and a suit of resplendent armor appeared on his body. The freezing attributes couldn't stop him anymore. He rushed down toward the fairy. At this time, a pair of ice wings appeared behind Goddess Wang Yu like the Kuanpeng's wings. She gathered the attribute of wind and then a violent tornado moved toward Qin Yu. She quickly rose up higher at an amazing speed. Qin Yu ripped apart the tornado. He glanced at the fairy up in the sky and sneered. Goddess Wang Yu was good at the wind attribute, of course, he couldn't catch up with her. But if the fairy chose to escape, she couldn't protect others. They would be killed. Bang! An extremely keen intent burst out. A glaring golden light fell down and covered the whole Moon Clan. At this moment, all people of the Moon Clan were terrified. Goddess Wang Yu was the only one that could confront Qin Yu. At this time on another battleground, a strong cultivator of the Royal Shen Temple went down to Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu's face changed a little. With wind sorcery, she escaped, but the enemy in the noble plane. How could she escape? She was caught soon. Suddenly, a glaring light came from afar. It was as fast as lightning. Even the air was quaking. Whoosh! The noble who caught Hua Jiyu was split into two. That glaring light stopped and stayed above Hua Jiyu's head. A shrill sound was heard from the light and a horrible image loomed. It was Broadsword Will. Seeing there was still someone rushing toward Hua Jiyu, that broadsword will turned into lightning again and split the comer. Blood splashed in the air. Those coming noble cultivators were killed one by one. Then the broadsword will rushed toward Qin Yu. He waved his long spear and pierced toward the lightning. The lightning was diminished but Qin Yu's face paled. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only one person could send such violent broadsword will. He turned around and peered at the distant. A figure in black stepped out. He moved slowly but it only took him several steps to the battlefield. The person looked at Hua Jiyu but Hua Jiyu hadn't figured out what had just happened. The man in black had just saved her, but she didn't know who he was. How was he so powerful? His appearance stopped the battle abruptly but naturally. "My sister-in-law, are you okay?" The man in black smiled at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu blinked. Sister-in-law? She quickly figured out the comer's status. Since she was his sister-in-law, he must be a disciple of the cottage. Among the disciples of the cottage, only one person was good at the broadsword. Thinking of this, Hua Jiyu smiled. She didn't expect that Yi Futian's senior brother would come. "My greetings, senior sword saint." Hua Jiyu bowed slightly. The sword saint was a legend of the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior sword saint. The sword saint shook his head with a smile. "I'm Yi Futian's senior brother. You can call me that too." "Oh." Hua Jiyu nodded slightly and called, "Senior brother." "Good." The sword saint nodded slightly and looked at Goddess Wang Yu. Goddess Wang Yu floated in the air. She looked at the sword saint and said, "It seems that you were right. Though our teacher is busy, he is always concerned with us," the sword saint said. After the bell on Sky Mountain tolled and all forces went back, the teacher found him and asked him to visit the Moon Clan. Actually, he had been living below the Moon Clan's mountain for a few days. Goddess Wang Yu had met him before. The Moon Clan didn't want to get involved. He respected her choice, so he just lived there. Chapter 369, Move Clan. Chapter 369, Move Clan. Qin Yu and the other strong cultivators looked at the sword saint with uncomfortable expressions. They'd brought people from 4 top forces, overestimating the Moon Clan's power. But they didn't expect that the sword saint would be here too. They had strength in numbers, but the top force determined everything. If either the sword saint or Goddess Wang Yu went after Qin Yu, no one could stop the other. The sword saint had killed countless nobles with a bit of broadsword will. "Goddess Wang Yu," Qin Yu said coldly, "you didn't want to enter the battle because you've already become allied with the cottage." Goddess Wang Yu gazed at him coldly. The sword saint had chatted with her before. She didn't wish to enter this storm and wanted to stay neutral. However, The Sword Saint didn't like this. He thought that the Qin dynasty would come. And just as he'd predicted, the Sword Saint really did come. She couldn't even take a step back. If she didn't agree, her clan would be destroyed. In that case, she could only join the battle. Their safety is on you. Goddess Wang Yu looked down. Her life spirit flashed, shining onto Qin Yu. He was instantly isolated. A cold intent seeped into his bones. The spell Ice Sorrow was cast again. This time, it was targeted at Qin Yu alone instead of the group. Qin Yu felt his spiritual energy about to be frozen. Both his senses and movements slowed down. Iciness attacked him, about to cover his body. Dazzling golden light shone. His body seemed to turn to gold like he was a god of war. Endless light shot through everything, roaring in the world of ice and snow, tearing the iciness. Goddess Wang Yu reached out, closing her eyes. The entire world seemed to slow. Boom! A shocking windstorm was born. A boundless hurricane enveloped her and Qin Yu. If one looked down from the air, they would see a vortex of wind. Goddess Wang Yu melded into the windstorm and circled around Qin Yu incredibly fast. Qin Yu held his dragon spear in preparation. He was a powerful martial arts cultivator and had extreme power. However, Goddess Wang Yu was a pure sorcerer. She couldn't fight him directly. That horrible windstorm spun crazily. Qin Yu felt that he was spinning with the air too. He couldn't see the outside world clearly. The Moon Clan looked up to the windstorm. It could destroy everything and rip this clan apart. But now, it rose up into the air, leaving the Moon Clan. It was clear that Goddess Wang Yu was worried this wild battle would hurt her disciples. For someone at the pinnacle like Qin Yu, no one could stop him if he wanted to kill. She could only move the battleground. As for the Moon Clan, she handed it to the Sword Saint. She clearly trusted him more than she trusted herself. She believed the Sword Saint could protect the Moon Clan more. Thus, she brought Qin Yu away. The Sword Saint looked up to the sky. Broadsword will filled the sky, coming out of his body and going in many directions. Gradually, the entire air was sliced by them. Die, he uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, those beams of broadsword were transformed into bolts of lightning. They shot across the sky. Dragons roared, the broadsword will cut, and the dragons were split apart, crying out. Powerful nobles used their spells to fight back, but the broadsword will seemed undefeatable. There were various squelches. People in the sky were continuously sliced, they couldn't fight back at all. Sorcery and sword light cut towards the Sword Saint and the Moon Clan at the same time. Stand there and don't move, the Sword Saint said to the Moon Clan disciples who wanted to fight. He shot into the air, grasping a bit of broadsword will, cutting through the air. The broadsword intent used his body as the core and spread out. Instantly, a dazzling broadsword enchantment shone in his surroundings. Endless sorcery and sword light shone down, trying to destroy the enchantment. Just then, beams of sword light descended like lightning. It drowned everything, almost breaking the air as it went straight to the Sword Saint. These were from the leaders of the Futian sword clan. The Sword Saint looked but didn't move. Beams of sword will cut down, blasting on his body. However, terrifying broadsword light flowed across his body, almost transforming into solid armor. Sharp sword aura descended but couldn't cut through the armor. There was a huge difference between someone almost in the sage plane and at the pinnacle of the noble plane. Retreat, the leaders of the Futian sword clan said. They knew that even if they had more people, the Sword Saint was enough by himself, even if he had to protect the Moon Clan too. People retreated hurriedly, soaring into the sky. I'd warned you at the Qin dynasty last time. Since you didn't listen, why don't you stay now, the Sword Saint said. The broadsword enchantment around him shrieked and transformed into boundless light. It broke through the air, chasing after the escaping figures. Hurry, someone yelled. They were fast, but the broadsword will was faster. It streaked across the sky, destroying all defensive spells. Many people became helpless. They watched the broadsword will descend and cut through their bodies. Faced with this sage broadsword light, they couldn't fight back at all. Only the leaders of the Futian sword clan could block the attack. But then, The sword saint's body seemed to transform into light. He was even faster than the broadsword will. Reaching out his right hand, dazzling light consolidated into a blade. No, someone yelled in fear when he saw the sword saint. However, the man didn't charge at him. He just walked past and halved the person. He wasn't the only one. When the sword saint walked past those escaping, blood would bloom in the sky. The strong cultivator with Chu Yaro Yaro twisted his features. Just as he wanted to kill Chu Yaro Yaro, the sword light descended. His dragon was killed and then it fell upon him. Chu Yaro Yaro fell down with the destroyed dragon's corpse. Looking at the sword saint who passed her, she felt reverence. With his sword, the nobles were like ants. He was so powerful. She thought she would die today. She didn't expect that she would be saved by Yi Futian's senior brother. Of course, she knew that the sword saint wasn't here for her. He was here for Yi Futian's lover, Hua Jiyu was at the Moon Clan. Dazzling sword light bloomed in the air, accompanied by fearful begs for forgiveness. Chu Yaro Yaro fell through the sky. She felt indescribable emotions as she looked up at that scene. Below her, the Moon Clan also saw that dazzling light. The sky seemed to be sliced apart. They felt yearning. Was this a truly top battle? A single man could destroy an entire army. Yang Feihong, a cold voice said. Then figures flashed, flying towards Yang Feihong. The sword saint didn't kill her. This was the private matter of the Moon Clan, so the clan would solve it. Yang Feihong's face paled instantly. She looked to the furious crowd around her. I was thinking for the Moon Clan too. Was I wrong? She asked. The clan leader knew that the sword saint was here. Why didn't she tell us? I knew, an old woman said. I saw the clan leader with the sword saint. He guessed that the Qin dynasty might attack the Moon Clan and asked for our opinion. The clan leader didn't wish to be involved. The sword saint was fair and respected our choice. However, he didn't leave, preparing to fight the Qin dynasty. If they didn't come, none of this would happen. If more people knew about this and the Qin dynasty heard about it, we would be forced to enter. Stop wasting time with her. Wait for the clan leader to return and punish her, others said. Yang Feihong's face was pale. In the air, the sword saint killed everyone and rose up again, going to another battlefield. He saw Goddess Wang Yu in the sky, but Qin Yu wasn't there. He escaped, Goddess Wang Yu said. He must have known that it would be dangerous once you were free, so he gave up. Yes. The sword saint nodded. Qin Yu had saintly ritual implements too. It would be hard for Goddess Wang Yu to keep him here. Thank you. After all, the cottage and Moon Clan didn't have much of a relationship. You're welcome. The Qin dynasty is working with everyone to attack the cottage. Helping you is helping the cottage, the sword saint said as they returned to the Moon Clan. However, the Moon Clan won't be safe anymore, he continued. Goddess Wang Yu knew this too. She gazed at the green mountains and smiled bitterly. Since the Qin dynasty is forcing the Moon Clan to choose, there's nothing else I can say. Is there room on Book Mountain? Welcome. The sword saint nodded with a smile. Looking down at the people, Goddess Wang Yu said, You have all seen what happened. There is no need for me to speak further. I will move the clan to Book Mountain. If anyone wishes to leave and stay away from this storm, I will not force you. Those who wish to go, please gather your belongings and get ready to leave. The Moon Clan was in an uproar, but they understood that their leader was helpless. They had no other choices. If not for the sword saint, the Moon Clan would have either gone to the Qin dynasty or been destroyed. Chapter 370, Wife. Chapter 370, Wife. Book Mountain, the cottage. On the ancient summit surrounded by clouds, there was a patch of emerald green grass, on which a handsome figure was sitting quietly. Beside him, there was a pile of books. The person was reading a book in silence at the moment. On a huge boulder not far behind him, an elder was lying down quietly. He was holding a wine pot in his hand, from which he would take a sip every now and then. He looked extremely leisurely. The two were obviously Yi Futian and his master Mr. Du. After finishing the book, Yi Futian closed his eyes. Immediately, Spiritual chi around him resonated. Wind whizzed in the sky and the entire atmosphere turned tense. Accompanied by ear-piercing noises, many sharp wind blades appeared in space which seemed to be interwoven in a messy manner. They swept forward and even space itself seemed to be entangled. More amazingly, the wind blades which were charging forward slowly converged together, eventually forming a straight line. Boom! A loud noise erupted. A low mountain in the distance was cleaved into two pieces at the middle. The crack was as thin as a line and was hardly noticeable. The wind elemental spell was as sharp as a sword. Futian opened his eyes, after which he started reading another book. "Master, little brother, mealtime," someone shouted from the distance. Futian put down the book and turned his head. He saw Beitang Xing'e walking towards him with a lunchbox. The old man on the huge boulder stood up. Smiling, he said, "Six, what good food is there today?" "Master, take a look yourself." Beitang Xing'e jumped onto the boulder and opened the lunchbox. Then, she took out the rice and dishes. At once, the aroma of food spread out. Futian also stood up and approached Beitang Xing'e, feeling somewhat hungry. The old man glanced at Futian and said lazily, "Who asked you to stop?" "Master, I have been practicing for quite long and feel really hungry now," Futian said, feeling wronged. "Furthermore, I am almost done learning all the spells." "Oh, Xing'e, later go to the book cave and pick some more spells for your brother to cultivate," the old man said, grinning. "Some more?" Futian said with a long face. "Master, these spells are all quite ordinary and not very useful. Moreover, they're not very hard to learn." "Kid, what do you know? Reading a book is cultivation. It can allow you to find your true self. Just like the saying, the meaning of a book will become clear if you read it 100 times. You only know so few spells so far, and yet you claim that these are useless. Since you have decided to become a sorcerer, you must be adept at least 3,000 spells. Otherwise, don't call yourself a cottage disciple," Mr. Du said emotionlessly, but his hands had already started moving. As he ate and drank, he continued, "It's a rare chance that I am back, and I am using all my time on your cultivation. You don't know how much your brothers and sisters envy you. Master, I am willing to give this opportunity to them." Futian was almost going to cry. 3,000 spells? I might as well die. Is this old guy going to ask me to cultivate all the spells in the book cave? I will die. Revenge? This is certainly revenge. No way. You are the youngest. I have taught all your brothers and sister before, so I cannot be biased. I am a man with principles, the old man said in a serious tone. It's fine. I don't mind, Futian said. All right then. 6. In the future you will copy books with him. After your fourth brother started copying books, he has learned many spells. I think that it's really helpful, the old man said casually. Master, I'm wrong. I will continue to cultivate spells, Futian cried. Beitang Xing'e giggled, looking very charming. She looked at Futian and said, Little brother, come and eat. The dishes are getting cold. Thank you, Sister Xing'e. Futian was touched. The two sisters were really good to him. Little brother, you should stop complaining. Second sister and third brother are all hoping that the master can spend more time teaching them. Beitang Xing'e served the dishes to Futian. Smiling gently, she continued, only after you learn many spells can you merge them and be an expert. You are talented in all elements, so you should naturally make full use of it. When you understand all spells, you can do whatever you want. You can cast spells simply with a thought. Listen to her. You are already not young. I really wonder how you used to cultivate in the past. Xing'e is younger than you, but she knows more than you. You are really hopeless. Luckily, you have met me, Mr. Du said as he ate. Futian felt speechless. Just now, Mr. Du called him kid, and now he said that Futian was not young. I am only repeating what you have taught me, Beitang Xing'e said. Futian sighed. He felt unlucky that he had such a master. Master. From the distance, Xiaoshe also walked over. Noticing that Futian and the master were eating together, he looked at Futian in envy. It seemed indeed that fat people had no rights. Fat boy, what is it? The old man asked. Cough, cough. Yi Futian coughed and glanced at Yi Xiaoshe. This nickname was fantastic. Yi Xiaoshe widened his eyes at Yi Futian. He was brought to the cottage when he was young, and since then the master had been calling him Fat Boy. What could he do? Was it his mistake to be fat? Master, Goddess Wang Yu had brought the disciples of Moon Clan here. She wants to see you, Yi Xiaoshe said. Didn't your big brother come back as well? The old man asked. Nope. I think he should have returned to Sword Saint Mountain to prepare, Yi Xiaoshe replied. At the moment, the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely unstable, so even Sword Saint Mountain was unsafe. Therefore, he naturally had to gather everyone together. Book Mountain was undoubtedly the safest place. Both the cottage and the college were situated here. The only place that Qin dynasty did not yet dare to attack was Book Mountain. Otherwise, they would have made their attack long ago. They were clearly not very confident. Beside them, Yi Futian's eyes glittered. Goddess Wang Yu had led all the Moon Clan disciples here, so something bad must have happened in Moon Clan. The master indeed had some foresight. Qin dynasty still touched Moon Clan after all. However, since Big Brother had been ambushing there, Qin dynasty must have paid a huge price this time. Moon Clan was here, so obviously GU was as well. I'm full. Master, I'll go and take a look. Yi Futian dashed out. Have your cultivation ended? The old man roared. Master, what are you saying? Yi Futian replied, but he was already very far away. Humph, easy. Didn't you say that you don't know cultivation? Then come and chase me. Look at how much he values his girlfriend over his master. Why did 3 take in such a disciple for me? The old man remarked, speechless. I totally agree. I think he should get some punishment. Yi Xiaoshe added oil to the fire. All right. Fat boy, you can cultivate with him, the old man said casually. Yi Xiaoshe immediately kept quiet. Ask your second sister to go. I'll go and chat with my senior, the old man said, after which he turned around and left. Yi Xiaoshe nodded and went back. At the entrance of Book Mountain, the huge square was filled with beauties of various kinds. There were so many charming ladies that even the entrance to Book Mountain was blocked. This was definitely a feast to the eyes of the college disciples. Countless people from the college had come here after receiving the news and were enjoying the sight. So many beauties. I heard that in the future, the members of Moon Clan are going to cultivate on Book Mountain. I think so. I wonder if the chief is going to agree. Obviously he is going to agree. My mountain has a lot of empty space and can accommodate many of them. Same for my mountain. The entrance of Book Mountain became extremely lively. The members of the college were almost going to drool. The scene before them was too beautiful and dazzling. In the college, there were far more male disciples than female disciples, so they had never seen such a large group of pure beauties. They felt that they were already in heaven. It's my first time seeing Goddess Wang Yu. She indeed deserves the name of goddess, so pure and ethereal. That's the Virgin of Moon Clan, Chu Yao Yao. She is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. And there, so many beauties. Who is that? Everyone turned to look in a particular direction. Not far behind Goddess Wang Yu, there was a lady who was about 19 years old. She was even prettier than Chu Yao Yao. Her face was stunning and flawless, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was as exquisite as an elf. Yeah, who is that? Why have I never heard about her before? She is even more beautiful than Chu Yao Yao, so why is she not one of the top 3 beauties? Many people started discussing. The college disciples Tang Yi was also among the crowd. Knowing obviously who that lady was, he said, she is Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu seldom showed up in the Eastern Barren Territory, so not many knew her. Therefore, although her look was gorgeous, she was not as famous. Hua Jiyu, many people muttered. Then, they suddenly thought of a person, Hua Jiyu, Yi Futian's girlfriend. It seemed that they would not stand a chance at all. Suddenly, a person arrived at the place from the distance. Yi Futian landed on the ground and similarly felt somewhat dazzled. Greetings, goddess. Yi Futian bowed at Goddess Wang Yu, who was in front of the rest. I have heard your name many times. Indeed, you look extraordinary, Goddess Wang Yu said, smiling. She was being honest. Every cottage disciple was incredibly talented. Yi Futian was not yet 20, and yet his name had spread to every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even Qin Li died to him. His future was certainly going to be bright and grand. Goddess, you flatter me. Yi Futian scratched his head as if he was feeling embarrassed. Then, he said softly, I'm here to see my wife. Wife. Goddess Wang Yu blinked. Then, she smiled and turned around to look at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu's face blushed at once as she noticed that many people around her were staring at her. She widened her eyes at Yi Futian. Can't this guy keep a low profile? Yi Futian walked into the crowd and approached Hua Jiyu. Smiling, he said, Jiyu, I miss you so much. Hey, do you think that we are non-existent? Yunru, whom Yi Futian knew, said, smiling. Sister, in the future we will be a single family. Yi Futian grinned and looked at her, causing many Moon Clan members to laugh. Then, he reached out his hand towards Hua Jiyu's hand. Hua Jiyu dodged slightly, but then she allowed him to grab her hand. Another wave of uproarious talk and laughter erupted. What an animal. Seeing the scene, countless college disciples could feel their hearts bleeding. Suddenly, another group of people arrived at the place. It was Zhuge Hui and the rest. Zhuge Hui glanced at Yi Futian and smiled. This guy really could not keep a low profile. Chapter 371, Roar of the College Chief. Chapter 371, Roar of the College Chief. Noticing the scene before her, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly. 1 year ago, she was still the genius of Moon Clan and really stood out among her peers. After knowing Qin Li, she had the chance to become the future masteress of Qin dynasty. However, as fate would have it, she fell in love with Yi Futian. Now, Hua Jiyu had replaced her as the Virgin of Moon Clan, and in addition, the entire Moon Clan came to the college. Hua Jiyu naturally took away all the attention that had once belonged to her. Thinking about this, Chu Yaoyao felt somewhat lost. Of course, nobody would care about her feelings at the moment. When Yi Futian appeared beside Hua Jiyu, she, one of the top 3 beauties, was almost non-existent. In the sky, Zhuge Hui smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Then, she landed on the ground and said to Goddess Wang Yu, Welcome to the college. Excuse us for troubling you, Goddess Wang Yu said. Master has gone to see the college chief. Goddess, what are your plans? Zhuge Hui asked. Mr. Du had gone to the college chief's place to discuss how they should handle the people from the Moon Clan. After all, Moon Clan was a large force, and its disciples were no fewer in number than the college. I'll wait for Mr. Du's opinions, Goddess Wang Yu said. Actually, Moon Clan was asking the college for help this time, so she would not request for anything else. However, the style of the college was completely different from the Qin dynasty. One could easily see this from Sword Saint's attitude. Goddess Wang Yu had seen for herself how Zhuge Hui dealt with Qin Yu at the foot of Sky Mountain. This second disciple of the cottage was indeed an arrogant lady. However, at the moment she looked very mild, unlike Qin Yu, who was always supercilious. All right, I will stay here and accompany you, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. Suddenly, Yi Futian shouted, Sister. Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at him. When Yi Futian said shyly, Sister, can you help me to tell the master something? Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Zhuge Hui immediately knew what he was thinking of. Grinning, she said, Go and talk to the master yourself. Yi Futian had an ominous feeling. Will that old guy agree? He thought. Zhuge Hui widened her eyes at Yi Futian and said, Did you make the master angry? Don't worry. The master will still agree to such a small request. Thank you, sister. Yi Futian gave a bright smile. With these words from Zhuge Hui, he would not worry anymore. If that old guy did not agree, he would go and disturb second sister. The people from Moon Clan looked at Hua Jiyu in jealousy. It seemed like Jiyu was going to cultivate in the cottage. It was indeed good to have a relationship with Yi Futian. Anyhow, Hua Jiu was the Virgin of Moon Clan at the moment, so it would be a good thing for her to cultivate under Mr. Du. The first mountain in the college was also the highest summit on Book Mountain. On this particular summit, many ancient palaces stood within the clouds, producing an ethereal view. There were many wonderful caves there, all of which were blessed spots for cultivation. As the first mountain in the college, the facilities here were of the highest standards. Spiritual chi was abundant and there were many matrices on the summit, unlike the cottage which was very simple. Before a pavilion on the first mountain, there were two people. One of them was an elder in grey robes who had an outstanding temperament. He had long hair and a beard and looked divine. Beside him, there was a handsome young man. He was a disciple of the first mountain, Bai Lishu. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Senior." Then, an old man wearing simple clothes walked in directly and shouted at the elder in grey robes, "Senior, it has been many years. You still look energetic." The elder in grey robes glanced at the person who had just entered. With a cold face, he replied emotionlessly, "Do you still remember my existence?" What a rare sight. The elder in grey robes was the college chief, and the person who had just arrived was obviously Mr. Du Sr. "What do you mean?" "When I am outside, I often think about you," Mr. Du said. "Is it?" The college chief still looked cold as he continued, "If so, why are you only visiting me now when you have returned a while ago? Is it because of Moon Clan? I came here to visit you." "Moon Clan is only a trivial, secondary matter," Mr. Du said. "Ha!" The college chief sneered. "Master, uncle, I'll leave first." Suddenly, Bai Lishu bowed at Mr. Du, after which he left the place. The resentment between his master and Mr. Du had existed for a long time. He did not know the exact reasons, but it was definitely something he should not get involved into. Furthermore, Mr. Du had always been very mysterious and would very rarely appear in the first mountain. Even he had only seen Mr. Du for a few times. "Senior, in these few years, the first mountain is becoming grander and more gorgeous. But I think you have too few disciples. It'll be better to have more people here," Mr. Du said softly. "I have enough disciples here. In fact, how many people are there in the cottage? I think you will have no problems taking in an entire clan," the college chief sneered. Mr. Du had gathered the members of Moon Clan and wanted to give him everyone. "Senior, you know that I am lazy and not in the college most of the time. There are so many beautiful young girls here and I don't want to delay their cultivation. You are the ruler of Book Mountain, so naturally, you will arrange everyone from Moon Clan. I believe that with your words, all the mountain elders will cooperate as well," Mr. Du said. "Moreover, we have a common enemy today. Senior, you cannot disappoint them." "All right. Then we will distribute them equally onto the 9 mountains." The college chief stared at Mr. Du. Since the cottage did not want to take in disciples, he would give some people to them by force. "No way. You have no idea what kind of people my disciples are. Their mouths are sweet, and they are good-looking and talented. They are just too outstanding, so something bad will happen. Don't count the cottage in," Mr. Du said, waving his hand. The college chief stared coldly at Mr. Du and said angrily, "Are the disciples in my first mountain not outstanding?" "Senior, don't get angry. It's bad for you," Mr. Du advised. "Senior, then it's all settled. Moon Clan is also a top force, and many great girls can cultivate with college disciples together in the future. They can have friendly fights with each other and improve as a whole. It will certainly motivate college disciples to work harder. You should organize a friendly competition once in a while. It will definitely be more effective than in the past." "Wait, who agreed that it's all settled?" The beard of the college chief danced in the air. He could not tolerate this anymore. "Senior, if you insist on this I'll get angry," Mr. Du said, grinning. Seeing his expression, the college chief was even more furious. He said coldly, "So what? I am really angry." Mr. Du's smile grew brighter. You. The college chief pointed his finger at Mr. Du and said coldly, "Scram. Then it's all settled." Mr. Du smiled in satisfaction, after which he turned around and left. "This is too much." The college chief's beard danced with the wind. It was ridiculous. Oh yeah. Mr. Du suddenly stopped. Turning around, he added, my eldest disciple will also bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. Senior, you should also help to organize them at that time. The people from these three forces can have exchanges and improve together. For the college, I have also spent much time and effort. After he finished, he turned around and left casually. Why don't you die outside that year? The college chief roared, unable to control his anger. The people from Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain, and the college would be gathered together. There would be so many more issues for him to settle. That bastard, he can continue to drink and sleep in the cottage. Also, why do I have to manage the people of his eldest disciple? And his few disciples have never put the college in their heart. Bai Lishu, the college chief shouted. Bai Lishu appeared beside him in a flash and said, Master. He did not know why his master was so furious. It seemed that Mr. Du had enraged him again. Go tell the few mountain elders to go down together and welcome the people from Moon Clan. Then distribute them into the few mountains, the college chief said angrily. Master, how do we distribute them? Bai Lishu asked. Settle it yourself. The college chief swung his sleeves and left. Bai Lishu gave a bitter smile as he shook his head. He was so innocent. Book Mountain became busy again. The college disciples were all very excited. The members of Moon Clan were actually really distributed to the various mountains. In any case, the number of people who went to Mountain Elder Zhu Qing's mountain was the largest. After all, Zhu Qing was a lady and there were many female disciples under her, while all the disciples from Moon Clan were female. Chu Yaro Yaro chose that mountain as well. The other disciples also chose the most suitable mountain for them one after another. Although they felt somewhat awkward, they also anticipated cultivating with college disciples as they could have exchanges with each other and improve together. Book Mountain became lively. On the other hand, Goddess Wang Yu went to the cottage along with Zhuge Hui. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were obviously with them as well. In the cottage, after Goddess Wang Yu saw Mr. Du, she saluted and said, Greetings, Mr. Du. She saluted him like she was a junior. Even though rumors in the Eastern Barren Territory claimed that Mr. Du could not cultivate, the first three disciples of the cottage were all at the same level as her. This legendary Mr. Du should clearly be respected. In addition, she was quite young, so it was all right for her to salute to a senior. You don't have to be so polite. You can treat Book Mountain like your home and do not have to be so restricted. Just behave like you are in Moon Clan, Mr. Du said, smiling. All right. Goddess Wang Yu nodded gently. Mr. Du, after the disturbance in the Eastern Barren Territory. Don't worry. The college is not Qin dynasty, and I also do not want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. You don't need to think so much. Just take it like you are being a guest on Book Mountain for a while. Furthermore, you have also met with my eldest disciple. He will bring the people from Sword Saint Mountain here. My second and third disciples are also doing fine with their cultivation. When you have the chance, you can chat with them. You can come to the cottage at any time without restriction, Mr. Du said. Thank you, Mr. Du. Goddess Wang Yu stopped worrying. It seemed that Mr. Du indeed had no intentions of ruling the Eastern Barren Territory. Jiyu, come and meet the master, Yi Futian suddenly said. Hua Jiyu nodded gently and said to Mr. Du, I am Hua Jiyu. Greetings, master. Mr. Du smiled and stared at Yi Futian, who smiled back nervously and scratched his head. Master, can Jiyu stay in the cottage and cultivate? Yi Futian asked. You have already asked her to call me master. How can I reject? Mr. Du widened his eyes at Yi Futian. Then he looked at Hua Jiyu and said, Girl, in the future, you can cultivate with me just like him. Meanwhile, you can help me to keep an eye on him. No problem. Hua Jiyu nodded, smiling, after which she stared at Yi Futian with a proud look. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Whose master was this after all? Chapter 372, Training. Chapter 372, Training. After Moon Clan, Sword Saint Mountain also shifted entirely to Book Mountain. The whole Eastern Barren Territory was astonished by this. As the two large forces moved to Book Mountain, a super being was born on Book Mountain, one formed from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. More importantly, the Moon Clan was forced by Qin dynasty to move. Just like what happened on Book Mountain, Futian Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple had also officially shifted to Qin dynasty. Clearly, these two forces knew that it would be a disaster for them should the cottage send Sword Saint to attack their clans, just like what Qin Yu had done to the Liu Kingdom. How could they not guard against this? At the same time, the Qin dynasty had sent many people to watch over the places outside Book Mountain and in the ancient barren territory to prevent the college from attacking them or Donghua clan suddenly. The eastern barren territory had entered an era where the two superforces stood opposite each other. This would be a key stage in the development of the eastern barren territory. Once one of the two forces won, it would very likely become the king of the eastern barren territory. The remaining three top forces, namely Chenqiu Temple, Witch Clan, and Ji family, did not dare to get involved easily, they just observed the situation carefully. Because of the Moon Clan's current situation, the Qin dynasty would naturally not deal with them anymore. Otherwise, they would probably achieve a directly opposite effect. That time Qin Yu decided to attack Moon Clan because the four major forces had already allied and they all thought that Moon Clan would be easily defeated. In addition, Qin Yu wanted to deal with Chu Yaro as well as Yi Futian by dealing with Hua Ji. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to go to the Moon Clan and eliminate them if they were disobedient. He did not expect Sword Saint to be waiting in ambush there. In that battle, a few summit lords from Fuyun Sword Clan and a few lords from Royal Shen Temple were killed, officially starting the prelude to the final battle. Thus all the forces chose to shift one after another. However, after the battle in the Moon Clan, both parties turned quiet instead. There had been no fights between them since then. It was said that the Qin dynasty was allowing the most powerful people from various forces to enter their tomb to cultivate and break through. Clearly, they wanted to end the era in a single battle. Book Mountain was also very lively. The three major forces had combined together and interesting events were happening every day. Many young people in the college became much more motivated to cultivate. Furthermore, many people from Moon Clan were also being pursued, especially the prettier ones. The last day of the 10,003rd year of the Divine Prefecture calendar approached quietly without any disturbances. In this year, too many major events had happened in the Eastern Barren Territory. The peaceful year-end drew a period to the entire year. Of course, it meant in no way that everything was ending. In the cottage, Yi Futian had not actually been spending his days in peace. He was mistreated and forced to cultivate spells every day. Luckily, Ji Yu had been cultivating with him at the moment. Whenever he was tired from the cultivation, he would look at her and feel much better. Who asked Ji Yu to be so beautiful? Master, can't I even rest on the last day of the year? Yi Futian complained to Mr. Du, who was sitting on a cliff, drinking and enjoyed the sight of the cloud sea. This is too much. You're so weak and yet you are thinking about resting every day, the old man replied in contempt without even turning his head around. How are the spells? Master, these spells are so easy to learn. Do you not believe in my talents? Yi Futian replied in a depressing tone. Talents? You have talents, the old man said in disdain. Then, he stood up slowly and walked to Yi Futian. You think that you're very outstanding? I wonder where you got that confidence. But these spells are really easy, Yi Futian argued. Tell me that you are not really planning to ask me to learn all the spells in the book cave. The old man took out a thin book from his shirt and threw it in front of Yi Futian. Since you feel those are easy, try this spell. No problem, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he picked the book up and started reading. Slowly, his expression changed. He stopped smiling and his look turned serious as he frowned every now and then. Hua Ji, who was beside him, watched the scene curiously. What exactly did the master give him? After Hua Ji arrived at the cottage, she had been cultivating under Mr. Du together with Yi Futian. Both of them were full attribute sorcerers and were also at the same level, so it was easy for Mr. Du to teach them together. Suddenly, Yi Futian raised his head. Is it really an actual spell? He asked the old man who had returned to the cliff and sat down. If you cannot do it, don't suspect it. Didn't you think that you are very good? Just like this, the old man remarked with contempt. Futian widened his eyes at the old man. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Futian was totally speechless. Since he started cultivating with Mr. Du, he had been humiliated every single day. Was this really his master? Although his father-in-law would also humiliate him sometimes, Mr. Du was way worse. Thinking of this, Futian lowered his head and continued to read the book. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to cast the spell. Wood elemental vines swept towards the sky with a splashing sound. Vaguely, there was a golden radiance attached on it, and the power of the wind was also following along. No. Futian shook his head and continued to try. He failed again and again but continued to try. Beside him, Hua Jiyu took the book and read through it. Her eyes were immediately filled with surprise. Although she had heard about merging different spells and casting together or even merging spells with martial arts, she had never seen such a spell before. Was it really possible to cast the same spell with spiritual chi of different elements simultaneously? Each type of spiritual chi existed independently of the other types. In a sorcerer's battle, he would often cast 2 spells simultaneously to increase their powers. For example, when he was casting an aggressive spell, he would attach a wind elemental spell on it to increase its speed and power, or perhaps attach the power of lightning. All these could be done rather easily. However, the spell that Mr. Du had given Futian was different. The spell should be formed by condensing spiritual chi of 3 different elements together. Perhaps they would be able to do this when their levels got higher. But could this really be done by an arcana plane cultivator? Futian had become totally serious, as if he was trying to beat himself. Mr. Du, on the other hand, lied down on the ground and drank his wine casually. He would occasionally glance at Futian and smile to himself. After a long while, Futian stopped trying. Looking at the cliff, he questioned suspiciously, "Did you just give me a spell which can only be learned by a person with a level higher than the arcana plane? If you can't do it, just admit it. With only such talents, I really don't know where your arrogance came from. I wonder why I even have such a bad disciple," the old man sighed. Futian gritted his teeth. This old bastard. The old man squinted his eyes. Grinning, he asked Futian, "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." Futian was cursing Mr. Du in his heart, but his face was filled with a bright smile. "That's it?" the old man asked. "I know that I am not talented enough. Master, please teach me. I will tolerate this for this time. Since you know that fact, you can still be saved." The old man stood up slowly. Approaching Futian, he said, "Although you are a sorcerer, you are but a beginner. You don't even know what is a real spell. Using spiritual energy to communicate with spiritual chi and combining them in a simple way would only produce the easiest spells and most useless sorcerers. Spiritual chi in the world is like different strokes. You need to combine them into characters, and then turn them into a language. There are countless ways to combine them, and different combinations will produce different spells. An outstanding sorcerer is skilled at controlling every single character and can form them into various spells with ease. Therefore, you need to know thousands of spells. Only when you are familiar with them, you can be more creative, or even create a new spell." The old man said slowly. Futian and Hua Jiyu both listened very attentively. Spiritual energy is the bridge between sorcerers and the characters. An arcana plane cultivator has already merged his will with the world and can sense his surroundings much better or resonate with spiritual chi around him. You need to be able to see all the spiritual chi characters in your mind at the instant when you release your spiritual energy. They are like the extenders to your arms and legs. Your spiritual energy will then be everywhere. With just a thought, all the characters will move. "Do you understand?" the old man asked. Futian and Hua Jiyu were both deep in thought. They need time to digest the information and put it into practice. "Haven't you comprehended noble will already? Can't you even understand such a simple reason?" the old man added in disdain. Futian was stunned. He thought about the powers contained in fire elemental noble will, where he could feel an invisible power of flame. Maybe this was similar to what the master had just said. On Turtle Mountain, he had felt an even more mysterious power. It was like the rules of the world. How about a sage? Futian suddenly asked in curiosity. Sage? The old man looked at Futian and said, a sage can kill you with a single thought. Futian's eyes sparkled. You don't believe it? Your big brother is here. I'll ask him to let you experience the broadsword will of a half-sage. Mr. Du looked at the distance. The sword saint walked over and smiling. He said, Master, today is the last day of the year. Are you still teaching, little brother? This guy is untalented and yet supercilious. To prevent him from causing me to lose face outside, I can only endure the tiring process of teaching him, Mr. Du sighed. You heard me just now. Let him feel it. All right, Sword Saint nodded and looked at Futian. Little brother, be careful. Yap. Big brother, please, Futian nodded. Sword Saint released his will. Immediately, Futian felt an endless coldness seeping into his body. He froze at the spot, not daring to move as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. At the moment, he was engulfed by broadsword will. He felt that even his body was going to be crushed under the will. If Sword Saint wanted to kill him, he did not even have to move. The feeling only continued for an instant before disappearing. In this short while, Futian's back was totally wet with sweat, as if he had just returned from hell. Seeing Futian's expression, Mr. Du said, work hard, and don't be lazy. Then, he and Sword Saint left the place together, while Futian was still standing motionlessly at the spot. In the distance, Sword Saint laughed and said, Master, little brother is already very outstanding. Why do you have to give him an emotional blow like this? He is too arrogant and needs to learn too many things. A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. Du's face. Chapter 373, Another Year. Chapter 373, Another year. Futian was somewhat depressed. Since he started cultivating, he had never received such a severe emotional blow. He continued cultivating the spell given to him by his master and tried to understand what his master had said. Although he was improving slowly, he was still not close to succeeding. After a long while, he stopped and asked, what spell did this old guy give me exactly? It's indeed difficult to learn. Master must be trying to upset you on purpose. Don't be discouraged. Hua Jiyu gave a sweet smile. My fox is the best. Seeing the bright smile on Hua Jiyu's face, Futian opened his arms and added, come and encourage me then. No. I'm going to cultivate as well. Hua Jiyu glanced at him, pouting prettily in embarrassment. Then, she turned around and similarly tried to understand Mr. Du's words previously. What a disobedient girlfriend. Futian muttered, after which he closed his eyes. Instead of continuing to cultivate spells, he started to sense his surroundings with his mind. His spiritual energy communicated with spiritual chi around him as his senses swam in the endless spiritual chi. Over these days, he had learned many spells and had indeed benefited much. While these spells were mostly mediocre and probably useless in future battles, learning them still helped in his cultivation. It became completely silent. A gentle wind blew over the bushy grass patches, causing them to feel comfortably cool. Futian and Hua Jiyu were both sitting there quietly and closing their eyes. At the moment, Futian felt as if he no longer had a physical body. His spiritual energy seemed to have filled every corner of the sky and earth. In his senses, he had turned into an ancient tree. All the wood elemental spiritual chi around him was part of the ancient tree. Suddenly, many branches and vines appeared out of thin air in the space around Futian, producing a splashing sound. With his body as the center, countless branches and vines swept outwards wildly, blotting out the entire sky. In an instant, they flooded everything around him, as if they were everywhere. His body, on the other hand, was like a divine tree, the source of everything. Puff! Futian opened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. It was still the same spell lock of 1,000 vines, but when he followed his master's instructions and cast it carefully, it was indeed much more powerful than previously. Hua Jiyu also awoke in surprise. Looking at the scene in front of her, she smiled brightly. Although Yi Futian had not learned Mr. Du's spell, he had already improved a lot. This meant that at the very least his method was correct. Yi Futian grinned and continued to cultivate. He cast various spells at a lower speed, but their powers increased significantly. While cultivating, he also discussed their experiences with Hua Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to dusk. The radiance from the setting sun poured onto Yi Futian's face, making his angular face look even more handsome. Hua Jiyu sat beside Yi Futian with her knees bent. She supported her cheeks with her hands and stared at Yi Futian, smiling. At the moment when Yi Futian opened his eyes, he immediately saw Hua Jiyu's exquisite face. Smiling, he asked, "What are you looking at?" "You." Hua Jiyu smiled sweetly. "Why is this guy looking better and better?" Yi Futian blinked and grinned. "If you continue doing this, I'll think about inappropriate stuff." "About what?" Hua Jiyu smiled and looked at him. "About doing it right now. You don't dare to." Hua Jiyu blushed and looked even more stunning under the sunset. "Just see if I dare." Yi Futian suddenly leaped forward and pushed Hua Jiyu onto the ground. Hua Jiyu screamed as she fell down. Noticing that Yi Futian was staring blankly at her, she did not dare to look into his eyes. She turned her head away and her cheeks were blushing in embarrassment, which made her even more attractive. "Fox, you're really pretty," Yi Futian said. Hua Jiyu turned her head back slowly and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. "Get up, quick." "All right," Yi Futian replied, smiling. However, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed gently on Hua Jiyu's forehead. "Let's go and see father together." Yi Futian stood up and also pulled Hua Jiyu up. Then, he grabbed her hand and they left the place together. Hua Jiyu just allowed him to hold her hands as they ran on the emerald green grass path. Light from the falling sun showered down on the two, producing an everlasting picture. Moon Clan and Sword Saint Mountain had both shifted to Book Mountain, so naturally, Yi Futian had also brought Hua Fengliu and the rest to Book Mountain. They were currently staying in a house on the mountainside of the cottage. When Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu reached the place, they immediately smelt waves of aroma. "Master, Masteress, what good food are you making again?" Walking in, Yi Futian realized that dinner had already been prepared. Masteress and Aunt Tang were busy, while Yu Sheng, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wan were also helping. As for those nobles and Luolan Shui, Yi Futian had already asked them to return to ancient Lulan. They should clearly spend the annual year-end with their families. The disciples on Book Mountain whose homes were in the divine capital had also gone back. Seeing the deluxe feast, Yi Futian grinned and said, "Master, I really envy you for being able to marry Masteress and Aunt Tang." Hua Fengliu glanced at him and said, "Jiyu, he's referring to something." Yi Futian turned his head and saw Hua Jiyu staring at him, smiling. "No. Absolutely not." Yi Futian smiled trembly. "I don't think so," Yi Qingxian commented as she carried a dish over. "Yu Sheng, look at your girlfriend. What is she saying?" Yi Futian asked. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Futian in disdain. "You're so scared of your girlfriend and you asked me to take care of mine? What's that look?" Yi Futian noticed Yu Sheng's look. It seemed that Yu Sheng had already changed drastically. "Futian, on Book Mountain you don't have to call me master," Hua Fengliu said. Yi Futian naturally knew what he meant. At the moment, Yi Futian's master was Mr. Du, so he should make certain things clear. "Master, don't worry about that. That old guy will not mind about these," Yi Futian said. "Furthermore, it's okay to have two masters. Futian, Mr. Du is an amazing person." "Don't talk nonsense," Nandu Wenyin said, walking over. Yi Futian turned speechless. Even the masteress was speaking for that old guy. "All right. I'll listen to you," Yi Futian nodded. Nandu Wenyin smiled and said, "Let's eat. After we finish you should go back to the cottage early to accompany your master and seniors. I have been with my master and seniors every day. Today I shall stay here," Yi Futian said. "It's enough for Jiyu to accompany us. Who cares about you?" Just finish eating and leave, Hua Fengliu said, totally unconcerned. Yi Futian immediately looked as if he had been wronged. His position in the family was indeed unbeatable. What's your level now? Tang Wan asked Yi Futian curiously. Arcana Plane, Yi Futian replied. Jiyu and Yu Sheng as well. Tang Wan's lips twitched as she was somewhat speechless. Their cultivation speed was really fast. If they were in Donghai they would already be famous. Hua Fengliu and Tang Lan were also in the Arcana Plane. It has been over 4 years. Hua Fengliu sighed as he recalled the past. In the year 9999, he came to know Yi Futian in Qingju Academy and took him as his disciple. Now, this disciple of his was almost as strong as he was. In the past, Yi Futian was even compared to the disciple of Art Saint, but now so many things had changed as if it was all merely a dream. Yup, I have also known Jiyu for over 4 years now, Yi Futian nodded. On the exact same day 4 years ago, they held their hands beside Qingju Lake and confirmed their relationship. Tomorrow it will be the year 10004. You'll both be 20. Hua Fengliu looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Time passed really fast. Yup, and I can get married, Yi Futian said, grinning. Everyone widened their eyes at him. This guy was really not serious at all. Wait till you are as strong as your big or third brother. It's too early now, Tang Lan said. Aunt Tang, this is too much. Yi Futian stared at Tang Lan pitifully. Big brother and third brother were both grade 1 nobles and halfway into the Sage Plain. They were standing at the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. How long would he need? Let's eat. Tang Lan ignored Yi Futian, while Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin laughed. Then, the family happily enjoyed the annual feast. They had not had such a warm time together for a very long time. However, Yi Futian felt really speechless when he was actually chased out after the meal. Luckily, Hua Fengliu did not cruelly take away Jiyu from him and allowed her to leave with him together. After returning to the cottage, Yi Futian ate again with Mr. Du and his seniors. Then, he went to chat with Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu. Without anyone realizing it, it was already late into the night. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Beside the cliff in the back mountain of the cottage, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were sitting on the grass. A melodious music spread out, adding some vitality to the silent space. The music was beautiful yet sad, as if it was telling a very ancient story. At the top of an ancient tree in the cottage, a figure was standing quietly. Her white shirt swayed in the wind and she was like a fairy under the moon. Another person landed quietly on an ancient tree beside. He was similarly wearing a white shirt and his face was extraordinarily handsome. In the darkness, he stared at the lady in front of him. The lady, however, did not seem to have noticed him as she continued to gaze at the distance. The young man also did not speak and accompanied her in the silence. Little brother is amazing. Such a piece should only be present in heaven, the lady said, smiling. It was the second sister, Zhuge Hui. You miss home? Jiyu Dongliu asked. Why would I miss that place? Since I have left there, I'm not going back, Zhuge Hui replied. One day, I'll bring you back, Jiyu Dongliu said. Can you? Zhuge Hui turned around and looked at him. Jiyu Dongliu did not say anything else. He flashed and left the place. Zhuge Hui looked at the vanishing figure. Raising her head, she stared at the crescent in the sky. At the highest place in the cottage, there was also a person lying quietly on a rocking, drinking. It was a slovenly old man in ragged clothes. As he drank, he listened to the music and seemed to be enjoying himself. I'm really glad to be able to hear Yukio again in my life, the old man muttered to himself, smiling. His look seemed to have penetrated across time as he recalled the past. Over 300 years ago, the piece Yukio appeared along with the emperors of that generation. How about now? Chapter 374. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon. Chapter 374. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon, year 10,004 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. In the back mountains of the cottage, an ocean of clouds graced the skies along with a beautiful sunrise. Such a picturesque view. On a field of grass, Music played from a guqin. The rays of the New Year's first sun fell on Yi Futian's face. Both he and his music were full of youthful spirit. Beside him, Hua Jiyu sat quietly. As the music continued to flow, she sat audience while appreciating the beautiful sunrise. Everything seemed perfect. If only life was always like this. Looking around her surroundings, the spiritual qi took shape and fell continuously. It looked like tiny sparks of gold in the air. Every bit of spiritual qi was so clearly visible to them as it filled the area they were in. This was brought about by the sounds of the guqin. When Yi Futian used his spiritual energy to create harmony between his music and heaven and earth, all the spiritual qi in the air stood still. The first rays of sunlight shined on Yi Futian's handsome figure. A peculiar aura radiated from him. It was almost as if he was in control of everything in existence. All the spiritual energy materialized in his mind. Spiritual qi of all elements came together with the artistic conception created by the sounds of the guqin and assimilated into his will. Just then, the fingers of Yi Futian's right hand strummed across the chords of the guqin. As the music sounded, the spiritual qi around transformed into golden vines. They continued to grow endlessly, and as the gathered spiritual qi grew more powerful, the golden vines shot into the sky like flashes of lightning at an unbelievable speed. At this, a look of surprise spread across Hua Jiyu's face. He had succeeded. Yi Futian had actually successfully cultivated the spell given to him by the teacher in a day. The music stopped and Yi Futian opened his eyes. Although the sun was on him, it was not blinding. The look in his eyes was pure and held the hint of a smile. 3 elements incorporated into one spell. This brand new spell had the tenacity of the wood element, the sharpness and defensiveness of the metal element, and the speed of the wind element. It was terrifyingly powerful, far more powerful than the lock of 1,000 vines. The name of this spell, the fatal entanglement. Not bad. Hua Jiyu smiled. Of course. That's because I'm your man, Yi Futian said pridefully. Hua Jiyu let out a soft humph. Do you think the old man has more of these types of spell that he's keeping to himself? Mumbled Yi Futian. If they were all spells of this level, he would definitely be able to defeat common attacks from any cultivator at the same level. He would also no longer need to rely on the 9 heavenly attacks during battle. His strong martial arts and sorcery abilities greatly complemented each other, taking his combat ability to a whole new level. This way, even if he made his way into the Arcana plane, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting cultivators from other planes. After all, as the levels of cultivation increased, the difference between each plane also increased. People went to new means and took more powerful measures, thus causing the effects of some of his skills to decrease. Yi Futian must do more if he wanted to have the same combat ability between different planes as he did before. How greedy, teased Hua Jiyu. This isn't greedy. How's this for greed? I want every day to be like today, so you're the first person I see in the morning. Yi Futian chuckled. Obviously, Hua Jiyu knew what he was insinuating. She smiled softly. What are you thinking? Would you have been able to release the fatal entanglement without the help of your music? Focus on cultivating. Don't you want to gloat in front of Mr. Du later? You've got a point. Indeed, my fox is the only one who gets me, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he closed his eyes again. Previously, he had entered a mysterious realm through his music and assimilated into the spiritual qi of the world by the means of spiritual energy. That was how he released the spell. Without the help of the Yukio song, it was difficult to do so. Yi Futian continued on his way to enlightenment through cultivation. Many hours later, the teacher strolled in while stretching. He smiled at the sight of Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu cultivating together. This rascal sure is diligent. Looks like I'll have to put him down a little more. Would Yi Futian spit blood in anger if he knew what the teacher was thinking at the moment? Need to be put down for being diligent. Teacher. Hua Jiyu turned around to greet him. Morning, Jiyu. Mr. Du smiled at her. Yi Futian stood as well. His eyes were shining as he said his greetings. Teacher, the spell you gave me yesterday was no challenge at all, I already mastered it. Oh, really? Show me. The elder male placed his hands behind his back and smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded in response and closed his eyes. A peculiar force of will radiated from his body while his spiritual energy harmonized with the spiritual qi around. A moment later, the air was filled with golden vines that blocked the sun. They grew extremely rapidly and created a cage around the entire area in mere seconds. Witnessing the spell released in front of his eyes, the elder gave Yi Futian a look. He was looking down on him. It took you a whole day to learn that, and it takes you that long to release the spell? Who's going to wait for you in a battle? If you meet a powerful opponent, you would be dead before you finished releasing the spell. Yi Futian blinked. According to his script, wasn't the teacher was supposed to be shocked and subdued by his great gift? However, he did have a point. How come I have such an incompetent disciple? The elder sighed. Here are some more spells. Keep them and focus on cultivation. Don't even think about going anywhere else before you learn everything. I can't stand to be embarrassed by you if you leave the mountains with your abilities at this level. With that said, the elder threw some books at Yi Futian and turned to leave. He walked with leisure, hands behind his back. He wanted to cuss but held himself back when he looked at the books in his arms. Hua Jiyu let out a laugh. Yi Futian had finally met his match. Mr. Du was a strange man indeed. Not even her father could render Yi Futian speechless like that. And just like that, Yi Futian was put on house arrest. From the very first day of the new year, he was forbidden from leaving the back mountains to focus solely on cultivation. So pitiful. Yi Futian began to miss the days before the teacher returned to the cottage. The days passed and the eastern barren territory remained quiet without any rain or storm. Those of the Qin dynasty alliance still had their heads buried in cultivation. Everyone in the eastern barren territory knew that they were preparing for the final war. Things had already escalated to this point. The battle of the eastern barren territory was inevitable. Furthermore, the Qin were in a much bigger hurry for this war to begin. Mr. Du had already returned to the cottage and all of the eastern barren territory already knew how capable he was in bringing up his disciples. There was no way they were going to give him more time to do so. After the bells rang on Sky Mountain the year before, the snow never stopped. The eastern barren territory's #1 mountain was now a snow mountain, covered with a soft, fluffy layer of precipitation. After all this time, the bells never rang again. The commotion at the foot of the mountain had also subsided. However, there was still quite a handful of people who stayed behind. For example, there was the Chenqiu Temple of the Eastern Barren Territory's western region. Now that those from Sword Saint Mountain had moved to Book Mountain, the Chenqiu Temple was now at the top throughout the western region. However, the temple still felt a wave of urgency. If a big war broke out in the Eastern Barren Territory, the times of top clans fighting for power would be over. As soon as victory was determined, all power in the Eastern Barren Territory would fall in the hands of one group. The people must pray for change, to become stronger. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the Arhat looked up at the majestic mountain. He remembered the situation when he climbed the mountain last year. That was his first time stepping onto Sky Mountain and he had reached the very top. After that time, he had tried many times, but not once did he reach such heights again. The evil energy from Sky Mountain is growing stronger, one of Chenqiu Temple's monks said from beside the Arhat. He held a strand of Buddhist beads in his hand while his sight was set on the great mountain in front of him. It's been this way since the bells rang. Furthermore, the force of repressed energy has also gotten stronger. The two energies seem to have kept at a balance from the very beginning, fighting from dominance, another person said from the side. Could it be that the bells were really the summoning of the great emperor and that someone had already made their way onto the mountain? Someone mumbled. It's very possible. The short period after the first bell would have been the perfect opportunity. Hearing the elder's words reminded the Arhat of the first time he stepped onto Sky Mountain. At that time, someone attacked him and used the spiritual qi on the mountain to force him off the mountain. If someone had really made their way to the top of Sky Mountain, could it be the same person who attacked him? Also, the bells rang again once he was off the mountain. It was when Yi Futian came down. The nobles of the Qin dynasty had wanted to hurt him when the bells rang again. Could it really just be a coincidence? The Arhat's eyes were cold. He had a feeling. If someone really did make their way onto Sky Mountain, it was very possible that it was Yi Futian. Just then, the roar of a dragon came from the skies above. The cultivators of the Qianqiu temple were surprised. The roar did not come from Sky Mountain. It was headed for the mountain. Turning their attention, everyone looked up into the sky. Snow began to fall, blowing in the wind. In the high skies, a dragon appeared. This dragon actually had wings. It was the responding dragon, also known as the Lord of the Skies. The dragon came down toward them. Those of the Qianqiu temple were shaken as they took in the scene unfolding above them. Not just because they saw the responding dragon, but also because there were some figures standing on its back. The most shocking thing was that the dragon was pulling a carriage. Someone had arrived in a dragon-pulled carriage. A carriage pulled by the responding dragon. Even those of the Qianqiu temple were shocked, so it was no question for the others. Many at the foot of the mountain looked up and trembled in fear. Who was this person? In all of the Eastern Barren Territory, they had only heard of the powerful dragon army of the Qin dynasty, and not even they could compare to the lineup in the skies right now. The dragon carriage stopped above Sky Mountain. On its back, the group of people took one look at the crowd on the ground below with cold eyes, showing no emotions. Then, a few youths stepped out of the carriage. There was an indescribable aura around them. They didn't look down, but instead, focused all their attention on Sky Mountain. Was this the place where Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing left their mark? Chapter 375, A Person Who Can Change the World. Chapter 375, A Person Who Can Change the World. After Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing united the Divine Prefecture, many people began to follow their trail. A lot of people knew that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing spent some time in the Eastern Barren Territory during their upbringing, which was why so many wanted to step into the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the two emperors put out a ban stating that non-native sages were not allowed to enter the Eastern Barren Territory. They had united the Divine Prefecture and were peerless existences. Who would dare to challenge the ban? Even to this day, there were many who didn't quite understand the reason for the emperor's ban. Despite this, there's still many people who followed their footsteps in those days. Naturally, they all knew about Sky Mountain, but no one was ever able to reach the top, especially nobles. Last year, however, the people heard that bells rang out from Sky Mountain. Powerful cultivators from all over the Eastern Barren Territory gathered to climb the mountain, as there was a chance they might find relics left by the two emperors on the mountain. On the responding dragon, the two people leading the group were clad in silver. Looking at Sky Mountain, one of them spoke. I heard that many people made attempts here. No one succeeded. That's correct. No one was successful, and after time everyone simply gave up. The number of people coming to the Eastern Barren Territory also greatly decreased. I speculate that the Emperor's wills have assimilated into Sky Mountain and only sages have a chance of withstanding the power, making it possible for them to make it onto the mountain. However, because of the ban, sages can't enter the territory and no one dares to sneak in. No one knows for sure whether or not the will of Donghuang the Great can oversee everything happening on the Sky Mountain, explained a noble standing beside the youth. He was more knowledgeable in events from all those years ago. Did the two emperors actually leave anything behind on Sky Mountain? The youth was getting curious. Almost everyone in the world was curious about everything regarding the two emperors. They were true legends. Who knows? But since the bells rang, there might actually be something. You guys came quick. The voice came from afar. A flame-like red light was suddenly emitted from the skies, melting all the falling snow. A group of shining figures descended from above. The light was blinding, just like the sun. It was a large sunbird, the three-legged golden raven. Its body was engulfed in flames and its eyes filled with a wild look. On the raven's back was what seemed like a sun carriage. On the two sides of the carriage stood many powerful cultivators, protecting the person seated in between. Just like the previous group, it was definitely a majestic sight. All this commotion. Everyone standing at the foot of Sky Mountain were in shock. That was two powerful groups in a row. With such eye-catching entrances, they didn't seem like any powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. They were much more dazzling. With a pounding in their chests, many speculated, could they be outsiders? How many years has it been since the last time an outsider set foot in the Eastern Barren Territory? Let me give it a try, said the youth in the silver. Without sparing a glance at the person who had previously spoken, he headed straight for Sky Mountain. Many youths beside him also stepped up to join him. They were all cultivators in the Arcana Plane. Nobody above the Noble Plane was allowed on Sky Mountain. They were all very clear on this rule. Youths from the carriage pulled by the three-legged golden raven also made their way toward Sky Mountain. The responding dragon and the three-legged golden raven stopped in the skies, attracting a lot of attention. The happenings of the next few days had the audience at the foot of the mountain feeling unsettled. In the next few days, people continued to arrive at Sky Mountain. Some people came in a flying battleship. This ship was quite intimidating. It flew in the skies and was carried by the winds. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful ritual implement used for flight. However, the people of the Eastern Barren Territory had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Same as the other groups, this ship carried many powerful cultivators. Among them were a few beauties. They had long, slim legs, beautiful, pale skin, and exquisite features. They also made their way onto Sky Mountain. There were also cultivators that arrived mounting large demon beasts. Their demonic auras filled the skies and frightened those at the foot of the mountain. More and more cultivators gathered. Even those from the Chencho Temple were feeling unsettled. The huge war of the Eastern Barren Territory could break out at any moment. Nobody would have expected for outside powers to arrive at Sky Mountain because of the bells at a time like this. From what they knew, the Eastern Barren Territory hadn't had these many outside visitors in many years now. After all, people aimed to reach high places. An extremely small percentage of those who left were ever willing to return. Had it not been from the relics of Sky Mountain left by the two emperors, the resource-lacking Eastern Barren Territory really didn't hold much appeal to the outside world. As the news of Sky Mountain spread, the western region was stirred up. Then, it continued to spread all throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. On Book Mountain, at the cottage, Futian was the first to get the news, with the exception of those who set camp at the foot of Sky Mountain. As soon as those cultivators set foot on Sky Mountain, he knew. The Black Wind Eagle was still cultivating on the mountain. Teacher, outsiders of the Eastern Barren Territory have arrived at Sky Mountain. In the back mountains, Futian spoke to Mr. Du, who was drinking while seated on a cliff. I know, the elder answered as he stared into the distance. He never expected that the bells of Sky Mountain would not only stir up the Eastern Barren Territory but also pique the interest of the outside world. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? He was very clear. Ever since the two emperors established the ban, there had been little to no contact between the Eastern Barren Territory and the outside world. Now, the territory had once again attracted the attention of the outside world. This was a big change. Come sit, said Mr. Du. Futian nodded and sat down beside him. Mr. Du didn't seem like he was in the best mood. Do you know why there were only 7 disciples in the cottage before you? Mr. Du asked suddenly. Futian shook his head. Although this old man was unlikable at times, there was no doubting his teaching abilities. It was evident based on his own thoughts after these days of cultivation and also through the abilities of first senior brother and second senior sister. Because I'm lazy. Humans are the most complicated. Not even the disciples that you have taught yourself will agree with everything you teach them. Especially as time goes on, it is so easy to throw away things you used to feel so strongly about. I'm just one person, there's only so much I can do. How can I influence many? All I can hope for is that the disciples I teach can influence even more people in the future. As he spoke, he took another drink of wine. This is the first time Futian had seen him like this, and so he spoke. I heard from first senior brother that you had your own dreams. That must be your reason for starting the cottage. What are your dreams? What dreams could a person like me possibly have? Mr. Du shook his head and continued, do you know why Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yeqing gave orders for martial arts schools to be set up all around the world? To help martial arts thrive, Yi Futian answered. This was what it said in the history books. 300 some years ago, the divine prefecture was in complete chaos. There were countless strong powers and each of them controlled a different location. Or they started family clans, some tried to develop their own religion. These people were their own masters, but was the existence of these powers a good or bad thing for the people? Questioned Mr. Du. Yi Futian didn't reply. He simply sat and listened. Of course, there was nothing wrong with families and clans. However, when you had something they wanted or if you became a threat to their interests, some things became inevitable. For example, why did the Qin dynasty want to take down the cottage? Naturally, Yi Futian understood why. The cottage was strong and powerful, which the Qin dynasty felt was a threat. That was why they were so set on destroying the cottage. Mr. Du continued, in the vast lands of the divine prefecture, formidable beings that could greatly affect us were born. When they appear, you would be able to imagine things you've never been in contact with before. Take the many cultivators who arrived in the mountains today, for example. What would happen if they knew that someone had made it to the top of Sky Mountain and received the relics of the two emperors? Yi Futian looked at his teacher. The elder still had his eyes focused ahead. He didn't know if there was a hidden meaning behind what Mr. Du said, but Yi Futian understood. When these formidable beings appeared, they would most certainly gain the support of the best and be able to receive the best resources. Nobody would be able to restrict them from doing anything they wanted. This was something both the teacher and second senior sister had reminded him twice of. It was the same logic as a person with a weapon will produce the killing thoughts. Wasn't that exactly what Emperor Luo did to him all those years ago? The divine prefecture has always been run this way. It hasn't changed in millions of years. It's the same even today. Even so, there are always some who have remained untouched by the dirty ways of the world despite the hardships they have been through, and instead, they dream of changing the world. And that is how the two emperors of the divine prefecture were born. The elder looked serious. His tone was filled with admiration and respect. How could someone become a leader of the world without having the people of the world at heart? That is why martial arts schools were established. It was to try to give everyone in the divine prefecture a fair chance. However, it's not that easy, changing the world. Even for the emperors. It would be difficult to simply change the Eastern Barren Territory, so forget about the divine prefecture. The elder seemed to be laughing at himself. It was then that Yi Futian withdrew his playful attitude and became serious. He was now also filled with admiration and respect. So, this was the teacher's dream. Wanting to change the world. It sounded like a laughable thing, but at the same time, it was sad. So many people in history have wanted to change the world. However, when they reached a certain status, their mindset changes. If you were the college chief, would you want the other powers of the Eastern Barren Territory to overpower the college? The elder continued, so, Futian, sooner or later, you'll step out of the Eastern Barren Territory and you'll witness crueler things. You'll see the black and whites of the world. I hope that no matter what you experience, you'll stay true to yourself and remember your beginnings. If one day, you can become a person who influences the world, even if it's nothing big, never forget your initial intentions. Never became the type of person you once despised. I understand, nodded Yi Futian. All right, go cultivate, said the elder. Yi Futian lifted his head slightly to look at the older male with a smile. Teacher, after all that, I see you in a whole new light. Scram, the elder gave him a glare. And there goes your good image again. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He would place the elder's words deep in his heart. Even if he couldn't become a person who could affect the world in the future, he would most definitely not become a person who did bad things. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.